Check, mic check, 139. Mic check, 139. She a move, she a move, she a move. Big up yourself, JD, early in the morning. My man wants his food nice and early, man. Big up yourself, JD. Big up yourself. Yeah, you done know it's the 999 in the building. Yeah, you know, so my time. Saturday. The raid is back. The raid is back. The raid is back. I thought I lost it, but I found it. So I'm happy again. Yeah, man. Come on. Today is the 15th day of the second month, 2025, man. 2025. So you don't know. Happy Saturday, happy Saturday, happy Saturday. You know how we do over here. First and foremost, let's give thanks and praises to the Most High for allowing us all to see another day, because nobody knows the hour or the second or the minute. And that's why it's always good to give thanks and praises, man. So yeah, first thing we do, we give thanks and praise. And yeah, happy Saturday. Another great day in London town. But you know how it go. Heaters on. At least it's not raining. But yeah, man, we give thanks, man. Just having a cup of coffee here. So make sure you make yourself a hot drink. And yeah, man, let's have a little conversation. But oh, that is actually really nice, man. That is really nice. So yeah, man. So hopefully you all had a nice Valentine's. Everyone's supposed to be a little bit tired. Hee hee. Ha ha. Woo! But yeah, man, you done that. Go. Another commercialization of love for make the people that make money. But yeah, obviously Valentine's Day should be every day, they say. But yeah. Woo! I did tune into the block a little bit last night still before we started our little settings. But yeah, man, I did catch some joke on the block last night, boy. Some joke. Might do a little review a little later, man. But yes, that's a good tea. That is a good tea. Turmeric and ginger with lemon and honey. Yeah, I do usually have turmeric in the morning. To be fair, I've had that one in already. I start off with lemon water, and then I But you look like are you mixing yours, blending yours yourself, Jay? Because I just got the tea bags. And I don't know, are you then adding your own lemon and honey? Because I've just got my tea bags of turmeric and ginger. But are you just being an absolute chemist and just doing your own thing? But yeah, I mean, turmeric, they say, it's got so many, so many healing properties, etc., etc. So yeah, but yeah, I definitely have the. And you know what? It's nice still, man. Although you don't know, I love a cup of tea still, but I am trying to, I don't say wean myself off, but yeah, tea bags and added the lemon. Oh, okay, yeah. But that's really clever, actually, because you're that's really clever, to be fair, because you're making sure you got all the elements in there, the lemon and the honey. Although I'm hearing some people say that we shouldn't be eating honey, do you know what I mean? But these days, you can't even listen to too many people, because I'll tell you, you'll be eating absolutely nothing. You know what I mean? If you pay attention to enough of the people, because they're saying that that the honey is basically the puke, as it were, of the bee. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, man, if you follow these people, you literally won't be eating anything. You know what I mean? And like I said, there's gonna be a time where I feel like they'll just bring a pill on the market, like just one pill, and that one pill, you know what I mean, gives you everything you need to hurt it. Because soon and very soon, it's going to be hard to trust the supply chain, man. You know what I mean? I was talking to my youth about it. I'm telling you, we are so trusting of the food supply chain, like seriously. And we've all known or heard of cases already where some disgruntled worker or this or that contaminates the food, and you know what I mean, there's got to be recalls and all them thing there. Then there's this more recent fad where you see these nasty people taking food out of the fridges or whatever and licking it and drinking it and all that type of shit and putting it back. So you got to be so careful, man. That's why I mean, we've always done this anyway, you know what I mean? And I teach my youth, but when you go shopping, man, you got to make sure that you pick things like right at the back or whatever. Like, you never should you be taking the product that's like at the front of the shelf, etc. Especially when it comes to the frozen section or the cold section, because sometimes, you know, people might take an item or decide they don't want it or whatever. I think they call it product not replacement, but you got to put them back on the shelf, innit? Yeah, so they can be sold again. And yeah, man, that means you might be eating something that's supposed to be, you know, proper chilled, and it may have been out for however long, and then they put it back and this and yeah. And I'm just like I said, I'm just saying generally we got to be so trusting of people that give us food, man. And I was saying, yo, we really got to start praying over our food again, like times gone by, because I was saying to when we were growing up, praying before you ate was standard, like absolutely standard. Before you ate, you had to pray over your food. Now, do you know what I mean? I guess as many persons are sort of, you know, I'm not saying turning their back on Christianity, but, you know, moving away from our foundational Christian roots. And I don't know if people are saying their grace like they once did before. You know what I mean? Like I said, it was mandatory. You know what I mean? There was no food going in your mouth until you said the grace. Although when we were growing up, still prayer time at the table is the time where your planting might just go missing. You know them ones. Hey, woo! Thank you, Father, for the food we're about to receive this day. Amen. And you open back your eye and yo. And don't get me wrong, sometimes I was doing the tea thing. I can't lie. Boom. And you know that one, you're just sitting there like you can't chew. But yeah, you got to pray over the food, man, because, you know, and there's just nasty people out here, you know, playing with your food, you know. You don't know what they're doing in the restaurants, you know what I mean? You got to pray that they're washing their hands. You got to be so fucking trusting, basically. And it seems like more and more people are eating from, you know, out of road and, you know, all this Deliveroo. And so, yeah, I mean, we're already on a really, really slippery path, man, in that regard. And like I keep saying, you know, I think since COVID, you know, a lot of people haven't gone back to, like I keep saying, their social norms. A lot of people are still ordering food, not cooking food. Yeah, like I said, you just got to be so trusting, man. So. And you know what? As you say that, and I don't know whether I can find it or not, yeah. Because I wanted to, as you said that, I just remember seeing something, and I want to, what's your thoughts about it before I'll go on? But big up the people there, man. Like, slap the like button. You done like go. Even you silent haters, slap the like button. All my fans. I love my fans anyway. Let me not. But let me see if I can. I'm diverting already. But did you lot hear about a guy? Oh, let me see if I can find it. Someone was burning the Quran outside. I don't know if it was like a residential building or if it was an embassy. I feel like it might be just a residential building. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. So yeah, I don't know if you lot saw that. So we'll have a chat about that. Obviously, I want to chat about, like I said, because I'm proper looking over the waters now because I find it so interesting. So we're going to speak about Trump and Musk and his son, you know what I mean? Because somehow, you know what I mean, he's got the son in the big White House, and the son's doing bits. He's doing bits. So we'll have a little chat about that. But what? Hold on a second. Hold on. I need to stop. I might not be able to find it now. Hold on a second. All right, let me leave that and come back to it. Let me come back to that one there. So yeah, man. So I said, like I said in it, I think it is such an interesting time now because I don't want to say like you can see like it's a blatant fight between good and evil. I don't want to be that dramatic. Do you know what I mean? But like we've already said, this is the time of Aquarius, and it's either you know or you know what I mean? It's like I think you're either on one side of the track or the other. Do you know what I mean? And I think a lot of people, very, very quickly this year, they're showing their ass, man. They are showing their ass in so many different ways. And I'm happy for it. Do you know what I mean? Because like we always say, morning violet, you got to separate the wheat from the chaff. And that sort of comes in many, many, many different ways, you know. That might be in your own, within your own family, within your own community. Do you know what I mean? Within the wider settings. Do you know what I mean? Because one thing we can say that not everyone is for everyone. That's one thing we can definitely establish. Yeah, not everyone is for everyone. We can definitely establish that. And unfortunately, as according to plan, do you know what I mean? They've created a very individualistic world, right? Or at least in the West. Everything's very individualistic. Everyone just gives a fuck about themselves. Do you know what I mean? Remember, it was in the 80s when Thatcher even told us in England that there's no such thing as society. Yeah, remember, Thatcher said there's no such thing as society. Yeah, so the erosion of what we once knew to where we are now is not by coincidence. Yeah, so let's just have that right. Yeah. Last time we were on my show, we were talking about wokeism, or what I now deem to be liberalism, yeah. And basically, they've, like so many things in the past, they've abducted Afro-American terminology that was related to their struggle and their civil rights and all that kind of thing, and the people them have just taken that and just run with it, and now we think that wokeism is to do with LGBT and all that type of stupid shit. You know what I mean? Whereas that is not wokeism, that is liberalism. But again, it's probably not even by coincidence that the two are being, do you know what I mean, interchangeable and whatever, because it just makes the original thing weak, or look weak, or sound weak. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm saying now, so even I tell you, man, even in our circle of, or in our corner of YouTube, you are gonna see more and more degenerate behavior, because you know what I mean, the veil has been lifted, you get me, and people feel like they can say and do whatever the fuck they want without recourse. And like I said, the precedent has been set in America by those two, Trump and Elon Musk. Do you know what I mean? Because if that sort of behavior could be going on, in the top table, as it were, in the world, then what the fuck is everyone else gonna do? Do you know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying, man. So for me, being on a spiritual path, it's a balance of showing compassion to others while having the armor to not think twice about any hate that comes my way. Christ taught freedom of the mind. For me, being on a spiritual path, it's a balance of showing compassion to others. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Violet. I think that people are becoming less compassionate. I think people are becoming, especially depending on who you are as well. Do you know what I mean? Some people might show more compassion for their own than they would for others, and I think that can clearly be seen with regards in terms of the Palestine and Israel sort of situation. You can clearly see bias. You understand what I'm saying to you, towards one side over another. Do you know what I mean? You know, which, like I said, in 2025, I believe to be quite sickening. You know what I mean? Because from children, like instinctively, from people here, children are dying. You're supposed to be compassionate, right? No matter who that child is or what that child is, right? Because children they're innocent, right? Not only are they innocent, they're the future, yeah. But you can see, like, some people don't give a fuck. Let's have it right. Some people do not give a fuck about Palestinian children. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Let's have it right. They couldn't give a fuck, man. You know what I mean? So then when Trump is saying, oh, we're going to turn Gaza into a holiday destination, all them things, there's people positively rejoicing about that type of shit, making music and all them type of shit. You know what I mean? Want to call it parody and all of them type of shit there. But I'm blatantly saying, you know what I mean? In this world, some people are more compassionate about some than others. And you know what? That is fair enough. Do you know what I mean? Because no one is forced to be compassionate. But I'm just saying, innit? This is where we are. This is where, you know what I mean? This is where we are. Because, yo, and there's another, because this leads into so many different things, yeah. Bad Marsh, man. Who are you speaking to, Bad Marsh? You're not speaking to me. Big up yourself, Liggy. Yeah, compassion. Like, a lot of people are lacking compassion. Do you know what I mean? Especially if they don't look like or represent them, they don't give a fuck. This is just where we are, man. This is why you can have some people that will utter out of their mouths, you know, when it comes to like the dinghies and the boats, all that, just get rid. Get rid. They don't even care. They don't care. They're the business. They don't care. So that's what I'm trying to say about the compassion, man, the humanitarian. You know what I mean? Them things they're rapidly decreasing for some people, man. Rightly or wrongly, do you know what I mean? Now, don't get me wrong. There is an old adage that says you have to dance a yard before you dance abroad, i.e., you know what I mean? You got to look after yourself. Hi, Bad Marsh. The word can invade your mind through. Oh, you're talking to Violet. Okay. Yeah, you can mind from the, hold on, did she finish that sentence? Okay, from the bondage of negative worldly thoughts, as then we are always free no matter our circumstances. That's deep, Violet. That's deep still. But unfortunately, Violet, I don't think I think unfortunately we're moving away. Well, not we, let's say some are moving away from that that sort of spiritual path. But let me not even go too deep onto that one. Lig said the Thatcher quote. What, that there's no society, right? Thatcher said there's no society, man. Thatcher said there's no society. Yo, Margaret Thatcher has got a lot to answer for when it comes to where England is today. Like, I know a lot of people, you know, thinks that she was exactly, Lig. The lady is not for turning. Exactly. I'm so glad you said that. You know what I mean? Because, like we know, this woman, she was a stubborn old coot. Yeah. And this is what I'm trying to say. A lot of people, you're just not real, man. A lot of you, you're just actually so fake. Do you know what I mean? Just so fake and full of hatred for some people that you won't look at the facts and the truth. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, seriously, man. Thatcher, under Thatcher's reign, a lot of England's crown jewels was sold off, but people don't like talking about it. Do you know what I mean? Before, you know what I mean? Like I keep saying, British Gas, British Telecom, fucking, what was the other one? Hold on, British Gas, British Telecom, National Rail, National Stick, the coal, just everything got sold. Yeah, and then we just became a largely service industry. Yeah, then they started to build up. Thank you, Thames Water. Thank you, Thames Water. Do you know what I mean? Then we became a service industry kind of thing. We went over, we started to move over. Obviously, they built up Canary Wharf and all the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? And yes, England definitely became a service industry. And yes, we won the financial capital of the world, all of them things there. But what about the rest? Yeah? Telling you, man, it's ridiculous, man. And people don't like to talk about that. They just want to fucking talk about the dinghies and the immigrants. Yeah? And this is why they can continuously fucking just spank us, man, because the people, we're not really concentrating on what's really, really, not even say what's really, really important, because I'm not even going to say that, you know what I mean, illegal immigration and all of them things is not important. Yeah, I'm not even going to say that, right? However, I am saying that the other things that we're talking about, yeah, you go on code, yeah, the other things we're talking about affects the majority as opposed to the minority. Yeah, well, sure. Yeah, happy Valentine's. Sorry, code. I must have spoke out loud. Happy belated Valentine's. Still. Yeah, big up yourself, Big Age. Always and forever. Each moment with you. Come on. My man said the hip thrust paid off. You don't like to receive a little hip thrust now and then. Right. So codes come and took me off my square. But all right. Let's get into some of this before I go too far. Yeah, we're gonna get into that vigilance, man. We're gonna get into that. Shall I deal with that one first? We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. You know me full of digression. But we're gonna get into that still.
Yeah.
Yes, Big Inch, well, go on.
Oh, go on.
There.
What you saying, man?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
We're saying, no, man. Just at me. I. Sheets. Oh, man. Oh, shit.
Yeah, man. I was listening to the block a bit before I disappeared, but yeah. The block was good last night still. When you left, the true work began, you know what I mean? Because I was saying you was obviously romantic already, so you get me. So once you left, the true work began. I feel they'd say you did it in the romantic mood already.
What happened was the true work? What was the true work that happened?
Oh no, just Chrissy Morris and the what do you call them, the granny them, and the exposure was
yeah.
To just all liars. It's just you had at one point you just had 3 liars running your panel with a mad thing, but good entertainment still. Liggy said she's
I don't know how people keep getting blocked here, but true stories here. I think I've got a rogue spanner holder that I don't know about at the moment. You know, sometimes that happened to me last time. Yeah, I gave a couple people a spanner by accident, pocket typing, and then they was hiding bare people in it. I didn't know that there was a thingamabob still. So once I get back onto, when I get home and I can load up the PC or the laptop or whatever. I can have a proper look, man. But I've just been working with a phone for.
Yeah, I mean, I've never, like, I see Adam saying, what the fuck, Velly, I'm blocked on 2 guns, and Nines, I'm blocked in here on 1. Like, I've never blocked anyone. I'll be real. I've never blocked anyone. So, obviously, these are
Oh,
my...
Adam, man. You're a good up, cuz, man. I'll unblock you, bro.
It'll be interesting to know why you're being blocked still. They all use that excuse, or the one they wasn't around when doxing happened. Right, well, I don't know what you're talking about there, Adam, but like I said, I ain't blocked you. But that probably means...
No, I think they're talking about I think he's talking about, yeah, obviously, you know, like people say that so and so was doxing this one, and then but they was there, innit?
That's Ghost they're talking about. That's Ghost channel.
Yeah, my man's there really, innit, yeah, but man's just pretending man's not there on the panel, or man's not watching or whatever, innit?
He's got that fucking Dookie going mad, innit? Dookie's he's a fucking what do you call it?
He's like his junior manager.
Yeah, he's like a little Hitler, man. But then the thing is, he's very biased as well, though. You know what I mean? He's very biased. So that's what, you know what I mean? That's down to Ghost still, but he's very biased because he will let other people do the absolute most. Yeah. But so it goes still. To be fair, Nines and Veli and Empress let people express, even if it's totally exactly. This is what I'm trying to say, right, Violet? Right? Yeah, yeah. We are the true, like, you know what I mean? We are the true ones, man. This is what I'm trying to say. Those other ones, that them patriots, they're fake, man. They are fake.
What do you mean, like some free speech shit? The free speech ones, the fake free speech advocates.
Badmarsh, Nines, who called the tragedy? Who do you think, Badmarsh? You just think about it, man. You don't even need to ask me. Just think about it. Or just go to a couple of channels and you will see it, man. I'm not talking about... This ain't... What do you mean you said it? I'm telling you that people are doing it, Badmarsh. Yeah? That's what I'm telling you. Baz, how you real when you blocked my Nikki account? Who's this Baz? Is that Nico? Oh, that's Nico, isn't it? That's Nico. The thing is, yeah. The thing is, biggage, yeah. Again, I ain't even go and check out Luke's channel, Badmarsh, man. I don't know what you're doing. Biggage, yeah. Them boy, Nico, they don't like us, yeah. Yeah. And all the rest of it, yeah. Why are they constantly around us, bro?
No, you're not.
Morning. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Oh, is that Liggy, yeah?
It's Lig with the tash.
Oh, I couldn't even see that still. God damn.
You can't see my moustache. I hope you can screenshot, guys. Screenshot it. Send it to someone.
Oh, snap.
How you doing? Nines, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good still, Lig, man. How about yourself, man?
Yeah, all good. Listen, don't take no notice. Don't let these divs wind you up. That's all they're doing. No. That's all they can do. Their political arguments fall down. They get personal. They run around, start streams about you. I mean, are they adult?
You know what it is, Lig, though? It's not even about getting wound up, though, right? But it's about really just not even highlighting, but like I keep saying, this is where we're the next 4 or 5 years. This is what I believe it's going to be about, Lig. You see what I'm saying?
It's just been going on for the last 4 or 5 nines. It's disgraceful.
Well, we're going to have to get used to it, man. And I'm here to cover it, man. Because the thing is here, Lig, like I said, anyway, we're going to get into it, man. But don't worry, Lig, man. No one ain't stressed around here, man. It's Saturday. You know, it's SatDay Soup settings. Belly's going to be full soon.
Well, that's all I'm on there to say. Just literally, I wouldn't even give fucking breath to the legs for them to run on.
But remember, though, Lig, they need us to survive. You get me?
Well, yeah, I mean,
they literally need us to survive.
Look, there's some sore bitches running around. That's all I can say. Sore.
We need us to survive, man. We are the shit, man. We are the shit. Biggage, I lie, we are tell.
And I lie, man.
Listen,
man.
all
We run things and things no run away.
Listen,
Hey.
you got a situation where you got people calling my mate Biggage the most disgusting things. Get me talk about him, his fam, all them things there. You know what I mean? Thinks he's mentally retarded, all them things there, all of that. But have the fucking audacity just to go and sit in his yard like an nothing. You know what I mean? So this is where we're at. You know what I mean? Because Biggage is a nice guy. You get me? This is where we're at. You get me? So, yeah.
Well, they don't get it. And from my perspective, I've got more in common with you and Veli for the fact that our parents aren't from the UK. Let them all remember that, yeah? My parents aren't from the UK. But I've come to the UK and I've embraced it. I don't put any or run anyone down. So just all behave yourselves. Grow the fuck up. Anyway, I'm out on that. Remember, should we have a little song? Always and forever. Each moment with you.
Jeez.
We had a good Friday.
Yeah, we were slow dancing. We were on there. I'm wishing on a star. Which you reckon?
Big tune.
I'm gonna go now.
Oh yeah.
Also, 16th of March, stand up to racism down Park Lane. Be there. See you later, guys. Have a lovely one.
All right, Liggy, take care, bub.
Yeah. So I go on, man.
Yeah, man. So so I've got a couple things to talk about. Did you hear see Elon Musk's son in the White House and all that?
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You know what? It's only true. I don't know what's going on with the video sharing from mobile on the StreamYard lately. It's a bit janky, isn't it? Like I think personally, I might have to be finding a new platform, man, for myself still, man. Like,
I'm looking to because I keep looking to because the thing is I'm not even utilizing it to be paid. You know what I mean? Giving them anyway. But yeah, let me know, man. Keep me in the loop still.
So right now, I'm gonna be testing out a couple new platforms to see which one we can blend into. You know? I'll still be YouTube in it, but and hosting panel things, but hopefully we get something that's a bit easier to maybe that restream in it because people are kind of used to it, and it's sort of almost like the same style of people don't like change in it, man. Yeah, you know what I mean? That so.
Well, we was even very resistant to go from Hangouts to StreamYards, innit? Because we started off on Hangouts, innit? So, like I was saying, right? So you got Nico back again here, because I've got, and I would like to know your theory, Biggie, right? So again, they obviously don't like us, yeah. They think that we're all kinds of this, that, and the other, right? But they're always amongst us or where we are. So what do you think that means, Biggage?
Sure, man. So weirdo flex still then. It's like basically following or tracing people around that you hate. It's mad. I don't know, man. Really, you know what it is, yeah? It's the same thing with like Esau and ISIL, and they're really and truly they want us to just speak to them and be friends and all that sort of stuff. That's what the real thing is, isn't it? But it's got to be on because we don't accept the terms and conditions. You know, I'm on a licky back and all them things there. You know what I'm saying? Like, but so that's really what I see, really. The man them really just want to be friends, innit? But they got funny terms and conditions, and we're not accepting them. See?
All right, so Nico says, amongst us, you're in our country, you donut. I'll come around here with the idea of how foreigners see us. Yeah? Right? Now, that's a very pertinent statement that he's using.
And shit anyway, man.
Huh?
You know, who's Nico? They ain't fucking seen it before. We don't even know if he's even English, man. Chatting shit, man. You know what I'm saying? How much people on Twitter and X have got extreme far right accounts have been outed as some Indian or some dude in Pakistan or some dude that's got a Russian bot account or something. So we don't even know if this be like. That's why we can't really take that. They're people that's just anonymous, as serious as that. You can't even spell English. And Badman called himself Nicky.
I just think that there's a wider thing to that, Biggage. You get me? Whether he's anonymous or not, there's going to be many that are like him. Yeah? Because remember, they used to put us in zoos, you know, brethren. Like, why do you think...
You know what? Nice. I've got a video for you to review. I was going to review it still, but let me post the links still.
Because that last video link you sent me, you know, they took it down, right? You know, last time you came here, you drop a link, but they took it down. So I don't know if it's the same one or not, but all right, drop it still, man. But yeah, man, all you need to worry about is
Nines, was it the ITV one?
And could sit you down in one punch. You see, this is what I this is what I mean.
Hey, listen, guy, go ahead then, bro. I'm inviting you to do that. Yeah, come and do it, innit? You always run up your mouth, brother. Bare empty talking, labba mouth and gasworks. Come and fucking do it then, man. Fucking dickhead. You think man's on some Esau business, bro? Come on, perform what you're talking about, cuz I don't type talking. Come and do it, bro.
It's quite clear to see why you got blocked in the first place, Nico. Do you know what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say, yeah. This is the difference, yeah, because you lot feel like you can come around
there and say anything, and then still be allowed to just say whatever. Shut your mouth, you pussy. I think this is your mum's house. You dickhead. Shut up, man. Your mum, man. You little dickhead, man. Some of these pussy house, man.
But not only that, Biggage, and this is what I want to say, because at some point we have to have a word with ourselves as well, right? Because they can come around here and have free speech.
Drive to Brighton Pier. Shut up, man. Drive to London, you dickhead. I'm on the block right now, cuz.
So like I'm trying to say, they can come around here and we offer them free speech and the rest of it, which is supposed to be their thing. But if we go around their corners now, it's bare blockages and this and that.
And then offering no free speech.
Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah, but then I can say, we got to
tell them, man, anything about any of their fucking bosses or gods. These man, you're going to be blocked in their chat constantly. So, shut up, man. Chat to me about that. Dickhead.
Yeah, man, let's see if he answers his sister Violet. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But I know what it is, but let's see. Okay. All right, so let's because I can, you dirty cunt. Someone get Baz out of here. Get that big stinking pussy out of here, man. Yeah, in fact, I'll do it. Where's my phone? Yeah, because I don't even usually go in the chat, but where's my phone? Yeah,
First block.
Oh, you got sucked Yo, go suck your mama, Virgin. You're an idiot, man. Where's my fucking phone, man? Where's my fucking phone? Yeah, you're a dickhead, man. Little racist dickhead. And you fucking go suck your mama, Virgin. Step on her reds. You're an idiot, man. Where's my phone, man? It'll be my fucking pleasure, man. Yeah? It'll be my fucking pleasure, Bubs. Hold on a second. Where is he? You're lucky my man got to you before. Go suck your mama, Virgin. Yeah? Go suck your mama, Virgin. Big up yourself. Fuck off, man. That's what I'm trying to say. But at the same time, we got to take some responsibility as well, Biggage. You know what I mean? Even myself as well. Because I was the one that spoke about familiarity breeds contempt and all them way there, man. And this is what it is, man. This is where we're at, man. You got these little fucking fraggles. Yeah? Anyway, then there's this Jake. Like, Jake, you know what? Let me just press play. The fuck? Dude, right?
Wait, hold on, Knights. You know that video that I dropped to you, yeah? Did you manage to have a look at it, though?
No. That's what I'm saying. When I went to look at it, it was gone.
Oh, okay. All right.
The uploader
post the link
said the video was because I kept it on my tab. Do you know what I mean? When I went to watch it, it was gone. And it says, yeah, video has been removed by uploader. Do you remember? Hold on. Yeah. And I can't even remember what the title was, to be fair, man.
I'm putting a link for it now still.
Oh, okay.
It's worth a little quick study, man, you know, because it's relevant to the topics we're speaking about. Like, really on a regular basis now, it seems like. Because I don't know how some people have not really seen the major step to the right, and then anyone that was on the fringes has took a major step closer to the further right. And it's just mad.
Is this the ITV thing, Biggage? Is it an ITV thing, yeah? Is that cool, yeah?
I'm not even too sure, you know. You have to pause and play in it. You can't play the whole thing in one. You'd have to stop start. And then what it is, yeah, is that after what's it called? Yeah, say because you know you don't put the monetization on or whatever. After you'll get a notification to let you know whether it's thingable, but then you can use the editor to
it's calm, man. It's
the copyright bits for you.
No, it's calm, man. You know my team's full of shit, man. Like my studio is just red. But as long as it's thingable, it's calm.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get like.
Exactly. That's what it is. That's all me I run from.
Yeah, you have to stop start though.
Alright, well, you're here, so let's have a listen.
Far right force training in plain sight. You're about to see many months condensed into minutes. Since the summer riots, we've been watching the group's growth and hearing its descent towards violent, racist rhetoric.
Oh, I don't think that people do their black. I don't like their culture. I don't know where they pay something where they ask. Them.
As the seasons changed, so did the language.
Down, guys. White power.
So did their intentions.
Got about a grand's worth of throwing some axes on the way, and I've got a bunch of bows as well.
More than 100 hours of undercover footage helped to tell the story of a group preparing for violence.
It's very clear the racism, the white supremacy, the anti-Semitism is severe. These are people preparing to commit acts of violence.
Go back to where you come from, you. Can you tell me about Active Club England?
We're about to expose and confront one of the members as we go undercover inside Britain's fascist fight club.
Pause for a sec, yeah? So we can make sure you don't get any sort of issues, infringement issues or whatever, like, right? So, like Veli's been saying for a long time, the re-rise of the far right. Because it seems like, you know, like, hard times produces things like populist rhetoric taking flight and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, been saying it from time in, and then people been crying and saying, "Oh, you don't even know who the real far right are." Rah, 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 rah. And I replied to them and them, "Yo, we know who the real far right are. We also know that you guys are far right as well. But just because you're in a state where you're not able to do the physical harm thing or whatever, you just use your words instead, innit?" But it's all the same sort of sentiment. So, yeah, man, we know what we're talking about. Anyway, nines, selector nines, let it play.
Mid-October, and ITV News is undercover, heading in for its first event.
Alright. See you guys.
Our first encounter with other members, then a walk to the nearby park, the precise location shared only at the last minute.
Turn our phones off, guys. Let's go, 14.
The training is intense, the members are guarded, secretive, but in plain sight. A photographer is here to take propaganda pictures during one of 8 meetings that we'll attend at this spot. Passers-by unaware that nearby, a group they've probably never heard of is attempting to build a far-right militia. Although their views are clear,
I am being racist today.
they'll develop over the coming months. And for now, they're discussing restrictions placed on their messaging groups after the summer riots.
Mate, getting our Telegram channel banned was so annoying.
But you're going to encounter these things because, you know, we are the target or whatever.
Training is over. They're close to the iconic headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Service.
You've got MI6 over there.
Yeah, let's pause for a sec there, yeah? That's a brilliant part to pause on. Like, if you haven't noticed where this training is taking place right now, if you know the area of southwest London, like that is literally basically
It's Vauxhall, that is.
right by Vauxhall by
MI6 building.
MI6 building, yeah. So the man them are training right by
Right under
Vauxhall
their
Bridge.
bedroom.
Yeah, right on the ends. So remember, because a lot of the things people keep saying as well is that people ain't like this in London and all that sort of stuff there as well, which wasn't necessarily true, right? There are people that are like that are in London as well, you know? So but yeah, man. So
And
you know,
the thing is, right where they are there, Biggie, as I'm sure you know around there's been regenerated, you know what I mean, multi-million pound. That's where the new American embassy is and a couple other embassies.
Yeah.
That's where the Battersea
it's
Power
right there,
Station.
St George's Wharf, Battersea. Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
man. You know what I'm saying?
ITV's down the road from there.
Come on, man.
ITV's new studio. Yeah.
So them now hide. You know what I mean? It's not like they're doing it. Hey, let me press play and see what I go on. Yes, sir. I might butt them up myself. Coming out there, Big Itch. Just me.
Mad.
Yeah, this is yeah.
Which is fat. MI6 building, yeah. And you took us to the train.
You took
They end
us
the
there
session
to
by
train.
performing a Nazi salute.
How cool would it be if they got us with the Nazi salute?
Hey,
that
pause,
we done,
pause.
yeah? The Romans.
Oh,
Yeah, that. Yeah,
What's
that.
up then?
You said
Come
man was
on, man.
outside the MI6 building. They performed the what? What the Roman salute? Yeah. Oh my days. Yo,
No,
these man.
he corrected himself and he said the Roman salute rather.
Yeah, it says the Yahtzee one first of all, yeah, but the Roman one. But why I zoned in on the Roman one, yeah, because you know a lot of people did try to use this Roman salute
Right.
excuse
That's
in
right.
this Elon Musk situation and scenario, yeah. You know,
That's right.
a lot of so-called moderates did try to use that excuse as it's a Roman salute. Oh no, it's all that sort of stuff there, you know. But Okay. Yeah, man. So Roman salute's out the bag now, yeah? When I was saying before about the dog whistles, that Kekilon was doing for the far right, and especially the Kekimania trolls. Plausible deniability and all that sort of stuff there. See, that plausible deniability is basically old school gaslighting, isn't it? Like, where you saw what you saw, but man tried to make it a little bit inconspicuous so you could question what it was. Yeah, man, the Yahtzees are rising, cuz. And it's mad as well, yeah, the mad thing about that, yeah, that people do the Yahtzee thing or whatever, innit? Especially coming from or being patriots of the countries that fought against the Yahtzees or something. Because, you know, it's mad still. They really, you know, there was a lot of Yahtzee supporters within the UK, the brown shirts, Oswald Mosley, and all them sort of guys there. You know, so thinking that there's no people out here that think like that nowadays and rah. This sounds like a group someone like Danny Roscoe would be linked to. Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying, though, Biggage. This is these that they call themselves patriots. Previously, they would have been caught for treason, bro. And it's the same thing with all of these people. These are treasonous. They're against the country, right? The speech that Danny Roscoe made was not pro-British, was it? He's talking about bringing down the establishment and this and that and all the rest of it. Now you got this man here saying, how cool would it be if they got us for the Nazi salute that we done here? Yeah. Then we
outside those schools.
Yeah, he's doing his thing
outside the MI6 building as well.
Come on, man.
Mad.
Come on, man.
He's doing good, alright. Yeah, right. It's bad as well, yeah, that these people were saying the way that they see it is like they're trying to save the country, but their own government or whatever sees you as a higher risk than any other people that might even be coming to the country on any sort of the reasons why you're complaining about it. Because these men are really complaining about legal migrants and whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? That? So
And with the MI6 building in the background.
Then off to lunch to debrief. It's in cafes and pubs after training where ideology is spread.
But go along, have a little look, see if you want some foreign swap. Even have yeah, okay. Like Uncle Addy. Like Adolf.
The idolization of Adolf Hitler is one of the group's hallmarks.
Uncle Addy, you know.
Uncle Addy, you know. Man said Addy, the daddy. Addy, daddy. Man said Addy, the daddy. Mad.
Uncle Addy. Oh, wow.
Mad. Yo. Man, even their man went mad.
In this post, they celebrated his birthday with a swastika cake. In their private group on Telegram, the rules are reiterated. Asked if Turks are permitted to join, an organizer says, Turks are non-white. We would not accept them.
That's what can't.
Incitement to violence. So that it's very clear the racism, the white supremacy, the anti-Semitism is severe.
Neil Basu is the former head of UK counter-terrorism police.
From what I've heard from your filming so far, is these are people preparing to commit acts of violence.
For years, a key figure at moments of national crisis.
Policing lead for counter-terrorism.
He's now reviewed segments of our footage, and he's concerned.
Some of the stuff they're saying would breach hate crime legislation and public order legislation, without a doubt. But they're clearly being coached in how to stay the right side of the law. And of course, it's easy to categorize this is angry young white men on the far right, but the ideology of training for a war is an ideology we've seen in other extremist types.
See it, say it, thought it.
A week after training in Vauxhall, and we're invited to another session near Milton Keynes. We're driven from the station to a village hall a few miles away, and in the car, the group's ambitions become clearer still.
Who is the youngest person that's applied to an active club? I think 16.
In fact, when one of the members posted about the issue of appealing to young people 2 days earlier, the response was as close to a mission statement as we've heard so far. This is what the active clubs are attempting to do, it said. Appeal to the youth with a sense of adventure and edginess.
Pause, man. Pause. We gotta keep pausing, yeah? Yeah, man. It's bad, a lie. So, like we've been, and you can actually see nowadays, yeah, that the man do look like they're trying to attract the YGs into the fold of so and so, you know what I mean? Like, so this far right thing's getting legs up again, you know?
They want it to look edgy, which is an interesting choice of words. Edgy, exciting. Yeah, because they know the youth them are bored right now, so
Anti-establishment and all that sort of stuff there. But Nines, I'll tell you what, yeah, there's going to be some interesting parts that come up here in here, yeah. And I don't know, man, like maybe you're going to do a little crip walk and be like a you hear me, bro? But what?
alright, make we see.
Let me ask a question. I need to see something out there.
In fact, it was Lance who vetted ITV News 2 months earlier, the mysterious leader who conducted a half-hour telephone interview before allowing us to join the group.
What is your ethnic background, exactly? What do you think is wrong with the country? How would you describe your fitness? One of the major issues that England and Europe in general is facing is the mass immigration of hostile, non-white, non-European.
Yo,
Britain's
Bunga,
decent, man.
email me and I'll tell you. Yeah, you see where my email is. Email me and I'll tell you. God, I think this guy is. Yeah, email us and we'll tell you, or email me and I'll tell you, Bunga. Yeah, Bomba, man. Like, you're just teasing the people, them. Fuck's sake. Sure. Yo, Bunga, email me, man. I want
So it's different levels anyway, yeah. Like, wait, hold on. Like we were saying anyway, though, like it's different levels, innit? It's like not in at the deep end or whatever, innit? Like there's different sort of steps or whatnot. Like so, although a lot of the people are going to try to claim that the people that they're following are not as extreme as these guys, yeah, but it doesn't mean that the people that they're not following are not still like far right sort of guys or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, but training camps out there, you know what I mean?
The thing is, though, it could be argued that they're just sort of aligning themselves to what's going on in America, isn't it? Because, you know, in America, they've been doing this type of thing for ages. Yeah. And it's like we've been saying as well, it's like what happens 5 years ago sort of happens here sort of 5 years after. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, or even what happens over there sort of has a ripple effect and starts happening. Absolutely. When America coughs, England sneezes, absolutely. And the thing is now, just all around the world, just globally, it's the world's become a smaller place, you know, via the internet, etc., etc. So, do you know what I mean? You can obviously share information just like that now. You know what I mean? Whereas before, it would be, you know, maybe 4, 5, 6 months behind in real time. Do you know what I mean? But now it's all very, very, very instant. So I would not be surprised if these people are linked up with some people in America or in some parts of Europe and all the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised.
Hey, you know what's mad though? Yeah, how without, you know what? Anyway, carry on in it, man. Yeah.
Back in the car, conversation switches to Southport, seen as a missed opportunity to recruit more members.
With Lance only doing the screenings when Southport kicked off, we didn't get to that.
The infrastructure is getting better, and now people are like contacting and referring around with like about 3 years.
Hello, mate.
You're saying they could have used Southport to recruit more people, yeah?
And not only that, they're saying that it sounds like the recruitment or the process lasts for 3 weeks, because you heard him saying, and we turn them around in 3 weeks. Do you know what I mean? So that's quite interesting still, because if they're saying, from the time we catch them to converting them and whatever, you know what I mean, and sending them back out there, that's 3 weeks, then that's quite efficient still.
Well, I think like what they meant. I think what they meant in that 3 weeks was like that's the vetting process to see if we can let them into the training camp sort of thing. It like right.
Okay.
After 3 weeks,
okay.
if you're calm or whatever, then we'll add you into the initial process in it, where you can meet a couple more members and come to a couple training programs.
What do you mean, dude? But what is there to deep dive? Like, what is there to know that's known already about XRP and that?
Yeah, XRP's a solid. Well, was a solid investment, but like but more times you want to try and, if you understand about what's it called, is you want to take a dip in when it's on its way down, innit? It's on its way out or whatever. Or
because when I first
fast pace of crypto, it's so mad that it can get you back still, and it's so fast and moving so fast. Quick, up down quick.
Because when I first touched on XRP, it was still in the pences. Now it's like nearly went up to £3 and all that, isn't it? So some people definitely made some good money on that, boy.
With XRP, the first love of XRP, but it's quite cheap still.
The first sets,
yeah, and then I bought BNB as well when that first come out. Binance quick.
Oh, are you saying to go?
And actually, Solana. I bought Solana in ICO as well still, so I had a couple of good shots on the early projects on certain points.
Is Bunga saying to take and going hard on the thing now? Is that what he's trying to say, man? Because the thing is, though, I know at the moment we're in a better position in America because they can't really access it directly, in it. They got to go through different exchanges to be able to get it. I know that much.
They nearly banned Binance in the UK. One time you couldn't use your banks UK banks to transfer any sort of funds over to Binance from. I'm sure if that's fixed yet still.
I think it could. Boy, all right, Bungs, but fuck it, I tell you,
about $100, man.
Even look at my shit, man. That thing was just
XRP going to $100 is mad. But you know what it is here? It's like if it gets actual real world adoption, it could take up a couple numbers and maybe get to like a $10-$20 or something like that in it, but getting to 100 quid is going to take a lot of real world adoption in it. Like if Donald Trump's saying that he wants to use it for the bank transfers because it's instant and a bit safer than, and it cuts out a couple million in whatever, then
because they're looking to eat, innit? You know what I mean? And I think they've all come into it now. I think they've all now sort of come into crypto. You You know what I mean? And they're looking, like I said, innit? Trump's in there to eat some food, man. He's coming there to nyam. That's
Yeah,
all I know.
Elon's jamming big bread as well, man. Big butter as well, like 8 million a day in contracts.
But that's what I'm saying, Biggage. He's just coming to make his and them rich. Fuck everyone else.
While
You know what I
he's
mean?
trying to tell them to lower their social security money. And you know what's crazy as well, yeah? Like, while people were, it's strange that people seem like they pretend to love pensioners but hate people on benefits. But that stance shows you that they actually don't understand the benefit system, because the most of the social security money is paid out in benefits, in pensioners' benefits. The state pensioners' benefits, not the pension that they've saved up for, your private pension that you paid into. Do you know what I mean? Like, so, and also the pensioners that are on, you know, like their state pension's not enough to hold them or whatever. Because I swear it's like about 10 bags a year or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, anyone that's providing for a family or whatever, I'm not too sure what you could do with 10 grand a year income.
Right, well, like I said, Banga, yeah, a long time I tell you for just email the eye, so I don't know what you depend. But all right, that's good to know still. I mean, I'm not even, I don't even piss myself off early in the morning. Trust me. All right, let me press.
Carry on with the video, man.
The village hall where the training will happen, and discover that alongside the London branch, there are members from around the country. And during the training, a familiar voice.
I didn't get your name during the call.
I didn't tell you. I generally don't tell people. Yeah. How are you finding the sessions in London?
This is Lance, the national leader, coming into view here, putting on his shoes, tying his laces. Then members pause with the St. George's flag. Look what happens next. A few perform a Nazi salute, what they refer to as a Roman. But then a warning from Lance, keen to draw a line between the group's private persona and public image.
Public persona and private
image. Come on. But the mask always slips though, man. Like, you know.
100% big.
Like people pretending to be other characters online or whatever. The mask always slips, man. You know.
100%.
Just an idiot.
100%. And we're lucky that and to be fair, maybe your vision is different to my vision still, because at the end of the day, you get me, even though rare, the people them still expose themselves, man. So I suppose you got to give them the noose to hang themselves, and maybe you're more skilled at that.
Yeah, you do.
You get me? So yeah, big up yourself.
You do. Else you will never see it then. And then it's just always that plausible deniability where it's like what happened with Elon Musk. Like, he blatantly done a Nazi salute on the stage, and people would try to tell you that you didn't see that with your own eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if there's any room to deny or to whatever, then
that is a fair point still, because like I said, you have to give them the rope, innit? And trust me, the rope was roping last night still. But let me press play.
Because arms crossed or by their sides, this is what was published on social media a few hours later. The group returns to Vauxhall. Training is intensifying. There are now enough members to fill a basketball court, but they're still masquerading as purely a fitness group. Recruits are checked for hidden cameras. They're all security conscious. New advice tells members to buy a secondary phone to communicate with other members and to start using the messaging app Threema, judged the best platform to keep the phone as separate from your everyday identity as possible.
We go to the same camp last time.
Afterwards, they head to a cafe. Remember, it's after training where opinions are shared, and they're growing more comfortable around each other.
Blacks and other groups, they more think alike.
Like
And they,
hive minds, you mean like that's
with whites, we're all
they have a group
conflicting.
like that helps you.
Yeah,
That's not happening.
a lot of people are more conflicting with each other.
I think white people are more intellectual ones.
They make false claims that certain iconic African Americans
Wait. Nice. The best bit's coming up. The best bit's coming up. The best bit's coming up right now. The best bit's about to drop. I swear down. The best bit is about to
I
drop.
was gonna say they ain't been around our corner of fucking YouTube, man. Oh my gosh, they're more intellectual. Oh my life.
have white heritage in order to explain their talent.
I think Martin Luther King even more. I think Malcolm X as well.
Yeah, Malcolm X, all the good ones. Yeah, Malcolm X, all the good ones. All the good ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, pause. Okay, stop. Pause. The man them tried to teeth Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Bumper Club Michael Jackson. Yeah. They said all the good ones. Yeah, but you know what it is, yeah? It's like this. So right about now is this. That's when we fucked up. You know them ones. It's like, come on, man. Your group could have seemed serious or whatever, but then it's like, brother, you just man try to teeth Malcolm X and all that. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King,
Beyonce, she's light, she's mixed as well. Yo, Biggage, them a claim your pitney, them brethren. Woo, this is hilarious, yo.
Nah, bro.
Yo, it's all about numbers, man. It's all about numbers, baby. I wonder if them want my pitney. Them not want my pitney, brethren. And they definitely don't want me.
Let him score. If he scores a goal, and he does so and so, then they're gonna be like, right, it might be from the slavery days or whatever, you know, like a bit of throwback. Shit, you know what I'm saying? So
they'll love him for the day.
If he ends up being one of the good ones.
And then give him back. Oh dear. All right, let's hear.
Michael Jackson.
They seem at ease, but their suspicion doesn't go away.
For all I know, like you could be an MI6 spy coming in trying to check the balance.
You could have a bloody undercover camera.
Yeah. So you can't say anything
spy.
But they will. Because by the next meeting in Vauxhall, our 5th session, it becomes clear the group is becoming more serious. They've circulated new fitness standards, which new members must meet within 6 months. Failure, it says, will lead to dismissal. They discuss a plan to rent an indoor gym where they'll be able to bring weapons.
I've got about £1,000 worth of throwing knives and axes on the way, and I've got a bunch of bows and well, archery bows.
Now, why do they need throwing knives, axes, and bows? Why? And bows and arrows?
The racial holy war, man. Rahawa. Tariq Nasheed used to speak about that before, yeah, when he cared about other blacks also, yeah. Remember them days, yeah. He speak about the racial holy war that keeps the white supremacists in America keep saying that they want to kick off. Tariq Nasheed.
Okay.
It's a racial holy war that the man them are planning for and training for, doing all these different stuff in the outbacks, camping, survival, fitness, training, armed combat, this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. Because they're training for the racial holy war. That one day when the racial holy war kicks off, Yeah. And they're like, right. So maybe the terminologies might have. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. The terminology from the early 2000s to now might have changed from racial holy war to just immigrants and rah rah rah. But it's still the same group of people, right?
Well, everybody needs to get into training. That's what I'm saying, bro. Or especially the man them, because the man them are the
Everyone needs to get into training. Yeah.
yeah, for real. But especially the man them, because if there is a war, someone's got to be with the kids and cooking. That's me.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool still. But you, once if you know what I'm saying, that if the front line gets breached,
yeah,
and the so and so, you know.
But so we ever ready in a real life. So we ever ready. Get me? And we ever know. It's some of the man them that would have to you know what I mean?
Man said, don't run now, lads.
The man them would have to you might have to end up with your in-laws and things like that, bros. Are you ready for that?
They're telling you don't run, cuz. Nah.
Don't run. Nah, man, not run. Like I said though, we've had this conversation before, innit? But real talk, man. The thing is vigilance, sir.
Me personally, I would say, I actually don't believe that there would be enough people wanting to take part in such a racial holy war against a group of people, innit? Sometimes, man, they can get like a bit of numbers up or whatever, and it's good to be in that sort of shape and understand that any sort of extra skills that you might need for a rainy day and all that sort of stuff there as well, innit? But I honestly don't actually believe that said things will happen, innit? But like, if you see these things looking like it's playing out or whatever, I don't have an issue with pointing out that that's what it looks like the man that we're trying to do. Like, and obviously, like, ITV have done their own fucking report. Like, this ain't just like a flipping a low budget production or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and the same thing, maybe if this was a production done by undercover investigator that wasn't.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, if this was done by an undercover investigator that wasn't so mainstream or whatever, a lot of people would be making the argument of, it's just only a small group of people. That shit's not even true or whatever. You don't even believe it's real anyway, or all that sort of stuff there or whatnot. So it's like, it's good that sometimes these things get put on the mainstream media, so people do see that, like, this shit is real, innit? Some people don't even believe this shit's even happening.
Did you say you don't think that something like this could happen in England, Biggie?
I don't think that they would be. I think that there would be enough people fighting against. Well, I hope that there would be enough people fighting against that for it to be an actual, like, the far right outweigh the mainstream thought on the street.
Yeah, but it's not really about that though, is it? Because that's never ever been the case, that these persons outnumbered the rest, isn't it? Like the KKK.
Yeah, but that's what the racial holy war demands, that there's at least enough people to run up on any of the air quotes traitors and any of the foreigners that are trying to take over the country or whatever. That's what
but it depends what their remit is, innit? They could just start off by just running up in little spots. You know what I mean? Spots where the person that they're running up in, they ain't got no recourse or no. Remember, they might have bows and arrows and hammers and all them things there. So when you're saying you don't think that the numbers, I hear that, but I'm saying that they could just do little small things that could be effective. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe a smaller group that could cause a lot of damage or whatever. Yeah, possible. Anything's possible. Even a massive racial holy war, the Rahowa thing, like Tariq Nasheed was predicting and all that sort of stuff that could also be possible or whatever. I was just saying that in my own personal opinion. From no way it's not because of who I know or whatever, like for having like a customer facing job or whatever, the majority of people when you go to their house, I don't know, that's not the main thing we're talking about. Like I don't think I've been to a racist person's house or whatever that was said something crazy maybe twice since in the last, I don't know, like 10 years or whatever.
But you just heard what
said something crazy. I mean, like, but people that are not showing their true feelings or whatever, obviously I wouldn't be able to count that because how would I know? But I mean, like, Rahowa candidates would have been 2, and then both of them were kind of old in it still. So. And really, I don't know, would a young person who was in the same sort of physical shape as myself, who I've come to their house to repair an appliance, let me know that their political standpoint on migrants or immigrants or even children of immigrants living and working in their country or whatever? Probably not. You're in a kind of a vulnerable position, right? I'm inside your house, innit? Like, right, even if you could, whatever, like, I still can actually come back to your door, innit? Like, this could come back to your doorstep, so how would you ever be able to measure one way or the other, innit? Because with topics like that, it would be, I don't know, maybe only the stupidest people would give their true answers in that situation, if that's what they thought.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what you're saying, Uber, because we already know that the what's it called? What's that party called? Reform and all them type of vibrations. We know that's on the increase. We can see the sort of chattings around social media. We can see the sort of chatting just even around our little corner. Obviously, it's not everybody, but I think we'll be very naive to think that, do you know what I mean, there couldn't in the future be little skirmishes, man. We saw what happened last year in the summer. All it needs is, you know what I mean, some type of spark or the other, and some of these people are ready. So,
but I mean, even like the riots thing, yeah. So there was enough people to come together to perform a riot or whatever. But I don't know, the majority, I don't know, people didn't come out to defend hotels and so and so and so and so. But people wasn't leaving their jobs to join in droves or whatever to go burn down these hotels. So they might have a big numbers in certain areas or whatever. Like the majority of the country-wise. Majority of the country weren't really with the asylum seeker hotel burning riot.
No, of course not. I mean, we would like to think so, but I'm just making the point about the potential change in sentiment, this, that, and the other. Yeah, and you yourself are cover on certain things in terms of the Reform Party. And remember, they said at the moment that if it goes the way in which it's going, they could be the second biggest party in the next 4 or 5 years. Now, that is only based upon one thing, yeah, and that is immigration, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, because it definitely ain't based on economics. It definitely ain't based on the NHS system. It definitely ain't based on foreign relations or anything like that. Yeah, their thing is just straight immigration. Yeah. Now, the last party that was that sort of focus was what party would you say? That's just focused on...
The BNP party.
Yeah, BNP, NF, exactly. Do you know what I mean? But they didn't manage to really get into... You know what I mean? I think they got like a couple of seats, innit? But if reform actually make it, I mean, we're gonna see anyway. We're gonna see. Right, let me press.
So do you think? Wait, hold on. Before you play it, do you think that reform could actually come into power within the next 4 years?
I don't. Yeah, I don't presently.
Yeah,
I don't. But the more scary thing is maybe how the other parties might pander. Do you know what I mean?
reform policies. Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, it's mad that Keir Starmer's got the stormtroopers out. Oh, one second.
Exactly, Biggage. And this is what I'm exactly that, Biggage. Exactly that. Yeah. And obviously you got that stupid Badaluk. Yeah, because obviously they got to use this anyway. I spoke about that already, man. But what can we expect, man? What can we expect? All right, let's just press play.
Okay, it's nice. Right. Well, that is definitely for when we. Yeah.
Well, that is probably the most disturbing bit of your entire film footage, because that's a person who's clearly arming themselves. Now, they make light of it in the next scene where I think they're talking about, well, archery's good. You know, archery's a good hobby as well. But they are boxing and weightlifting for a reason, to get fit to attack people.
Kneeling down, guys. White power.
So what? No problem, Reanimator. Bye-bye, man. But what's getting you so agitated, Reanimator? No problem, you can go, but I can't listen to this anymore. Like, what's the problem? What's making you so agitated? Anyway, go on, man. No problem. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Over flat whites and cans of Coke, they're trying to build a new model of modern white nationalism.
We're here to defend ourselves when the hits the fan. And after the is over, there's going to be a power vacuum. And someone needs to step up. We're here to take power whenever the opportunity arises.
Support is growing around the country.
The angle is good. Around Liverpool is good.
They're talking about violence by the police against black people.
Who rioted for the human?
One of those got shot.
Yeah. I much more enjoy when they kill each other, because one gets killed, the other gets life. So it's like two birds with one stone.
And if we didn't have black people, we'd be in a better situation without police. We could just we'd drive them out ourselves.
They tell extremely offensive jokes, racist and anti-Semitic.
Yeah, he said if they didn't have the police, that they would drag us out themselves. You get me? And this is why I keep saying that we got to say thank you for laws and statutes in this country. You see what I'm saying to you? And that's why they were needed, because this was exactly the sort of thing that was happening previously. You get me? They would think that we are basically fair game. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And this is what I'm saying. And this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think sometimes, sometimes, especially if you're of a certain age, or you know what I mean, especially the youngsters as well. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe I don't know. Maybe we got. I don't know if this is something that we should even show to some of the youngsters. I don't know, man. I don't know. Would this burst their bubble? Do you know what I mean? Because for some, they just think that it's. I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, maybe I need to go into training for real. Look like they want to come to get us, man. Look like they want to come and get the blacks. I wonder if they would see Danny Roscoe as a black and get him as well, or they because he's not even light skinned. So you know what, Danny Roscoe, they would take you too, because you're not even light skinned. They only want the light skinned ones. And you're very dark. You're gonna be with me, son. Yeah, the real fucking fascists they're gonna take you. That's what I'm trying to say, Roscoe. You're an idiot, man. You're fucking another footstool, man. But anyway, it is what it is, man.
We're showing you elements of these exchanges to illustrate the nature of the group's beliefs.
What's the difference between a Jew and a dollar? Come on. Who knows?
Their punchline is a repulsive.
But the thing is, as well, the person speaking, he doesn't even sound English. The one that just said, "What's the difference between a Jew and a dollar?" He doesn't even sound English. It would be interesting to know where he comes from, but he don't even sound English.
Insult to victims of the Holocaust. They don't hide that they're white supremacists.
In the summer, I need you to bring wood and your white goods, please.
I'll bring an axe. I'll bring an axe.
An axe, yeah.
If anyone wants to know, this is what we're about. It's Rise Above movement.
Active Club was founded 4 years ago by Robert Rundo, a far-right activist in the US.
Oh, look at that. The 14 coming. You see the 14 there? Remember Ralph and these people then with the 14? The 14 come back to rotted. Ralph and these people them and the 14. Woo, all right.
Fled the country after being accused of rioting.
Kill!
Eventually, he was found and arrested in Romania, and for years he's been trying to spread his network elsewhere. But listen to this. It's Rundo in conversation in a podcast with a British man called Alex Davis.
I'm here with Alex Davis. He is one of the founders, co-founders of National Action.
National Action, a white supremacist group which was outlawed in Britain.
So let's have some fun. Come on, fascism equals fun. It gives us a sense of living, a sense of purpose.
My proudest moment was dismantling National Action, persuading a government that they needed to be proscribed after their horrendous belittling of the Joe Cole.
National Action. And you see, this is the wonderful thing, yeah, because, yeah, you got all these little fucking munters around here trying to call people black supremacists and black this and this and that and this and that and this. But yet, there's not one prescribed organization like that. Yeah, you can't find no reports. And this is what I'm trying to say, yeah. You see, we as black people, where do we fucking come? You get me? Yeah? Anyway, let me press play, man.
This murder. I mean, she was the very best of us, and they were the very worst.
Alex, from ITV, can you tell me about National Action?
6 years ago, we tracked him down in Swansea. In the years since, both he and Rundo have been jailed. But here's a link between the men, between Active Club and Britain's first far-right terrorist network. 1 week before Christmas, members gather again. Not for training this time, because Active Club is a social movement too. Looks like after-work drinks. But there's a new face in the crowd. A flat cap, a sparse beard, and easy energy. He's making friends fast and introduces himself simply as Glenn. Already at the head of the pack as they walk towards another pub, beers, burgers, and bigotry are where the night continues.
Good old Fred Perry.
Tongues are loosened, and
Hey,
yet
pause.
there's still something Glenn is holding back.
Sorry, man. I was on the phone, yeah? I was on the phone still. Bad things passed when I was on the phone still. I was like, oh, shit. Yo, the 14 thing, the America link up. And you know, it's magic, because I wanted to tell you about that at the start, innit? But, you know, where you were saying that, I was like, right. You know, that would be good for you to see when it actually shows that connection there.
No, but that's what I definitely paused it at the 14 and was just reminded of Ralpesh and his 14ers and all that, and them lot writing 14 in their chat. And then again, we saw exactly. And they found the same youth that's related, well, mixed up with him in Swansea. Yeah, so that's what we do there. So yeah, man, but that's what I'm trying to say, Big Itch. The world's a smaller place now. You know what I mean? So
and obviously, like, yeah, Badmar stole the fucking, he stole my finishing up line, man, I was gonna say, and obviously finished off with a nice set of beers, burgers, and bigotry. You know? Beers, burgers, and bigotry. Bars. And it was in a bar. Mad.
And you know what, Biggie? I don't know if you're. And my man was wearing Fred Perry, and I don't know if you remember,
Yeah.
but back in the day, that's what some of them man they used to wear. You get me, Fred Perry. Yeah. You're supposed to know that from your sides, anyway. But yeah, man, part of the uniform.
Yep.
All right.
Because his real name is Jay Barlow. And 2 months before he was first recorded by ITV News, he stood before a magistrate receiving a suspended sentence for possession of a knife and a racist offence against a police officer. So, he joined Active Club while under probation conditions. He discusses firearms with some of the others.
Because you see in like France and Germany, it's easy to get things like AKs and like big propaganda.
Yeah, they're on the
here.
black market.
It's hard to get. It's well,
You can get hold of them. It's just annoying to get hold of. A lot of people are 3D printing that.
Yeah.
Right.
We've also discovered
3D printing guns.
Yeah. You didn't know about the 3D printer guns thing?
I had heard about it, but I didn't know how real it was, man.
Real. Yeah, it's real, but there might have been 3D printed machines out there, cause so tech time, man. You know, tech time. Basically, yeah. And there's parts. Most of the parts, apart from the barrel and the body, you're legally allowed to make on a 3D printer. So you're legally allowed to download the instructions.
Oh, it's one of them ones.
So it's mad, yeah.
So they just they don't do the whole thing. Then that's how they can get away with it, right? And then you got to do the rest, I suppose.
Yeah, there's obviously people that are making the full thing in it, but you don't have to go on the dark web to get the instructions on how to do these things. Yeah. It was a Channel 4 report, I think, the other day, and the guy bought a 3D printer, made 4 parts, brought it to America, where the guy printed off the rest of the bits, put the stuff together, brought him to the shooting range, and he was shooting the 3D printed gun.
Simple. This is where we're at. All right.
That back in 2018, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison for trying to stab a man in a supermarket knife attack. And what impact has his sentence had on his behavior? Well, in the new year, 2 months after he was sentenced, he shared a video with other members of the group.
That's what I thought, you f***ing nerd. Go back to where you come from, you dickhead.
Abusing and chasing a young stranger who isn't white.
We locked eyes as
Pause for a sec, yeah?
Back from the gym.
Pause, because that brother that he was chasing, yeah, could have been Alabama Clark Banksy or Maya Tuesday. You get me, cuz? That's mad. That's why it's mad when you see them guys like that are so out there capping, begging for this sort of Rahowas, racial holy wars, and these sort of 5-tier living systems where the darker you are, the worse you're treated. And you know what I mean? Like, God damn, man, what's wrong with these guys? God mercy. My man tried to run up on the Albanian on the roadside, and I'm talking about, you looking at you. You hear me, cuz, the heck? Ross. Alright, go on, man.
And he made a funny face at me.
Later, he sends voice notes to explain what happened.
I've got an especially short temper for the non-whites. I've got zero tolerance for them.
For 10 days since he posted the video, he's joined the group's next training session.
I bet an Albanian guy in the face once.
And he's still talking about it.
I couldn't hit the game because we was on the main high road.
He's proud, perhaps even energized, retelling the story to members, almost word for word.
He himself. He was like, I was walking, but I had my earphones in. I'm marching in the gym, and we've locked eyes. And as I'm kind of the guys look round at me, I thought, I'm taking right, Cole, come here. He like run over the road and he cornered himself in like some tower block. Let's have it then, where? I was going, no.
Oh, I don't think that people live their life. I don't like their culture. I don't know where they pay. I don't know where they ask. It's all this thing, like, it's them.
It's becoming clear that
Ooh. All right. Okay.
Glenn is now a significant voice.
The only black I like is McCoffrey.
See that there, what he described, yeah, Biggie. That's a throwback to the old days, isn't it? When they should just run down on man, isn't it?
Yeah, run up on the don and so.
Yeah, because
So
that's
you bet you go into some sort of. Everyone's been flipping it and going to these MMA shit and boxing and so for a little, I don't know, a good 5, 10, 15 years now, innit? I've been hearing about, training season. You know what I mean? Like, so, jeez.
And they're in Vauxhall, you know. Which is also a very LGBT area, which I'm sure they're against as well. So,
Yep.
We tracked him down. Glenn, away from training. Glenn, or is it Jay? I'm from ITV News. Can you tell me about Active Club England?
I don't know nothing what you're talking about.
It's a group that you joined, the White Supremacist Network. He reaches for his pocket. Does your probation officer know? We've got cameras too. He sends this video to the group. Tell me, when you said you had no tolerance for non-white people, do you just want to explain what you meant by that?
Stop harassing me.
No chat now, boy.
Wait, let's talk about harassment. Tell me about the guy that you followed down the street the other day. Tell me about your conviction and the sentencing in November.
Now, coward, man. Coward. Yeah, what? Yes. You see, coward, man. Look, now he's got the world that he got your big ITV. You're supposed to be there chatting out the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what the man them used to do though back in the day, like when people was walking past. Right, you seen that video clip where they're speaking to the racist on the estate, and he's like, I don't care, I don't fucking like them, I don't want them around there, rah, and people are walking past them with their shopping.
Well, it just shows that this guy ain't got the kahunas, isn't it? Because he's got the cameras in his face. Now is your time to get your message out there. Let the people them know. Instead, you're on your phone, so you're a pussy, man.
Why the silence?
Bargain that is getting infiltrated so quickly.
Question, Glenn. Sorry, Jay. What's your
Oh my gee, that looks like Edmonton. That looks like Edmonton. Anyone in the chat? Do you not know Edmonton? That looks like Edmonton, man. Because Edmonton's got a massive Asda. Hold on, let's see if he's going into the mall.
problem with black people? He answers with a smile. Glenn, when's the next training session? Moments later, he posts on the private Telegram group.
Basically, there's a snitch in this group chat. How the would ITV know my name Glenn and where to find me? So one of yous is a snake.
On Telegram, the group disbands. But its members have now made relationships. So what's not clear is whether the real world version has closed down too.
Hey, how long do you think it took them to find? How long do you think? Pause it there.
In response to ITV News' investigation, Active Club England said, Active Club England is a fraternal organisation for young Englishmen dedicated to the development of a culture of brotherhood, physical fitness and self-improvement. We are unapologetically for the English people and our continued existence in our ancestral homelands. We stand for total victory through cultural rebirth. That's the response. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so how long do you think that it took them to find such a group and to even maybe be able to send someone in there or whatever?
I think if they've done this after the riots, then probably not that hard.
No, but they even in the thing, Bob, their group had started way before the riots. They said, "Oh, we should have been up there to recruit people."
Are you talking about the group or the journalists?
Now, the journalists. How long do you think it took the journalists to get in there, innit? First of all, innit? But I thought you were talking about the start of that group. But you was talking about the journalists.
I'm talking about the journalists because it was the group people that was speaking about going up to Southport, innit? But I think the journalists, I think, infiltrated after Southport and as a result of Southport.
But I'm saying, how long do you think it took them to get in to even find such a group and be able to get into it?
Not long, like a month, 6 weeks or 2 months. 2 months top, because the riots happened in August.
That's only the London group, bro. That, like you said, that was a group that's national, innit?
Yeah, but are you asking me about the journalists or the actual people, them?
No, not you. I'm talking about the people in the chat, and they're saying there's only a small number of them, but they filmed specifically the London group. But when they went to Milton Keynes, it was telling you that obviously there's different parts, people from different parts as well. And obviously, not every single member would have been there. Yeah, man, so what do you think about that, then, Nines? Those far-right chickens coming home to roost, yeah? Them far-right chickens are coming home to roost, mate. Lord have mercy. God damn. I don't know. They've been brainwashing people for God knows how long. Every single newspaper title is about how bad foreigners are, asylum seekers, Islam, terrorism, so and so. Saying that they're encouraging people that have them sort of thoughts there to start making them sort of moves, man.
No, I mean, absolutely. And this is what I'm trying to say right now. The sort of situation that we're in, like, it's a war of emotions, this, that, and the other. And because I want to... Let me show you the next thing, which is... Yeah, obviously it's all about the hearts and minds of the people, isn't it? It's not even necessarily about logic and all of them things, or what's right and wrong and all them things at the moment, which is a shame. But like I said, in England, the problem we have in England is that they won't have honest conversations about certain things that are going on. Do you know what I mean? They just like to try to, I don't know, like...
They do that what them are doing in the chat now is, man, will just brush it off as, it's just a lone wolf. It's just this one thing, it's just that small, so. And basically what it is, it's just so, until man's got the actual numbers, where man can come out and say, it is what it is without no consequence or pushback, innit? Well,
I think
that would be a time when you would see people say that sort of shit.
It's for those that could be potentially affected, i.e. ourselves, just to have a greater awareness of, you know what I mean, what's potentially going on out there, or the thoughts of the people there. But the thing is, who don't know now? You're just an idiot, man. Big up yourself, Simon. You'll never walk alone. Trust me. But yeah, but like I said, I would rather they know about it than not know about it. Do you know what I mean? So that's why, even with the people them spazzing out now, I'm glad to see it, man. You know what I mean? I remember we've been amongst these people, so it's good to hear, and you hear what Nico said. It's good, man. I love it. Yeah. Too many people got too comfy. You get me? And just because, you know what I mean? Like I said, just because you're sleeping with, it don't mean shit, man. Anyway, let me just press play.
Nico's a spaz though, man. And
No, I'm
even,
not
like,
just talking about
Nico's
Nico.
ilk
You
is
get
a
me?
spaz like
No, well,
ilk or whatever, man. Them,
but there's
them sort of people like that, it's like they still believe in like racial science and all that sort of stuff. There, like that fucking RFK is gonna tell you that black people's immune system's different to fucking all different peoples on the earth and all that.
yeah, but the thing is though, Biggie, just as spazzy and whatever as they may be, yeah, like we've just watched a video with a lot of spazzes in it. So we can't be naive and think that there's only a few spazzes out there, bro. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Spazzy or not, we can't be silly and not think that they're out there, man. And we hear them every day. So, do you know what I mean? Anyway, let me just press play.
Well, do you know what? Yeah, listen, yeah, you should never try to fight to be treated equally or like nothing like that. Anyway, you know what I mean? Like, it's, I didn't even know what to say after that. Still, right now, it's crazy. Still, that's basically what the man have been trying to basically tell us. Don't worry about no equality and all that sort of stuff.
Biggie, I'm very, very much aware because we could use you as an you know me, not to draw you out like that, but we can use you as an example in that regard, right? Because when you was on the block and whatever, especially when it was a lot of like, you know, when he was banning out religion and whatever, right? So there'll be a lot of banning out of Islam and all them thing there, and a lot of shit was said and all of these things because obviously you promote free speech. Everyone got banned, you know what I mean? Whatever, right? As soon as now you switch it up a bit now and you put other things under the fucking spotlight, right? Yeah, you're now all kind of something. You get me? Yeah, you're not longer. Before you was the nice. Remember, before you was the nice. You was the nice blackie. I'm gonna just be real. You was the nice blackie, right? Yeah, and we was all fucked up as well. But now, as soon as you do your little thing, and to be fair, all you're doing is putting the establishment under the microscope. Yeah, certain racism laws, this, that, and the other. These are things that are common in the country. It's not even like you're doing personalized things. Yeah. But the point being, as soon as you do that and make people uncomfortable, then you know what I want. You get me? And that is our story anyway. Yeah? Like I say in it, as long as we're docile and this and that, no problem. You get me? No problem. But as long as when you're not, then you become problematic. Yeah? Nothing ain't changed. Yeah? Nothing hasn't changed, man. Yeah? And then the thing that, because, gosh, man, because even going back to even what's his name, Kendrick Lamar and all that, yeah. And you remember you watched the video of the half ball Super Bowl entertainment thing, Biggage. You see it, right?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it still, but
yeah. So in it, there's a bit where Samuel Jackson is playing Uncle Sam in it, and he's going to them. Listen, he's going, no. Just calm down with all that ghetto shit. You know what I mean? They don't like that. Yeah, just bring that shit down. Saying to you, yeah. And then in the video, like when Samuel Jackson says that, Kendrick sort of switches to like a little ballad. You know what I mean? Just like a little mellow one. Yeah, but the point being in the point being in it that they like us docile, brethren. That's just, you get me. That's just the fucking point. And when you're not docile and you're doing your thing, then you become problematic. Yeah. But why I wanted to play this though, because did you hear about this yesterday, Biggage?
What's that?
Let me see if I can play it. I was looking for the original
Turkish
one.
embassy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've said with someone speaking about it on the panel for a bit. So, yeah, I think I might have heard something, but I'm not even too sure. I'll stop listening to this.
In a shocking incident that unfolded on Thursday, February 13th, 2025, a man was attacked after allegedly burning a Quran outside the Turkish consulate in Knightsbridge, London. According to reports, the man, who has been identified as an ex-Muslim, was publicly protesting by setting fire to what appeared to be a copy of the Quran. This act, captured in videos that quickly circulated on social media, led to a violent confrontation. Footage shows the individual wearing a hood and holding the burning book being confronted by another man who brandished a knife. The attacker was seen kicking the protester to the ground, spitting on him, and attempting to slash him with the knife. The assailant also snatched the burning book from the protester's hands during the altercation. The Metropolitan Police responded promptly to reports of the assault at approximately 2:11 p.m. local time. The victim was rushed to the hospital where he was treated for injuries sustained on his fingers. Fortunately, he did not suffer any stab wounds. Police have arrested a suspect on charges of possessing an offensive weapon and causing grievous bodily harm. The identity of the attacker has not been officially disclosed, but social media posts have suggested he might be associated with the Turkish consulate, though this has not been confirmed by authorities. The incident has sparked a mix of reactions online, with some condemning the violence and others debating the implications of public acts considered offensive to religious sentiments. The event echoes previous incidents in Sweden and Denmark, where Quran burnings led to significant diplomatic and public backlash. This case is under active investigation by London's Metropolitan Police, who are examining both the act of burning the Quran and the subsequent violent response. They are also looking into potential legal implications based on freedom of expression and public order laws.
I love Monday.com.
What's Monday.com?
It's crazy still, man. It's again, now I do think that there are people reacting to things like burning of religious books. You're just falling into the trap, guys. You know me? To make your shit look crazy.
But this is what I'm saying, man, because I played that sort of after, obviously, what we had just played in your team, because it could be argued, innit, that these are the sort of things that the people then will see. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And develop those sort of feelings.
Man.
Yeah. Well, exactly, and radicalize them. Exactly that. Because personally,
man are feeling like without having any sort of legal training or whatever, man are gonna say that, right, these men have got special powers in our country. Look, we can't even burn a fucking Quran or whatever. I bet if it was a Bible that was burning, then nothing would have happened. And that sort of stuff there, like so.
Yeah, but I suppose.
And what's for the propaganda tools that man are trying to use in it.
When you say proper, well, yeah, I mean, obviously it can be used.
Yeah, the propaganda is that it's like for people to make it seem like it's two-tier policing things. Real Muslims have got special powers within the UK or whatever, and all that sort of stuff there, innit? Like, so
well, they can't say that on this one though, innit? Because he was obviously arrested, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? Which is all that they can really do, isn't it? There's what other recourse is there? And hopefully he might get done for whatever, innit? Yeah, so that's that bit. But personally though, like you're saying, innit, I think the reaction of the knife man, as it were, do you know what I mean? That's just over the top, innit? Way over the top. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's where there's got to be like some better, I don't know, cultural understanding or cultural respect or whatever. I don't know what the right word is, innit? But we definitely don't want no sort of
it's still nice. It's that thin line of tolerance versus being tolerant of tolerance. Being intolerant of the intolerant. Because wait, hold on. What I'm saying with that, yeah, is that obviously should you show or have to be tolerant of someone that is desecrating stuff that you hold dear?
Yeah.
That means that you have to be tolerant of the intolerant.
Wait. Because there's tolerant, right? And then there's one second though, because okay, he holds the book dear and all the rest of it, and I get all the rest. That's fine. Yeah. Maybe you can take the book out of his hand and whatever. But the stabbing thing and going all of it, that's far too much, no? That's far too much. So and
justify the what's it called? I'm saying that the tolerance conundrum about people that are intolerant, be tolerant, you know, things like that.
You're cracking up a bit, so I'm not hearing you. Yeah, you're cracking up a bit, big.
Maybe I'll jump off still. I'm just joking. And I'm not about the person boring stuff. I'll say it. I'll type it in the chat. So.
No, I'm not hearing you. I'm just hearing you say that. All right, I didn't hear everything that Biggage was saying. Something about the tolerance of the intolerance. Personally, yeah, and I watched it sort of. I think not watched it live, but I saw it on another channel where it was like the whole thing. Now, obviously, the person burning the Quran, it could be argued he shouldn't be doing that because it's a religious book, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? But at the same time, he's obviously doing it to spark a reaction. It could, yeah, which is obviously not a good thing. But at the same time, yeah, I think it could be argued it becomes a little bit problematic because rightly or wrongly, burning any sort of religious book is not illegal in England. Do you know what I mean? Whether it be a Bible or a Quran, whatever. Yeah. The mere fact that he's just come from apparently you're from the embassy, yeah, and you're coming out with I think that's far too much, man. Yeah, way personally, I think that's too much, man. And if anything, unfortunately, it just plays into the hands of the far right, etc., and them type of people there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now, no one's not saying that you can't feel a way about it. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying to you? And the thing is, there was a guy on a Deliveroo bike as well. He kicked him. He tried to kick him. Do you know what I mean? And maybe if there weren't a lot more people around, he would have stabbed the youth. Yeah. Now, I definitely don't want to live in a society where, you know what I mean, boy, if you burn a book or whatever, I don't want to live in that sort of society. Yeah, no, sir. You know what I mean? Regard whatever book it is, I don't want to live in that sort of society. Now, maybe maybe that's too British of me or whatever. But boy, yeah, the most that's supposed to happen, even if you want to kick the man, yeah, you get me. Even if you want to do that, but to be swinging with a whole nut, no, that's too much. That's too much. And the thing is, you're in a country now. You're in a country where that is not permissible. Like that sort of behavior is not permissible. It's not what we do. This, that, and the other. Yeah. So, and this is why there could be conflict. And this is why, going back to Biggage's video, you know what I mean? Them kind of things will obviously just go to radicalizing people. Yeah. And the thing is, it's, I mean, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful, but, it's their books, innit? Like religious books, of course, of what you should pay respect to, of course, but you're really going to stab someone because of that? No. Why not call the police or try to restrain him and call the police? Do you know what I mean? And see what the police will do. Yeah. But yeah, you can't be taking the law into your own hands like that. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. And this is why when them sort of things happen, you're just giving ammunition to the people that have got a lot to say about certain things. Because even myself as a neutral or whatever, or non-Muslim, non-whatever, I don't want to see that. That's foolishness, man. Yeah. So yeah, we can't have that, man. And this is where, you know what I mean? Like I said, you're just playing into their hands, man. You're just playing into their hands, man. Because when I saw the whole thing, I'm not gonna lie, it was frightening, man. Yeah, it was frightening. Yeah. And to be fair to the guy, boy, he was a little bit unfazed. And he kept holding up, you know, and this is what I'm trying to say though as well. Going forward, man, we're just going in some really, really peak times, man. Peak times. But look, at the end of the day, yeah, just take the Bible away, take the Quran away from him, put it out, and keep it moving, man. If you want to even kick him or punch him, then do that. But looking like you want to fucking draw a knife and do the most, nah. That's too much, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It's too much, man. You got to adhere to the laws of the land, man. Come on. And I definitely don't want no Charlie Hebdo type of vibes in England. I'll be so real, yeah. I'll be so real, or the other one and all of that. We don't want none of that. I'll be so real, man. Brace up yourself, KR. Go on, man.
Greetings, son, sister.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Happy Saturday.
Good man.
Hope you and the family are well.
Yeah, we're okay, you know.
You tired? You're supposed to be tired from last night still. You tired?
What happened last night? I love the son, sister, you know. Smart, intelligent.
All right. Anyway, make we move on. But as long as you're good. Anyway, we got a little soup for put some oil back in your back, you know. Hopefully you did that.
Yeah, man.
All right. So, okay. No one said it's okay to stab him. Hold on, let me see what beats. No one said it's okay to stab him for the book. What's the idiot talking about? And also, he should be allowed to burn the book. But also, the people will be angry when you upset them. How they react. I'm not sure who. No one said it's. I'm not sure who Biggage is talking to. Lesser. He's talking to me, Biggage. No one said it's okay to stab him for the book. What's this idiot talking about? Yeah, you're definitely not talking about me. So, what are you saying regarding this situation, then, Brother Kale?
With the extremism.
Yeah, well,
I agree with what Veli was saying, but like, you don't need to stab the burning of the book, you know. You know what I mean? You have to have some form of wisdom, and obviously, you got to play chess, not checkers. You can't fall into the trap.
Right.
You know what I mean? It is a very emotional and also a disturbing thing to see one of your religious books, you know, being treated that way. But you have to be strategic, man. Stabbing and that, all you're doing, you're making the people run away from the religion, you know. So
okay, I didn't even think of it in that respect, actually. So what you're saying, it's like a fulfilling prophecy of when they believe it to be a violent religion anyway, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I didn't even think of that, to be fair.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man.
And I suppose if we were to look into the comments, I'm sure we would actually see them kind of comments, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, burning any religious books, that is just a strategy. You know what I mean? To put yourself in that situation, it doesn't make any sense. But then those who are from that religion, you know what I mean, they gotta kind of say to themselves, all right, what does the book say how to deal with those people who burn these books? You know what I mean? Instead of how you feel, you know what I mean? And I don't see the Black Messiah. He's gonna go and, you know what I mean, be a certain way if people are being disrespectful to him or what he came down with. You know what I mean? I don't see the Black Messiah, you know, would want the people then to follow that way. You know what I mean? He says, "Well, I am the truth and the light." So I suppose in the religion of the Islam, you have to, you know, follow the same thing. What does the book say? How to deal with them? You know, if the book says deal with them that way, okay, you got a case. But if the book says you're not supposed to do it that way, then we got a big problem. So
Yeah, I mean, those sort of things, I think we need to sort of quell that behavior in our society. And I think it needs to be known that, to be honest, that we're not, as a society, we're not accepting that. I'll be so real, man, because I think it's a slippery slope. You know what I mean? And obviously there's freedom of religion and this and that, which is fine. But yeah, we've got to draw a line, man. You know what I mean? We've got to draw a line. Especially in a country that's not even a Muslim country, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's levels to the thing, man. So they need to stop all of that. And so, but hopefully, like I said, he's been arrested, which I'm happy for. And hopefully, do you know what I mean? They throw the book at him and make an example of him, just like they made an example of the rioters and all the rest of it. Yeah, make an example of him. You know what I mean? Give him the highest sentence possible for that sort of act. Do you get me? So hopefully, to be honest, hopefully he should go to jail, innit?
Yeah, because he's stabbing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, he should go to jail, man.
That's man. That's psychotic, that is, man.
Bladed article, this, that, rare. And if it's a thing like he can, and I'm actually going to follow this story actually, because they're saying that he might have been coming out of the Turkish embassy again. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I don't know if they're going to try to go from some, diplomatic community and all of them thing there. So that would be interesting. But yeah, man, throw the book at him, man. Throw the absolute. Yeah, because if you've got you that are getting dragged up for fucking, you know what I mean, shot illegal weed and this and that, you know what I mean, no kind of, get that man in jail, man. Get that fucking man in jail. All right, so we're gonna switch it up again. Anyone that goes out to burn holy books, cause division and disorder in the communities are psychopaths and animals. That may be the case, but there's a lot of psychopaths in our communities, just generally, that may not necessarily burn books and whatever. You know what I mean? So what are we saying? That anyone that's a psychopath, what are we saying? Right. Anyway, let me switch it up. Let me just talk to the people, then just catch this phone.
Right. So some brother really say if the book says okay. Yeah, I think it's those. I don't even think I know. It's those who don't understand the books. They've misinterpreted it and they've just came up with their own agenda, their own protocol. And that's why you have to be able to. There's a difference between how you feel and the principles. Because I'm sure the Muslims, they're gonna say, "Oh, but in the Quran, it doesn't say for him to do that." So if it doesn't say for him to do that, then what led for him to want to use a weapon? You know what I mean? And I'm saying it was because of, intense emotion. Just like when they used to read the Bible, and say, "Oh, this is what you can enslave because this verse says this verse says that." So, we got to be careful, man. We got to be careful. WWF. Is this? In the hadith, it says to do that. Okay. That's interesting. If it says that, then if it doesn't say that, didn't the man kill his wife besides the Prophet? I have no idea. No idea. Win a cuddly toy and a cheap weekend to Yarmouth. Carry on camping, banana, yeah? You back now, Sister Naifa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Yes, Shifa.
Big up, Chris. Big up, broski. Yes, King. Long time. How's it going?
Not too bad, man. I just see you was live, man. So I thought, let me come and support the thing and see what I go on. So what's the subject?
Well, Sister Naifa, if you wanna.
Well, yeah. I mean, we started off. Well, what I'm about to switch to now is Madam Joyce, but what we were just speaking about previously, I just was the guy that was burning the Quran, and then someone went after him with a knife.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Speaker's Corner?
No. This was at Speaker's Corner. This is apparently it might have been outside the Turkish embassy.
Oh no, I'm thinking of that girl. I'm not thinking of a guy actually. I'm thinking of what's that girl's name? Is it Hatun? That was it, Hatun, isn't it? Or something was burning out of Qurans. But so they chased him with a knife.
Yeah. This happened yesterday, I think. You haven't heard about it. Let me bring back the video. Hold on.
Yeah, I've not heard about this. I can't say I'm surprised though, man. Because obviously, we know that our Muslim brothers and sisters, they don't play when it comes to Islam, innit? Like, what was that? Was it Hebdo or whatever that was trying to draw pictures of the Prophet and them to that? They're not playing with them, bro. They went straight.
That's what I'm saying. We don't want that type of thing here. Or let me speak for myself. I don't want that type of vibrations in England, man. Yeah, I'm saying you can be upset.
Yeah, I don't want that either, man. I don't want that.
I mean, you want to live like that. There's many places that you can go and live like that. I'll be so real. Yeah, get me. But let me press play anyway.
God.
In a shocking incident that unfolded on Thursday, February 13th, 2025, a man was attacked after allegedly burning a Quran outside the Turkish consulate in Knightsbridge, London. According to reports, the man, who has been identified as an ex-Muslim, was publicly protesting by setting fire to what appeared to be a copy of the Quran.
Oh, I thought so. I missed that. I thought he's an ex-Muslim. I thought so. All right. He's an ex-Muslim.
This act, captured in videos that quickly circulated on social media, led to a violent confrontation. Footage shows the individual wearing a hood and holding the burning book being confronted by another man who brandished a knife. The attacker was seen kicking the protester to the ground, spitting on him, and attempting to slash him with the knife. The assailant also snatched the burning book from the protester's hands during the altercation. The Metropolitan Police responded promptly to reports of the assault at approximately 2:11 p.m. local time. The victim was rushed to the hospital where he was treated for injuries sustained on his fingers. Fortunately, he did not suffer any stab wounds. Police have arrested a suspect on charges of possessing an offensive weapon and causing grievous bodily harm. The identity of the attacker has not been officially disclosed, but social media posts have suggested he might be associated with the Turkish consulate, though this has not been confirmed by authorities. The incident has sparked a mix of reactions online, with some condemning the violence and others debating the implications of public acts considered offensive to religious sentiments. The event echoes previous incidents in Sweden and Denmark, where Quran burnings led to significant diplomatic and public backlash. This case is under active investigation by London's Metropolitan Police, who are examining both the act of burning the Quran and the subsequent violent response. They are also looking into potential legal implications based on freedom of expression and public order laws.
I never thought...
Yeah, that looked crazy, man. That looked crazy. The man got himself nanked up for burning the Quran. I'm not gonna act like I'm surprised though. Like you said, innit? Like this happens. This happens. Don't play with them Muslims and their Quran.
But you see, even that statement there, what does what is the influence of that? So hold on, before you even answer that, Louise is asking what you would do if he burned the Bible.
I wouldn't do a damn thing. Why am I going to do that? I ain't going to do that. This is a prerogative.
Okay, there's your answer there, Louise. So now when you say, obviously we know what you mean, yeah, but what does that mean though? What does that mean? What does that mean that we as a society should do then? Like, what does that mean?
I don't think there's anything we can do at the end of the day. You know, it's like like you got them Sikh people, they walk with them knives, innit? We ain't gonna stop them walking with their knives, innit? It's just gonna happen. They don't care what the government's got to say. They don't care about popular opinion. They don't care about none of that. They care about their way of life, innit? And I think it's the same thing with Muslims, where unfortunately, you know, I'm sure most Muslims would disagree with this as well. They would say that they're not taught to be violent. They're not taught certain behaviors, but isn't this a clear indication that they are taught to be violent? Isn't this a clear indication they're taught to be protective over their Quran? And you know, it's like they're force feeding it to us. Because if they weren't force feeding it to us, why would it be such a problem? Why would you care what anyone else thinks about it? Why would you care what anyone else does with it? Don't give out Qurans then, innit? That's the way I see it. But I think because they give out these Qurans, you've got to be prepared for people to do weird stuff with them. And if you're going to kill everyone that does something weird with a Quran, then, you know, is that kind of on the Muslim community as well for handing out Qurans? I'd say it's on them.
All right. Well, I'm just definitely making the statement that I don't want to live in a society whereby someone that's doing, even if it is a deplorable action like that, as burning a you get me, we don't want that to then end up in death and all of them things there. So yeah, we burn that out, and hopefully the Met Police will deal with him harshly, you know what I mean, and lock him up, lock up his car.
They need to, man. But you can't force feed people things, innit? Like, and at the same time, Muslims would argue they're not force feeding people it. But if you're not, then why is it your problem what someone does with the book they own, regardless of whether it's called the Quran? You don't own their version. You don't own their book. So at that point, it's like, I'll be honest with you, I'm coming to a point of realization with this Islam stuff that there's just too many lies. There's too much controversy. You ask them a question, they say one thing, and then next minute they're going to want to switch it up on you. So it's like, you can't really trust Islam in the UK. Maybe in other countries you can. But in the UK, I just don't think Islam's trustworthy. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, whether it's trustworthy or not, you know what I mean, whatever it's doctrine, this, that, and the other, at the end of the day, it shouldn't go against, and this is where, you know what I mean, conflict could become, you know what I mean, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't go against the
law of the land,
in it, as it were, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
I agree, man.
But even the Quran says that you're not supposed to go against the law of the land. So who are these people to think that, you know, because someone's doing something they don't like, they have the right to resort to violence or whatever they want to resort to? Was the thing jihad and all of these things? And that's what I'm saying. Like, for me, that religion, what it's doing is it's posing as friendly, but it's sinister. That's all I'm saying. Because you think about this now. If Christians decided to flipping start killing each other over flipping, you know, burning books or, you know, the defamation of the book or what, there'd be a lot of dead Christians out here, man. I see people. What's that movie where the man starts smoking Bible pages? Do you remember?
What's that film?
I can't even remember, but it's got what's my Smokey from Friday? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the what's the guy's name from the guy from Menace to Society? I'm trying to remember his name, man. Is he Old Dog or whatever? I don't know, man. But yeah, it's got a couple of them in there.
Land State. Something
Yeah,
like that.
I think so. Yeah, that's it. Tate. You're talking about the right guy.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Tate.
But then, would you say though, like, why would you want to like smoke the Bible pages though, man?
I don't know, bro.
It's like
I heard a couple Rasta man talking about smoking Bible.
Yeah.
The thing is though, right? I think it's fair to say that there was a time where Christianity was just as dogmatic and all the rest of it. Yeah, I think that would be a statement to make.
Historically, yeah.
Obviously, it's gone through its evolution or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, some will say dumbed down, whatever. Because I know the talk is that what you lot will allow with your book, we're not going to allow, and all them type of thing. There, you get me? Which is all fine, but the point being is that you got to adhere to the law of the land in the country that you're living in, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm saying this is not. It's not a Muslim country yet. If you want to put in brackets, and I'm only joking. I'm trolling the wider listener, but still though, Shifa, what you're saying kind of leans into what some of the more paranoid people think in terms of, you know, Islam and, you know, trying to take over and all them type of thing there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what, Sister Naiva, they're not
there's no other way though, man. Sorry, bro. Go on. My bad.
They're not worried about not Islam. Sister Naiva, they're more focused on black people uniting, black people organize. You see what I'm saying? And that they use the Islam as a way to say, oh, it's going to take over. The Islam ain't taking over no UK. You understand? It's not doing nothing like that.
I think it could be. No. I think it could be both. Do you know what I mean? I think it could be both. You know what I mean? I don't think it has to be one or the other, to be honest. Because remember, right now this thing is multi-layered. Yeah. In 2025, the situations are multi-layered. You know what I mean? So
I think I'm with Nines on this. I'm with you on this, Nines, for this reason as well, because I think what we found is they're doing all of this new stuff now where it's like it's not just Christianity, it's not just Islam, it's the two combined. You got Chrislam and all this stuff going on. You got the Muslims and the Christians who seem to be linking up and coming to conclusions about things that are basically lies, just in order to, you know, to be able to coexist better. So for example, we got the so-called Christian and the so-called Jehovah's Witness, and you know, these guys who believe in Yah. And then you got the so-called Muslim who believes in Allah. Now they're telling us it's all the same God. But when I asked my Muslim brothers and sisters who their God is, they started telling me about Els, they started telling me about Mesopotamian stuff. So when I went in my Bible said every El is going to be judged. The Most High is the judge of these Els. So how can we be worshipping the same God? Don't make no sense. And then it's like people are trying to force their propaganda on people, innit? Like, and I think the Christians are doing the same. So that's
if we look at it carefully in that, right? The UK, America, Europe, and the Middle East, they all have connections with one another. When they're doing the trading, the deals, when they're sitting down in, you know, in conferences, you know what I mean? They're all kind of linked together. You understand what I'm saying in that, right? So obviously they're going to allow Islam to be in certain countries and Christianity, etc., because of the ties. That's not a threat. They're allowing it. What's the threat?
Yeah, they're brethren. You're right. They're all in it together.
Thank you. See, when we're organizing now, see this, and people are going to say, "Oh, it's a black topic again," but we've got to be honest. When we're talking about organizing, it doesn't matter if you're an Israelite, a black Israelite, or a black Muslim, or, you know, whichever African spirituality you're practicing, and that, this is the problem. You see what I'm saying? They were playing a video before you came, brother Shifa, right, about the what's happening in London, and it's very interesting because a lot of London family, the unsynchronized one, will say, "Oh, London is multicultural. You know, it's not segregated as Birmingham, etc." And that. And me as a Pan-Africanist and all the Pan-Africanists know that that's not true. But they are training themselves, brother, preparing for the non-white people. Now, why would they want to be doing that? If we know immigrants built the UK, we can go back in time, brother, with when it comes to the Gauls and the Sliluries being the original inhabitants of the UK, via the Gauls after them, who had the red hair, tall in stature, and then the Romans and other immigrants, and then the Vikings, etc. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's been immigrants that has paved the way to the UK. So why is it a problem with the immigrants now? You
I think
understand? More
it's a problem
than
with the
black.
immigrants now. Like you said, it's because they black or they not, white or so-called European. And I think that's the main issue in it. They don't want people that don't look like them to be or don't have a very similar culture to them to be really blending in with their country like that.
Right. Because when we're dealing with religion, we already know already it was black Israelites and more Muslims that was in the UK, in Europe. I'm lying. Huh?
No, and you see, this is another thing now where I would suggest that if I look historically at these black Moors, who was in Europe, yes, a lot of them were dealing with Babylonian stuff. Some of them were Israelites, some of them were different faiths. But then it's like when I deal with this Islam stuff now, that's where it becomes conflicting, bro. Because if we're not dealing with the same deity, then you must be dealing with one of them Babylonian gods. If you're talking about, your god is El, you got to be dealing with some demonic stuff then, innit? And at that point, it's like, well, I can kind of see why maybe they're going on with certain behaviors, innit? Because there's no filter there, innit? With the Most High, remember, we got a filter. Our filter is Yeshua. They're not going by Yeshua. Yeshua said, he who is without sin, cast the first stone. But these men still think they can throw stones. So clearly, they're going by Muhammad. And Muhammad's a problem.
Right. But remember, Muhammad and Yeshua, remember they're cousins, Brother Shifi. Do you understand that, right?
When you say they're cousins, how does that even make sense?
So what I'm saying is they're from the same bloodline, remember?
No, they're not.
From the same, yeah, are they not from the line of Abraham?
Nope.
So Yeshua and Muhammad, they're not from the line of Abraham.
Yeshua is. Not so sure about. No, Muhammad is from he's a different clan, and different people. They tried to say, this is what they tried to say. They say, what was it? The son who was Hagar's son, they tried to say that's where Muhammad's people them come from, That's not where Muhammad comes from, though, just to be straight. And secondly, as far as this so-called son who was supposed to have every nation is supposed to have a prophet, they say that this is what the Muslims say, Now, if that son has already known his father, who is Abraham, who is a prophet, the prophet's already been sent, cuz.
Yeah, but Brother Shifa, you know the scriptures, right? So in the old scriptures, it's going to highlight Ishmael is the son of Abraham. Can we agree on that? Yeah, is he the son of Abraham?
Ishmael is the son of Abraham. That's a fact.
Okay. So we know already, right? Through various proofs that Ishmael ended up in a barren place.
That's right.
And basically, they were Bedouin, original Bedouin Arabs, right? That were around there, and they were surprised that this place, because nations were destroyed before there, right? But they were shocked that there were some water there, so they asked Ishmael and his mother, these Bedouin Arabs, can we live here amongst you? And then Ishmael married into those Bedouin Arabs, and then created, basically formulated a new type of Yemeni tribe. So I'm saying, right, through the proof that Muhammad comes from that lineage. So Muhammad and Yeshua, they are relatives. You know what I mean?
You could say they're distant cousins. I get what you're saying, because what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, Isaac and Ishmael are brothers. Isaac gives birth to Israel and Esau, and I don't know who Ishmael gives birth to. It says he's going to be made a great nation, but I don't remember the lineage of Ishmael like that. So I'm going to say, all right, cool. Maybe the later offsprings are very distant cousins, because remember, going from Isaac and Ishmael to Yeshua is a very long way away, cuz. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's not like it just goes. Yeah, so it don't just go what's his name? It don't just go what's his name here? Jacob to Israel to Jesus. It don't go like that. You got to get through Moses, you got to get through Joseph, you got to get through so much stuff before we even get to Jesus. So at that point, how close are they in relation? I can't say they're going to be that close. And then secondly, let's just say, all right, let's just say that this person, yeah, Ishmael did go out into the desert and he did give birth to these new people, they would still know the Most High. They would still know the same deity, and they would still know that they're related to those people over there. And ultimately, this is going to be my biggest issue, yeah, because someone brought this up the other day, yeah. I want to bring this up again. How on earth did those people turn from black to white? It's the same thing with the what do you call it, the Jewish people, because how did those Jewish people who are Israelites, who I can go on to King Hezekiah, I can go to the Assyrian kings when they invaded his territory, I can see where they killed him, and all of these black people all of a sudden turn white. It's the same with Muhammad. How all of a sudden do these Mohammedan people all of a sudden become these white looking people when they're coming from black parents? Makes sense.
Yeah, but we know. You want to say something tonight, yeah?
Cut
Yeah.
now. But
Yeah.
yeah, we're not. That's a whole different route, and yeah, we'll come back to that another day, if that's okay with you, because I think that's just
Yeah, but nine. Can I just say, yeah, my point is this: at the end of the day, yeah, in my opinion, I believe that a lot of what we're seeing as Islam is people dealing with some type of demonic worship. That's why you're seeing so much demonic behaviors. I'm just being honest, and the reason I say that is because, like I said, I was talking to our brother Khan just yesterday. I said to him, "What's the original name? What's the actual name of Allah?" Yeah, he said Allah is a derivative of Ilah, and then they've added or Al to Ilah, and you know that's how they've modified the name, and you know God told them to do it, and all of a sudden their God is originally coming from a Mesopotamian El. Just like I hear some Christians saying this nonsense, El Elyon. If you're dealing with an El, your El is a demon. Yeah, your L's are going to be judged by the Most High. Read the Bible. So how on earth are they going to tell us that we're dealing with the same deity and that they're on some kind of what they're doing is anything good? That don't make sense, guys.
What I Sister Knifey, do you want to go on to a different topic? You were saying, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, man, because yeah, unless you want to conclude this, because I mean,
Yeah, I think we should conclude because, like I said, unless there's a Muslim here, they can't confirm to us whether what I'm saying is true or false, and they're not going to have any way of defending themselves. And like I said, you know, if your God is anything to do with a Mesopotamian El, your God is a demon. I'm sorry. And if the Muslims want to clean it up and show me that their God isn't one of those Mesopotamian Els, I'm all ears for it. But at this point, they're not here. So, you know, for me, that's why they're always going to behave this way. There's always going to be this destructive behaviors because someone said to me, oh, the Bible don't abolish slavery. Yes, it does. And I can prove it. Yeah, and we proved it yesterday. Me and Motion proved it yesterday. The Bible actually abolishes slavery and it doesn't promote slavery in no way, shape, or form. The Quran don't, does it? The Quran is allowing for slavery. It's telling you to keep these slaves and it's not saying to free them. Yeah, because in the Bible, it specifically says, for instance, if you get into war with another nation and you end up having to kill those people or whatever, and then you have to take some of them as slaves, on the year of the Jubilee, you have to release all of the slaves. If you have a slave or you have a servant, you have to treat your slave or your servant the way you would treat your child. That's not in the Quran, is it? So no, they're not getting put. Listen, they need to take themselves off of our plateau and stand on their own. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
And I think that's fair, bro. And then we can expect more violence, innit? Don't touch their book, don't burn it, because they're gonna get violent. That's a fact.
I just think that when you I don't think I know in it when you mix emotions into certain types of rulings, you will get those outbursts, man. It's gonna happen. You know the difference between a person that's got knowledge and a person who don't have the knowledge. You can kind of tell, oh, this Israelite is very versed in what they're saying compared to the other one. You can kind of, I believe as human beings, we can kind of like understand that. We may not know in detail, but we know that this person is very studious compared to the other person. But I will say one thing though, from what I know, I'm only speaking on this because I've got a bit of insight on it, is that remember, these languages, like the Semitic languages, and that. Obviously, you being a Semitic brother, would know, right? Arabic and Aramaic or Aramaic, they're similar. So
That's
with
fact.
the you see with the al, right? The way I understand it is, it's like what do you say? You've got indefinite and definite. So, for
That's right.
example, you've
It's
got
the
Ador.
God. Instead of God, it's the God. I got, bro. I know the full interpretation. I know the fact. And the thing is, when you say God and then you say the God, it's still not telling me God.
Yeah. But isn't it making it definite though that the God? Because when something's definite, as you know, because you know these understanding words, it makes it very clear with insight. We're making a distinction between this God is different than the rest of the other gods. Could we agree on that?
Now, I'm going to disagree for this reason. From reading my Bible myself and not listening to others, I came to two realizations. The Most High we speak of, as in Yah, is not a God. That's the first realization I came to. He is not a God. He is the deity of deity. In fact, not the deity of deities. How can I explain this? He is the deity that gods have to answer to. Yeah, because if I look in the Bible, like I explained to Khan and these men yesterday, he was telling me about elves. All of these elves are going to be judged. Your Marduk, who is the leader, the king of the elves, is going to be judged. These are gods. Marduk is a god. He's not a man. Marduk is a god. Same like what's the thing? Thoth. Same like what's the other one? The Mesopotamian one. What's it? Enki, Enlil. You got the father of Enki and Enlil, yeah, which is Anu, yeah. Even Anu is going to be judged by the Most High. Cause come on, man, that's deep.
Okay, but brother Schiffer, right? You see the word illah, right?
Yeah.
To break that down, what it means, that which you turn to in worship.
That's
what
right.
it means.
Lowercase God, lowercase G, God. Yeah, I've got you.
You know, so the God thing, because remember, brother, there's different languages. That's what I said. It's like we are in different nations, and so everyone's gonna have their language, what they refer to as the Most High in it. You know what I mean? Like Uludumari or Shuku.
That's right. And I can respect that one more because when you say Oludumare, at least you've told me the name of the deity. I can identify where the deity is coming from, its origins, which people spoke of it first. And it's like with Islam, you can't do that, bro. So how can this be real?
Why would you think that you can't do it with the?
You can't, because like I said, there's a point in history where these Islamic scholars manifest for themselves, not because there was no intervention from no God to tell no one to call God Ilah or Allah. The Most High never told no one that was his name. Now, the Muslims are going to tell you themselves, if you're ever confused about anything in this book, you're going to have to go to who? You're going to have to go to the children of the book. You're going to have to come to me. Then I'm going to have to break it down to you. The Most High is Tetragrammaton. We can't even say that name because we use vowels. We're not sure how to speak without the vowel. Now, what I'm saying to you is, if the Most High's name is Tetragrammaton, you can't tell me it's anything else without you dealing with another deity.
But remember, brother Schiffer, is the Muslims will argument would be, but angel Gabriel is the angel, the messenger angel that comes with the books. They will say, well, Allah told the angel Gabriel to inform the prophet that this is what Allah wants to be referred to. You understand what I'm saying? That, right? You see? And what I'm saying that for is that what I've noticed, every nation, as we just discussed, has a word to refer to, the Most High.
It might be slightly different. If I go into different European languages, it might not be God, it might be God, or just good in reference. So, you're right in that sense, but I think at the same time, we still have to remember that these people from this side of the planet have they have different ideals from the people on the other side. The people on this side, like for instance, that are calling themselves Israelites, have a different outlook on things to these people who call themselves Christians, and the ones who may call themselves Muslims may align themselves more with the ones who call themselves Jews than they do with the ones who call themselves Christians. Hence why you get more praise of Muhammad in Islam than you do of Jesus. Anytime they want to talk about Islam, they say Muhammad, praise be upon him, Muhammad, praise be upon him. I don't hear them talking about Isa like that. Yeah, I don't hear it. Now the thing is, the problem is with this, bro, now, yeah? The Bible states very clearly there's only one way to get to the Most High. You have to go through his son. The only way to the Most High is through him. So why on earth am I going to be going to Muhammad? That's a mistake. And then on top of it, on top of this thing now, like I said, if I ask the Muslim brothers and sisters and I say to them, where does Allah come from? We're going to get to Ilah, which is around long before Allah. Yeah? And Ilah is a Mesopotamian word for a deity. Which deity? They're not telling us. Remember, they got this black stone thing. They're walking around kissing black stones. And, you know, you got this black box, which is the house of those idols. A percentage of those idols from that same region. So,
remember, you said something very interesting. You said the Al, right? But remember, we just agreed that if you have a distinction between definite and indefinite with a word, then we know that as I said to you already, and you can research this, Illah means that which you turn to in worship. That's what it means. So when you put the Allah in there, it makes it definite. Oh, this is the one that you turn to in worship instead of the other one that you, because you know, if we look at it from the scriptures, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's got their version, what they turn to in worship to get some form of validation, right? Some people believe smoking, if I turn to smoking, right, it's going to help me with some form of validation. It will help me with my problems. Some people believe if I go to a celebrity, some people believe if I eat food. Everyone's got their version, that which they turn to in worship to help them. So because it's so much of that, you need a distinction. It's like, for example, in that, right? There's a distinction between you and another person who calls himself Shifa. You see what I'm saying in that, right? Which Shifa? Al Shifa. Oh, the
Can I ask you one question, though, brother, in reference to what you just said there? Because think about it like this, then. If I can go into the Bible and I can talk to Christians, and I can go into the Quran and talk to Muslims and find that they're both of the same opinion. The Most High don't change. God don't change. Allah don't change. Whatever name they want to go by. Would you agree with that?
In regards to it don't change. From what they say, he said it doesn't change. Yeah, that's what they say, right?
So why on earth would he change names?
Okay, so as I said to you already, brother, and you'll know this.
Yeah.
What I'm getting is that the Most High has like names and attributes. You understand? So to put detail on when he's going to carry out certain particular tasks, right?
Yeah.
And the way how it's been done as well, it puts clarification. Oh, so he's known to be the Most High. So when you hear the word the Most High, those who understand the meaning means that there's nothing above the Most High. You can be high. I'm not talking about in regards to smoking, but the Most High now is like you can't be above that. You know what I'm saying?
No, but there's something above their Most High, because if you're the Most High El, you know, the Almighty Yah is above the Most High El. You understand? And this is what I'm trying to say. The Most High El is El Elyon. Yeah, that's the highest of the L's. Now, underneath El Elyon, you got Baal and all of these other things going on. Don't get it twisted. But I'm saying, as far as Islam is concerned, for one, they can't call him by his name. That's problematic at best, bro. And then in the same respect, you know, if we're dealing with the same deity, why would we need to change the name? Why wouldn't Allah reveal his true name to his people, to the people he wants to save?
So, you know, like sometimes sometimes we'll say the Almighty. That's another name, you know that, right?
That's correct.
You know that. Or we'll say, what else do we say in that? Almighty, Most High.
Omnipotent is the original word. It's omnipotent. And it's not even omnipotent, but that's how we interpret.
But you see what I'm saying? Because now when you hear that person who understands the language, which is defining it, it puts detail, illustration. Okay, so the Almighty, that means that He is mighty in all things. So he puts a description on the action that the Most High can do and let the people know.
There you go. And this is what I'm saying. When we start looking at L's, we can't equivalent the Most High to an L, because the Most High has all of the powers. These L's have limited powers. Yeah. So if I look at certain L's, like Marduk, who is one of the most powerful L's, hence he becomes the king of the L's. What we're going to find is he has the power of things like regeneration. He don't have the power to resurrect nothing, though. He don't have the, and you have to understand, as far as Islam is concerned, Allah don't have the power to walk around on the planet as a man. That's in the Christian thing, yeah, or the Israelite thing, yeah, depending on which way you're looking at it, because you've got two different types of Israelites. Remember, you've got the Israelite Christians and you've got the Israelites who decided to be the modern day Jew, and they only go by Old Testament. So at that point, you know, we have to then kind of think, okay, when we're talking about attributes, if their deity don't have the same attribute as ours, where he can be a man walking on earth, or, you know, or have a son, a physical son as a man walking on earth, whichever way we look at it, because they're not going to accept neither one, because they're going to say no partners with Allah. We got a problem in it. It can't be the same deity, bro.
So would you, okay, so you know, in the old scriptures, right? Educate me and teach me that, right? So are those Israelites, the ancient Israel, are they referring to the Most High as a man or anything like that?
No. No, this is the thing now, where when we get into the Most High as in Yah, Yah is the unseen God. All of these other gods have been seen. Now, some may argue, okay, do you know what? If I go into ancient Mesopotamia, I'm going to find an ancient version of Yahweh. What you're going to find first and foremost is not spelled the same. Yeah, it's not the same language. You're dealing with some Babylonian stuff. And I would suggest to you that this name, you know, wasn't revealed to the Israelites until a certain period of time. Hence, you got Moses, X, Y, Z. You see it? So that doesn't mean that Yah wasn't about before. And some people may have misinterpreted Yah. Some people, like for instance, let's say if I look at the beginning of the Bible, yeah, and I see the things that God does. God does creation. Yeah, God creates a storm that wipes out all life on the planet. So we could say, okay, well, the Most High is a storm God. But the Most High also sends us his son, so he's got more power than just storms. The Most High also created all of the other beings and is going to judge them. So he has way more power than just a storm god. None of these other deities have the power of judgment, bro. No L's are not judgment. None of them are. They're all men, and if you look at them, they're all depicted as men. And then when I go into the Bible, what I'll find is this is why I don't deal with the Christians, because if I go into the Bible and I look at the older versions of the Bible, I'm going to find that man and woman were both made before Adam.
Okay.
So who are those men and women? Are those the great men and women of old, what we're talking about, i.e. Nephilim, i.e. Anunnaki, i.e. the Babylonian deities, the men who wanted to be deified? Because if I look at the Sumerian kings list, we're going to find that these men considered themselves god kings. They considered themselves deities, and they lived like deities. And even if we look at the lifespans of them, it would denote that they're not human like us. They're living thousands of years, guys.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, so that means there must have been a creation before the existence of human beings.
Fact. Yeah? And the Bible points to it, because the Bible even says the Most High is coming to judge all of those deities, therefore acknowledging them, therefore enlightening us to that these deities exist, and we should look at them and understand their stories and who they are. They're men, they're people.
So okay, so who are the Watchers then? The Watchers.
All right.
Different types of people. Remember, the Watchers are like they are literally the same kind of presence as the Nephilim. They have the same type of abilities, you know, they're giants, all of these things, bro. They just point to them being the same people.
Right. Okay, Sister Knifey, you want to say something?
Yeah. So I'm back. hopefully you lot can conclude this now, because I'm not even sure what is the point that's trying to be made here anyway.
The point is that the reason why Muslims are going to act different to a Christian is because they don't believe in the same God. Their point of worship is different. What they believe in is different. How they worship is different. The attributes of their God is different. So it's no wonder they can implement certain behaviors.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I would say one thing. I would say just to even just circle it off in terms of the conversation and immigration, all the rest of it, is that obviously Islam is sort of diametrically opposed to Christianity, yeah. Although apparently they're supposed to worship the same God and all the rest of it, but in terms of the culture of the religion, yeah, they're very, very different. Yeah, I would say, which is obviously part of it. Could be argued the problem of the more recent immigration to England, yeah, in terms of Islam bringing in a different sort of culture and this sort of thing will be compared to the earlier immigrants, where obviously a lot of us, let's say, came from Christian countries and that obviously shared a similar cultural, religious vibration in that regard. Do you know what I mean?
I'll concede 1 point to my brother Kel, though. At the end of the day, if we look at Christianity in its inception, yeah, in its inception, it was the Jews who followed Jesus that was the first Christians. They were persecuted. Then when it became popular, the new Christians, these Roman ones, they was persecuting everyone else. So they were no different to the Muslims at that point. And I think that that's why you get certain sects of Christianity who want to agree with the Muslims, and they say, well, we believe in the same God, you know, because they're all on the same path, this path of destruction and war and persecution.
Right.
Which is a beautiful segue into the next part, in fact, because I think what we are witnessing in America is exactly what you just described, Shifa, yeah?
Yeah.
And it's happening from the actual inside of the actual presidential suite itself. So let me play this clip.
Let it play.
Circle back to you lot are speaking about, but like I said, I think it's a good segue, yeah? So let's just have a little look
over what Elon Musk's son said to Donald Trump when they were at the Oval Office at the White House the other day. It seems like he had some choice words for him, and we had some pretty good audio that seems to confirm that. And the internet being the internet, we had some pretty good internet sleuths reveal that for us.
You know, I wasn't even going to post on this, and then I saw some clips that changed my mind.
And I agree, I wasn't going to post on this either until I saw Tizzy Ent's video and then another video of Elon Musk's same son, X to the Z exhibit, whatever his name is, saying some of the most questionable things about the election and SpaceX in an interview with Tucker Carlson that I want to break down in a second too. And look, the point here being, I know this kid is like a 4-year-old, so it's not like everything he says should be given all the credence in the world. But when you see these clips, it just makes me think, like, kids are so off the cuff, right? They have like zero filter. And if he feels comfortable talking like this to Donald Trump or saying these things to Tucker Carlson, then what is going on behind the scenes with his dad? Anyway, this is how you know I spend way too much time online, so let's just get into it.
But first, Elon Musk yesterday, along with his son, Little X, held a press conference in the Oval Office to discuss what Doge is doing, all while Donald Trump watched on silently from his cuck chair. And in the aftermath, one of Elon's fanboys shared this tweet that Elon reposted. It says, "History repeats itself," and it shows 2 images. The first image is a pretty iconic image of JFK Jr. playing underneath his dad's desk while he worked in the Oval Office. And the second is Little X seemingly bored out of his mind, crawling around on the floor while Donald Trump pontificates about what he liked watching from said cuck chair. But I can point out at least one glaring difference between these 2 situations. JFK Jr., as I recall, never had criticisms of his father while the press was there. Little X, on the other hand, has a lot to say, and there was a hot mic that caught some of it. So first is this little gem.
To restore democracy. This may seem like, well,
you heard that too, right? You're not the president. You need to go away. I'll play the clip a second time. Just you watch and tell me if that's what he said.
To restore democracy. This may seem like.
That's what he said, but I'll go one better, because he also said this.
The prices from one year to the next are the same. and their mortgage.
That one's clear as day. He says, I want you to shut your mouth up. And there's already people who are like, out of the mouth of babes. But let me just put this out there for your consideration. A child this young doesn't have this profound moment where he like tells off Trump. He just repeats things he's heard. So if he says you're not really the president, chances are.
All right, lad. So, did you hear what Musk? So obviously, you can see that they're in the White House. There, obviously, Trump's there. Musk is there with his ball. I mean, imagine he's in there with his baseball cap, but that's a different story. And the son's there. Yeah, they're having some sort of conference, and the son has said to Trump, "You're not the president anyway." Yeah. So, what do you think to that then? What do you think of a 4-year-old saying that to Trump? Like, why do you think he would say that?
I'm gonna let Kevin go first.
Well, it's what the children. The beautiful thing about children is that they're like answer machines. You see what I'm saying? And that they're gonna record and play whatever they hear. He's innocent, you know what I mean? And obviously his dad has been speaking things in front of him, and he's just repeating what his dad says. You know what I mean?
Okay. Shifa, what's your thoughts, man?
I agree with my brother Kel, and I think that at the same time, I'm not sure which way this goes because like sometimes people got weird banter. I don't know how close Donald Trump and Elon Musk are in real life. I just know what I see on TV. Now, potentially, this could be some banter they got behind the scenes where he's heard his dad on the phone saying to Donald Trump, "You're not really the fucking president anyway." Whatever, I don't know. Maybe they just got some banter, but at the same time, I think we hear these things for a reason. So I don't think it was by chance that Elon Musk had his son on this show and his son says these things. I think it's to highlight to us and the rest of the world what's really going on, because they like to hide things in plain sight. So like we've known, you can be the president and make all of or the prime minister make all these great promises, but really you don't really have a say in it. It's the people who own the money, own the land, who's really going to have the say.
Yeah.
People like Elon, maybe in his eyes, okay, you're the president, but you have to do what my dad says, because my dad's richer than you. I don't know, man.
All right, interesting. Okay. And he also swore, didn't he?
Yeah, he swore. He was cussing, by the way. But my son's cussed bad word before, but I blame I always blame the parents, because I don't swear like that. And I will swear, but not when there's kids around, innit? And in most cases, in a conversation, I've got better usage of the English language than to just be swearing all the time. But unfortunately, there may be some family members or some other people around my son where he may have just heard someone tell someone to F off, or someone said for F's sakes or something, and then if he repeats it, I can't really get mad at him, can I? So yeah, I agree at that point as well. Yeah, maybe this is definitely a repeating of something they've heard, because that's what I see from my own kids.
Yeah, that's what they do,
Well,
man.
definitely. I mean, at that age, they can only soak up what's around them and then put it out, innit? Because at that age, they're developing, their own thoughts in that regard. But all right, let's have
Or someone has said that around him, and he's repeating it. When he says, "I want you to shut your fucking mouth up," he's either heard someone say that to someone else, or someone has said that to him, and he's repeating it. Either scenario is pretty disturbing. But perhaps the question we should be asking is the same one that Shay Jordan Smith asked on Twitter, which is, why the fuck is Elon Musk doing press briefings in the White House from the Oval Office? He is not an elected official. Why is he holding court in the Oval Office? Nothing about this is normal or good.
All excellent points from Tizzy Anton. If you don't already follow him, definitely go drop a follow.
Now, I just want to pause it there, because I just really want to highlight that point, and just to show you like how America's sort of in the mire, man. Because at the end of the day, and I'm sure this hasn't happened before, but Elon Musk is not, like they said, he's not an elected official, this, that, and the other. I mean, literally, he's just a businessman.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, somehow he's got the ear of Trump like this, whereby the son could. I mean, why the son's not at school is the next flipping thing. It would be. You know what I mean? Like, why aren't you at school?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So again, I
Yeah.
just think. Yeah, go on, bub.
No, I agree. At the end of the day, no, but you carry on. Sorry, you carry on. My bad.
Oh yeah, no. So I just think there's a few things going on here that are just problematic. Now, I don't know how long America's gonna take this sort of action. Do you know what I mean? Because really, this is all very. This is not even. Yeah, this isn't even patriotic in itself. Now, the problem in America, obviously, at the moment, is that Trump's got both the Senate and the whatever the next one is. But don't you find this behavior peculiar? Like,
Oh, very. It's definitely pantomimish. And remember what there's a quote Donald Trump says he's going to give back the land to the white South Africans. You know, there's no such thing as a white South African, but that's what he says. So obviously they've got connections, and you know, there's some form
right,
of
because we showed the video of Elon Musk's obviously connections to South Africa and
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
That's always gonna happen, bro. They always gotta put the white man at the top in it. It's like when you look at this whole thing with football, we all know Cristiano Ronaldo was the greatest player who ever lived, but they want to give it to Messi because you know he says racist stuff and you know he's on their side. But that's just like gonna be how it's gonna go in it. We just gotta deal.
who says racist stuff? Messi?
Yeah, you didn't know that.
No, what's he said then?
You don't know about the Argentinians and their racist behavior.
No, well, I know about. Yeah, I mean, I know about them generally, and I know that obviously they've wiped out their black population. But I thought you were saying that Messi himself said something.
Oh yeah, there was a couple of players where he's called them the N-word and stuff, or you know, said racist stuff. What's the guy's name? Drentha. There was a few of them where they pulled him up on it, like he almost got in a fight on the pitch, that kind of, you know, like that. So they might try and fool us. Oh well, Messi's the good one. He's the one who spoke out when they sang the racist French chant. But no, bro, you've been saying racist stuff. That ain't good enough. You know, like that. He ain't spoke out about the racism in Argentina neither.
Exactly. I mean, the history of in terms of black people in Argentina is just it's horrible because
it's disgusting.
They literally killed them off, like literally.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Even in Mexico, they got a problem with racism towards black people. It's a fact. Like, no denying it.
Yeah, I mean, that's. Some will argue that will never change, man. As long as we are here, alive and breathing, there's gonna be a set of people. They're just gonna not like us for whatever reason, man. To be fair, unfortunately. But so you two saw the halftime show, yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
You seen it?
I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing.
Okay, what did you think of it?
I thought, in my honest opinion, I thought it was all right. I'm not going to say it was the best halftime show ever. I thought there was bits of it, to me, that was corny, but I did like the idea that he come up with. I like the music. Other than that, some of it I thought was a bit corny, but yeah.
What did you find corny?
Like for instance, then I'll give you some examples. What's her name? Who was crip walking? Or I'm trying to remember. Serena, I found that to be a bit corny. I don't kind of like.
Why?
She ain't no crip. Like, and I feel that, you know, especially as Serena, like I rate Serena and what she's done, you know, for black people in general, not just black women, you know, and for our image as black people. I feel that, you know, she's a stand-up kind of citizen. So this quick walking stuff, you know, and then it's bad enough. Don't get me wrong. Like, I understand when people say, you know.
But you do, before you go any further though, are you aware that she crip walked at Wimbledon?
Yeah, I am aware of that.
And she got a lot of she got a lot of hate for that, right?
Yeah, and I can understand that. But I don't necessarily hate on her for it. I just thought it was corny. Like I said,
No,
I don't.
but let's discuss it, innit? Because when you say corny, that's not a problem. But if we try to have a discussion, maybe by the end of it, you won't think it's so corny. You know what I mean? And that's why I asked that question. One, you do know that she done it at Wimbledon, when she won, and she got a lot of backlash for it, right?
I remember.
Yeah, and and what was the backlash about? Do you remember?
I think it was a multitude of backlash, but what do you remember?
As well, but also it's like too ghetto-ish, isn't it?
It was. That was one of the arguments, definitely. I agree.
Wimbledon, yeah. So now, how much years later, she's crip walking at Superbowl.
Oh, sorry. But it is kind of funny though. It's kind of funny, but yeah, I get your point. At the end of the day,
so I'm saying because remember that whole thing, what my man done, right? That was just his own thing, innit? That was their own thing. That's why they get a lot of backlash in it, because they don't. It wasn't like a fucking what's his name, Usher. And all them there that were hanging out. And all of them thing there, yeah. He put on what would be more of an artistic show. It could be argued that it wasn't for everybody and all them type of thing there, right? Going back to Serena walking, like I don't think it was corny. I think obviously one, she is from Los Angeles, so that's the first thing. So that's her ends, and all the way through this, he's been bringing the two, like the Bloods and the Crips together. Because if you remember when he done the concert, Shifa,
I remember.
Right?
We brought them together, yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So I remember this thing is all about for the culture, etc., etc., etc.
I'm saying the Pure Blood is the B-Walk, so yeah, it's something that both sides do also. So it could be seen as a unifying kind of thing. I got you.
Yeah, and remember in the Not Like Us video, there were Crip walkers, right? Okay, remember, and obviously to bring Serena, how much years later for her to be able to Crip walk, you know what I mean? I don't think it's corny, and plus Drake as well. He dissed her a lot of times, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah. I thought they were dating at some point, weren't they? Weren't they supposed to be dating at one point?
Yeah. They did date and whatever at a certain time, and then after they broke up or whatever, and he just kept dashing, you know, them emotional men, Shifa. I'm sure you can appreciate, and he just kept dashing her name out there. You know what I mean? So I would say that was corny, man. I thought that was get back in different ways, isn't it? Get back for Serena, because like I said, she got a lot of things before crip walking at Wimbledon, and now she's crip walking at Super Bowl, arguably in front of more people than Wimbledon. Apparently, that was the biggest watch.
Yeah, definitely bigger than 1,000%.
Okay, so
plus the Bloods and Crips, they allowed her to train when she was younger as well. So she was paying homage. Remember, you know, the warfare back then. So when she was younger, she trained to become a professional tennis player, and that they wouldn't provoke or entice any form of violence. You know what I mean? So it's paying homage back to them as well.
From South Compton, isn't it? Before they went to Florida, they went in Ghetto Compton playing tennis on the concrete and all of them things there with the dad. So
I hear that. At the end of the day, that, you know, we are where we're from, innit? As much as we are who we are, I do agree with that. I would say for me, the reason I think it's corny is for two reasons. Let's say now my brother Kel decided, you know, he moved to America and he decided he's going to start crip walking and promoting crip life. I'm going to be like, my brother Kel, you're a big grown man to be promoting this.
Let's not be silly. Doing the crip walk is not promoting crip life, innit? Like, she's a multi-billionaire married to a multi-millionaire, you know what I mean? Like, let's not be silly. Like,
we're still promoting crips, and we have to well, not we have to, but the way I understand the whole idea of crips, don't get me wrong, maybe they did try, you know, to have some kind of righteous beginnings. I don't know, but I know a crypt is a place of death. And I know when you're talking about blood and drawing blood, people die from losing too much blood. So I think it's this, we have to be careful that we're not promoting something that, you know, also brings us down at the same time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, again, I don't think
Yeah, I
it
understand
was
where
a
it is that,
you
yeah,
know.
I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, that's really interesting that you say that, because I think that that's so interesting that you say that, actually, because I
It
think
is.
his halftime show is sort of like the exact sort of potential opposite of that, innit? Like remembering, trying to get them to remember who they are, what they are, and the settings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, because at the end of the day, yes, in terms of the Crips and the Bloods, obviously there's bad amongst them, but like you just said, Shifa, because remember, like you said, Shifa, they both started off on goodness.
Yeah, they
They
maybe started with, yeah, a
or in
different
London or
ethic.
whatever, they just start on whatever for whatever reason, and then they evolve into whatever. But anyway, I don't want to go too far down that. But okay, so that's your reason for why you think it may be corny.
Yeah.
And what's the other reason?
Like I said, it's just the whole age thing, and then also, you know, the promoting of something that potentially is, you know, these people are harming their neighborhoods, you know, like that. They're not helping people, they're killing people. So I think that you know, to me, I think as a grown
But
up,
1
I
second,
have
though,
to
Shifa.
disassociate myself.
Did you get that from watching her do a 20-30-second crit walk?
No, but I think if we're gonna you do a crip walk, yeah, then you know, crips are cool. And if I'm saying crips are cool, then some people ain't gonna see crips the same as others. So to someone in England, it's just a crip walk, but to someone in America, that's a big statement when you got Bloods and Crips on the block.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna say it's a big statement, then the statement was made last year when he brought the Bloods and the Crips together,
Yeah,
one stadium, and then in one video. And
I agree, because I do blame Kendrick more for that as well. Because at the end of the day, you know, as a man who's there, you know, promoting this kind of this righteous image within hip hop. You know, don't get me wrong. I understand the thing of bringing the Bloods and Crips together and diffusing the beef and, you know, getting the gangs to unite. But at the same time, maybe it's more about getting the gang to disband completely and maybe not be a gang no more. Maybe be something else. Be a trust fund. Be something else. Do you know, like that? I think that's where, I don't know, with Kendrick, I'm not so sure.
yeah, but to be fair though, you don't know what's going on in the background and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I say I'm not so sure, innit? I just say there's things that say to me that he possibly got some agenda that might be, it could be sinister for all we know.
All right, well, let's try to err on the side of positivity for once, innit? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, because if we've seen that he's been able to bring them together, and it's you know what? It's so wonderful what you're saying, because again, in the actual performance, yeah, because you heard Samuel Jackson acting as Uncle Sam, was like saying, yeah, they don't like that ghetto stuff, blah 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 blah
Too
blah.
violent.
Nice and easy, which it could be argued you're kind of saying in an understated kind of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I really do believe that we have been programmed to not be in our full essence. Yeah. Because a lot of us have to dumb ourselves down. Yeah. Would you agree with that, Shifa?
1,000, because at the end of the day, society has taught us to be subservient. And, you know, within the boundaries of, for instance, living in the UK, then, yeah, let's be honest about this, yeah. My honest opinion is this: my grandparents, or, you know, the parents of other people's grandparents coming from different countries, they didn't come to the UK because they wanted to turn the UK into where they were. They came to the UK for a different lifestyle, you know, to try something new. So, you know, I think I'm not trying to change it neither. I think that things can stay as they are just to a certain extent, but there are still problems that need to be addressed. And I think addressing the problem isn't necessarily going to happen by creating a new problem.
Well, we could say that because we can look at it from this point as well, is that as human beings, we cannot help but to act upon our culture beliefs. So, for example, look at the carnival, right? For years, many of the Afro-Caribbean, especially the Pan-Africanists, we totally disagree with any
non-African waving their flag at the carnival. You understand what I'm saying in that, right? We disagree with that. However, when you are in an area, right, naturally you're going to emanate what you already know. So with this situation here, I get where you're coming from. If it's not controlled properly, it will create um, um, like a legacy of, okay, look, we're doing crypt walking. You know, the crypts represented. Let's do all this. I get that, but at the same time, we cannot always be like them. You know, I'm from this area, and I'm promoting my culture so I don't lose myself. That's why sometimes when I speak, right, sometimes slang, you understand what I'm saying? And that there's going to be a bit of passive because I want to maintain that culture, how I was raised in that, what I heard in the house. Do you understand what I'm saying? In that, brother Shifa. So her doing that is definitely, I can see why they attacked her. I can see why, because it's like you're supposed to be how we want you to be.
Yeah,
Instead of,
yeah, definitely that side. Definitely.
I get it. Yeah.
And she's got an image to uphold at the end of the day. So, you know, if she wants to play the game, then obviously she's not going to do that, is she? Now, I'm not saying she has to play the game. I'm just saying that, you know, for me as a big man, you're not going to catch me out there crip walking like that, cuz. Do you know what I'm going to say? But at the same time, I understand her to be my age group, which is why I'm saying I feel like it's a bit corny. If she was like, you know, like a Cardi
Well,
B,
one second though, Shisha. Well, 1 second then. Do you dance, Shifa?
yeah.
So do you just dance hopping from one foot to the other, or do you cut shapes?
I'll do different types of dance depending on the music.
Okay then, yeah. So I don't see. So does that mean if you're at a party or whatever, and I don't know how old you are, whatever, and you start cutting shapes, does that mean that you're corny or whatever?
No, I would disagree with that. I wouldn't say that that means you're corny. I'm just saying, like, you see, for instance, then let's say I started throwing up gang signs in a picture. That's corny because it's associated to a gang, innit? Now, at the end of the day, me just cutting shapes ain't associated to a gang. That's just associated to people having a
Yeah,
good
but
time.
trip walking is not a thingy bobby to a gang, is it? It's just a type of walk, isn't it? It's a type of dance. Like it's now evolved into a type of dance, isn't it?
See, I'm not so sure about that one. As far as I was aware, crip walk is a gang dance. You know, so it's either if you're a blood doing it, it's a blood walk. If you're a crip
Yeah, but
doing
it's
it, it's a
evolved
crip
now,
walk.
though. Come on, man. Let's not go on like it's only Crips that do a Crip walk, man.
Well,
If you
blood
watch
do it too. Yeah,
dancing or people that dance, it's just another type of. It's a style of dancing, isn't it?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know in it because I know when I was going to school and playing up here, you see, if you go to, for instance, we could say certain hairstyles was just hairstyles, innit? But I know certain man that's got murdered over hairstyles, innit? Now we could say that dance is just a dance, but if you're in America and you're wearing blue and you start doing that dance and there's a bunch of guys in red around, I don't know how that works for you. See, I don't know what happened.
You're going to the nth degree now. Yeah, we're talking about a performance where Serena crip walked because one, she's from LA, yeah, and two, like I said, she crip walked at the Wimbledon and she got into trouble for it. But again, yeah. Now the interesting thing is, like I said, my man's obviously put this in terms of the halftime performance. Yeah, in a way, it could be said that it's sort of commercializing it, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're saying that you're talking about all the negative attributes, and I guess that's a little bit of a, I don't want to say a shame, but yeah, man, and maybe that's another reason why it's good that my man done it. Do you know what I mean? To lick out against this sort of narrative that you're actually giving. To be fair,
When you say narrative, it's like I think a narrative is something that's not necessarily true, and someone's trying to kind of push the narrative. I'm not pushing the narrative. I'm just thinking objectively, and I'm saying at the end of the day, you know, if let's say for instance, people have lost their life over this dance, just like people have lost their life over throwing up gang signs. Do you still hold the same opinion then?
but Shifa, like I said, I think what you're doing, I don't know, I just think
I'm
you're doing.
sensationalizing it. That's exactly what I'm doing.
But then Shifa, if you were to think like that, then you'd say, okay, has anyone lost their life in a reggae over a reggae tune or a dancehall tune, or does anyone? Do you know what I mean? Like you can. I don't think that's a very good. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that's a very good analogy, to be fair, because you can.
No, I'm just saying, but this is the thing now where a reggae tune is gang.
I get where it's coming from, Sister Knife, because it's like high pitch, error prone. Do you understand? Like I politically, I understand where it's coming from. To be honest with you, I understand it very, very well.
Well, go on then. Tell me then.
Because it's like rebranding something that was, associated with negativity. Some of us are not good at deciphering this particular type of action, and will use it as a gangway instead of using it in the commercial way of having enjoyment. So I do understand the wisdom where it's coming from with that, because remember, there's different types of mindsets. Whereas it would be better to not actually do that, so it doesn't cause the harm to the rest. You know what I mean? So I understand where it's coming from.
It's so interesting what you lot are saying, actually, and maybe that's all the more reason why it needed to be done. You get me? Because I'm listening to you both, and I just keep thinking about the part that Uncle Sam was saying when he kept saying, "Don't do that ghetto shit." You know what I mean? They don't like that. Blah 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 blah. Just be nice and cool. Yeah. And then he went into another scene when they started to sing like a ballad and whatever. You get me? So I think it's really interesting, because that's what I'm trying to say. I think subconsciously, yeah, man, that's what I'm trying to say. We're being, because really and truly, does that mean then? I don't know. Does that mean that we wouldn't then celebrate? I'm just trying to think of a dance.
I don't want to make it a tribal thing in it, because but
it sort of is tribal though, isn't it? It's exactly that though, isn't it? For them,
yeah,
it's definitely tribal, and that's the
so
thing.
I'll be saying the bogle. Sorry, I'll be saying the bogle. I'll be saying the bogle, right? Is that linked to any form of gangs or anything like that?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, because he got murked, right? So you could say that it's attributed to some type of murder, isn't it? If you want to go along them type of lines.
What, the bogle?
The Mr. Bogle himself got murked, right?
Okay. So are we saying that dance led for him to get murked? Is a part of
No,
the...
what I'm saying is, because you're saying, that the crip walk is associated with A, B, and C. Yeah? And I'm saying I wouldn't go down that line. You get me? But then if we're gonna use another example on our case, you brought up Bogle, which is a good example, because he got murked. So do we now say, oh bam, because he got murked, no one should Bogle? Like if we got the opportunity to do an English Super Bowl or whatever, you get me? And then you're gonna have dances. Does that mean that no one should Bogle because my man got murked? Because that's
No, but I get what you're saying, Nanji, because loads of rappers have been killed. Does that mean no one should rap? No. But I think when we start associating it to a gang, when it's associated to a gang, though, I just think that's where the danger lies, Nines. Because if you look at these guys now, like all of these rappers who's going to jail now, it's all gang associated, it's all gang affiliated. Now, I get what they're saying, bring all the gangs together, but it's still a gang. And that's what I'm saying, sis. It's that at the end of the day, gang culture hasn't necessarily benefited us as much as it's tarnished us.
No, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. Do you know what I'm saying to you? However, I think in this instance, and again, and that's why they said it weren't for everybody. Do you know what I mean? Because I think, especially for the black people of America who are plugged in, the messaging was right on point for them. Because remember, especially in America, what they need is unity.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Now the Bloods and the Crips could just represent, do you know what I mean? Whatever in it, in terms of not being united, right? And that's what, again, this is so amazing, the conversation, because this is exactly what his 13 minutes was actually about. It was actually about what we are discussing. For real. It's mad. It's crazy.
I'm hearing that.
A lot of the people them didn't like it and thought it was boring or this and never, because the messaging wasn't for them.
See, I didn't think it was boring. I would disagree with that part.
About the music, this is about 40 acres and a mule.
I'm not so sure though. I don't know, but I don't know if I don't know if I believe that. But at the same time, if that's what he says, then I'll take that.
Well, what
I'll
do
take
you mean you don't know if you believe that or not? You factually, you know that they've not received the 40 acres and a mule, right? You know that factually, right?
No, I'm just saying I don't know if the show was about that, because you see, for me, yeah, like, don't get me wrong, yeah, I rate Kendrick in it as a musician, as an artist, as a creative person. I rate him. I rate all of these creative people who are actually creative for the creativity. But as far as being actual human beings and what I see them doing with their life, it's like, for instance, Nigeria, we was talking about Drake and you know what Drake's doing for the artist on his label and what he's doing for the community, basically.
Let's not go back to Drake.
The other day. No, I'm not going back there. I'm just saying, if I look at Kendrick in the same respect, you know, these are guys that walk around in $5 million outfits and stuff. I ain't got time for that, man. Being honest, I don't know if he's really about what he says he's about.
Well, what does that mean?
That means a lot. It means a lot to me.
But what? Because what does that mean?
Because these guys walk around in $5 million outfits, but there's people out there starving in their community.
Yeah, but again, Schiffer, you don't know what these people, and I think this is maybe one of the problems.
Yeah, they do. I've seen the outfit with the crown of diamonds.
Forget the outfit. Yeah, but you're saying that you don't know what. Anyway,
what they're really about. Yeah.
Hold on, it might even be me.
I think, yeah, I don't know if there's a little noise in the background.
Yeah, it might be me. Right, so you seem to be just quite doubtful in general about.
Yeah, skeptical.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to superstars, yeah, definitely.
Right. So what are we saying? I mean, like I said in it, I think the halftime show was definitely for Black Americans, isn't it? I think that's the first thing. But yeah, I think some of the things that you gentlemen are saying I find to be very interesting still. I can't lie, because, and the reason why I say that is because if it's something similar, if we were to try to do something similar in England, like, would this be the type of vibration that someone would get? And it's so interesting because I'm actually going to play, in fact, let me even play this. Hold on a second, because it's so interesting that actually, hey, all right, let me just play this. All right. Voila. Nil, Arsenal, Leicester. Anyone interested?
No, I'm not an Arsenal fan.
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Yeah, good luck to him then. I'll be honest, I've never been a football hater though. Like, I like Chelsea only because they got blue kits. Really, I'm a Wimbledon fan, but they got rid of my team, so that's all that was left for me.
Dennis Wise.
Yeah, Dennis Wise was a bad boy player still. I'm not gonna lie. They've had that. That's why I like Chelsea. They've had bad boy players. And Nelka, come on, man. Nelka was my favorite player of all time. Real bad man. You understand? Real badded up the industry and told them where to go, and no one can tell him nothing. You see it? Changed club 3 times in 1 year.
One second.
Yeah, big up man like Nicholas, man. He played for Arsenal as well, though, didn't he? To start off with.
Of course.
Yeah, you saw all of your players, man.
Yeah.
And Nelka, who was it? Ashley Cole. There's a good few of them. And then we gave you bloody Gallus. I don't know why we gave you Gallus.
Thank you, Vigilance. My fault, man. No bloody sound.
And she coming to talk about why Kendrick Lamar will want to make people deep think.
Thank you, Vigilance.
Fake deepness. I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think.
And that right there is your problem. You didn't think
opens their mouth and shows again how uneducated they are. Hey, beautiful people, how you are doing today? It's your girl Destiny here, and welcome to my channel. How you are doing? Hope you guys are doing great. So today's video, we want to talk about a popular UK. Okay, this is it. Today's video, we want to talk about a popular Black UK influencer slash podcaster speaking on the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl halftime show. We already did a video on people's reaction on the Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl show. So if you haven't seen that video, go check it out. So you can probably catch up if you're in the US and you didn't watch the show. So just want to get people's reaction. So the reaction for the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl has always been very mixed. Some people like it, some people love it. Most people like it, most Black people like it. But Madam Joy, okay, the UK influencer that decided to speak on it and talk about how fake deepness is, how people form fake deepness, that the Super Bowl should not be a place where people go to think. If you know Kendrick Lamar, you know Kendrick Lamar is a thought-provoking artist, is an activist, and she coming to talk about why Kendrick Lamar will want to make people deep think when all she wants to do is to be entertained, not to deep think. And this has really gotten a lot of people talking. People have called her out. In fact, the entire Black Americans are dragging Madam Joy on the internet for even speaking on Kendrick Lamar and speaking on topics that she knows nothing about. I need you guys to see this Madam Joy's clip that has gotten everybody, especially the Black American community, to speak up and to call her out on what she said. Let's go check out the clip, people's response to it, and then we'll come back and talk more.
Now, I love Kendrick. I love the fact that being a hater can end up being a success. But this performance, I just thought it was really mediocre for me. Maybe because I'm not a hardcore Kendrick.
First of all, my girl, I don't know where you're getting that dress from, Mike, but don't you think, I don't know, it looks a bit small, no? That dress looks like she's trying too hard to fit into that one there.
Yeah, bro, man. We don't want the
She's
system.
about one sneeze away from embarrassment, man.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? You're going to be talking people and you don't even look right. What the fuck, man? Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know about all of that.
I mean, you wouldn't be talking about people and you're looking like this, man. What the dickens, man? Oh my Lord have mercy.
Fan, there was a lot of the songs that I didn't know. I knew some of the mainstream ones. Like when SZA came, I was like, yes, twin. The rest of them, I don't know. I thought the visuals was amazing. We had Samuel Jackson come on as Uncle Tom, and then obviously the dancers came and the American
Uncle
flag,
Tom.
and then obviously he performed They're Not Like Us. I just thought it was an okay performance. There are
You see what I'm saying already, Schiffer? How easy it is for us to look stupid out here. Luckily,
Yeah,
we ain't got that.
that's different than what we were saying. Because politically, Sister Knife, let's be honest in that. Politically, how we need to move, you cannot be promoting things that will sever certain movements anyway, and that we have to agree on that. You understand?
Well, what do you mean? I don't understand, sorry.
So anything that was you, so for example, the N word, you know what I mean, or any form of like to do with stuff, gang glorification, it doesn't work best for our interests. Do you understand? So that's where I was agreeing with some brother Schiffer in regards to that, because it will be used to water down anything that we're trying to do.
That's right.
And, you know, and many of the you know, freedom fighters, you know, I spoke about this many times. You know what I mean? I'm not the first. I'm not going to be the last.
Where we're going now? I'm a bit lost.
What I'm saying is that you can critique an action that we do without blasting us too far where it comes to the state where we're hating on each other. It's not hating on our son family in America. What we're saying is that the gang thing, yes, I agree with what an elder says in the comment, because I know this very well. The gangs did used to protect the black community when they were doing revolutionary things. That's 100% UK, America, etc. And we know that it got infiltrated. But what we're saying, the gangs now, right, certain things, the government can use that and cause a more problem towards how we need to move. So that's why I was agreeing with some brother Schiff in regards to, yes, it is error prone to be using that, even though it was the Crips, it is error prone. You know what I mean? We can't like get out of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think it's interesting the take actually that you two gentlemen took from just watching Serena Crip walk. I don't know how I feel about the way in which you lot have taken it, to be fair.
Can I just say, it's not just about Serena though. It's about the whole, like he said, this idea of, we're going to use the N word, and there's kids around, whatever. It's this idea of obviously the crip walking, yeah, but more to the thing of, we're still promoting gangs like it's a good thing. And I think at the same time, not necessarily a good thing, but we're promoting the gang nonetheless. And the gang's getting highlighted, the gang members are getting famous. And it's like at this point, some people's children have lost their lives, So I think if I was one of those parents and my child had lost their life to one of these gangs, I'd be upset. I'm just being honest. So I'm not saying that. That's why I think it's corny. I'm not upset with Serena. I don't think the show was bad or it was a rubbish show or anything. I enjoyed it, but there's still elements that I feel that we need to clean up on.
Then there should be then there should be no crip walk then, isn't it? No one should crip walk then. It shouldn't.
I agree.
Because
I agree.
I mean, maybe maybe we can have a different conversation, because I think what you're actually questioning is some parts of what would be deemed, I don't want to say like American culture, but like
unfortunately subculture,
culture. Well, again, we could do that then, but it could be argued then we would have to have a similar conversation about here, right?
Yeah, facts.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all.
Okay, that's cool. Again, but all right then, cool. So, okay then, all right. Big up yourself, Tezza.
Big up, Tez.
Yes, son, brother Tez. Big up, man.
Interesting.
Sorry.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Because, and that's the thing, because
would you say that if you watch the pop-up? Would you say the same thing?
What do you mean?
His narrative on the first concert he did with the pop-up.
I don't understand.
The one where we done the concert in the place.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying too. That's what I was asking. I asked him the very same thing, man.
Which concert? The one where he brought all the gang members together?
Yeah.
He brought LA together.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing. At the end of the day, like, don't get me wrong, I understand the positivity of, getting the gang to unite, but I think the real objective is not getting the gang to unite, it's getting the gang to disband, because some of this gang behavior and gang mentality is ruined lives, and I don't think it should be promoted like that. That's my opinion.
You see, I do agree with you. Thank you, Vigilance. No, someone cares about me. Thank you, Vigilance. I do agree with you, like, Schiffer, but again, I don't. You see, it depends on how you look at it, because you could say, even going back to the conversation we was having earlier, yeah, where we could say that Christianity is a gang, Islam is a gang. Both of them have resulted in deaths and murders and this and that and rah.
Yeah, historically, yeah. And I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'll be honest with you. As far as the institution, I would agree with you. The institution should go. I don't think I've got a problem with people having a religious book or practicing, as individuals or in maybe, families. But as far as like this institution, I think, yeah, it definitely is a detriment to all the rest of us, because they're going to gang up on us.
Okay, then. So maybe in terms of the Bloods and the Crips, it's not that maybe they need to be disbanded. Maybe it just needs that the more negative aspects of it need to be alleviated. You get me? And work on more positive aspects, because you're still going to have those persons in the community. Like all those gang members are a member of a community, or a member of first of a family. You know what I mean? Then of a community, and then of a country. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So they're still going to be there. Now, even if they're not gang affiliated, it could be argued that's even better. But you still those very same people have got to have some worth in it, some value, some this, that, and the other. Because remember, a lot of them join a gang to join that brotherhood and this and that and all the rest of it. So if it's not being replaced, you get me, Schiffer, then it's still a problem, right?
Kind of, but it's the way I think you look at it. Because the way I look at things is like this, Nines. You know, I weigh up the odds. I say, well, what has the gangs done for the community, and what has the gangs done against the community? And then I weigh the two both up against each other. If I can see that it's balanced, and you know what, the gang's done just as much for the community as they've done against it, then maybe I wouldn't hold this position. But I think because I don't see what the gangs are doing for the community, I don't see how they're helping. It's like this just needs to go.
But then, would you feel that people will talk about all the good things that they've done?
What do you mean?
There might be positive things that the gangs might have done, but would it be highlighted?
Yeah, of course, because some of these gang members turn into rappers. They might start doing a few 1-on-2 bits for the community. But like I said earlier, I don't rate that, because when you're walking around in a $5 million outfit talking about you handed out some PlayStations in the hood, to me, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution no more.
But they've done a lot of businesses.
What do you mean?
They have, some of these people have business and all sorts.
Yeah, but if they run in a business, then that's the point where they stepped away from the gang and realized what I was saying was right. And you're wasting your time in gangs. Disband, get rid of the gang. We don't need it. We just need it to be able to do business, maybe be part of a trust, be part of some type of agency that we've created. But let's not be part of a gang that's, you know, there in as this element that's, you know, committing crime. We don't need to be in that element.
Yeah,
that element don't help us.
It's better. Sorry, Tezza, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, we don't know the full facts of what they have contributed or done. In the fact that all these institutions you're talking about, they may have those institutions within it. It's just that they have negative sides which are highlighted.
I hear what you're saying when you say they may, and I can tell you this for a fact here. Any of these gangs that's done anything for the community, they're singing to the high heavens about it. So if you ain't heard about it, more than likely it ain't happened. Yeah. So you look at for example, what was that gang that turned all Muslim? Was it the El Rukans? They're all over the history books, all over the news. They was involved in so much stuff, and they were promoting themselves to the high heavens. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, all of these religious groups that come out of black people are going to be criminals, but that particular one had some criminals. Yeah. So I'm just highlighting that one. Now I'm saying, when you look at them,
because Shifa, what I'm trying to get at is, how did these gangs come about?
How they came about is like how, if you watch, you know, that anyone who watches that show on TV with Bumpy Johnson, was it called? I can't remember what it's called, but that's how they came about. People were being abused. There was a lot of racism. People had to find a way to still be able to live a decent life, and they found that they had to, you know, put their guard up in an offensive that became the gangs. Now I'm going to say, okay, cool, that's fine. But when that offensive started going against our own people, we should have realized it's toxic. When we realized our own brothers are killing each other over this, the gang, that's when we should have realized this gang ain't healthy.
I mean, I hear you, Schiffer, but I don't think, at the same time, I don't think you're being very realistic in what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like I hear you, and obviously hindsight's a good thing, but I don't know how realistic I think you're being in
yeah, but Naim, have you ever been in a gang?
No.
And now I think about it like this. I've never been in a gang. When I was younger, yeah. My friends thought about starting a gang.
But 1 second though. But that's due to that. If I was going to be honest, that's probably due to certain reasons. That might be due to it might be due to where I lived. You know, get me, the circumstances in which you know what I mean? Maybe if I lived somewhere else, maybe if my situation was different, maybe I would have joined a gang.
For what though?
It might, for whatever. It might have been protection. It might have been to eat, for the very same reasons that other people join gangs.
See, the only reason I say that, Sister Nines, yeah, is because not being funny, I give you some very high ratings in my mind, and I think you're the way you discern information alone. I don't think this happened yesterday. I think you've been like this most of your life, and I just can't see you joining no one's gang. Can't see it happening.
But Shifa,
you know
you're
that-
obviously
you know
speaking
that-
to a 90 for 99 that's had a brilliant foundation, a brilliant this, a brilliant. Well, you understand what I'm saying to you? But I have to be honest and think, well, because I know people that didn't grow like me. Now, did they necessarily join a gang? Not necessarily, because I don't really think that was gangs in my area, full stop. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, maybe if I was in LA, South Compton, whatever, you know what I mean? And I'm in the projects and all of this and that, and it's all shit for me and this and that, then I might just do that shift. Because you are.
And do you know why I agree with you?
Right?
Do you know why I agree with you? Yeah, I grew up in South London, innit? South London's got a lot of gangs. Even if you weren't part of the gang, if you was from Lewisham and you went to certain areas, as far as they're concerned, you're a ghetto boy. They don't care if you say you're in the gang. They don't care if you're even part of the gang. They're just going to associate you with it and treat you like one anyway. So I can kind of get your point in that regard. But I think, you know, although, yes, that does happen, you know, there are people like myself who are resilient enough to just never be part of your gang. I don't care what gang it is. I don't care what pressure your other gang wants to put me under. Maybe because I was quite big for my age, I could handle myself. Maybe I just felt confident. And I think at that point, yeah, I agree. Some people ain't going to be like me. They might fall victim of being pressured into these gangs. But then that kind of makes me even more right then, because the gangs are pressuring people into them as well. Innocent people who don't want to be part of a gang.
Again, Shifa, I think there's different types. I think there's ones where you might get pressured and recruited. I think there's ones where people, it's just, you know what I mean, just ergonomically join, you know what I mean? Like obviously we got Brother Kel here. Brother Kel here is from Birmingham, you know what I mean? Obviously we know about the two gangs in Birmingham or whatever. And you know what I mean? If you know the history of some of these things, they don't even start out to be the way in which they become, unfortunately. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah.
Like even if you talk about like the ones in Birmingham, it was all family, really.
Well, this is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It didn't start. You know, the way in which it's ended up is not the way in which it started out.
That's true, but then when I look at my cousins in Birmingham, and I agree with what you're saying, I got some cousins in Birmingham, they're warring each other, they're murdering their own family members, chasing them down in the street. Like for me at that point, nah, I still I'm against the idea of gangs. I think if we're some type of business, we're some type of corporation, we're some type of enterprise, fair enough, because it's all above board. Everyone knows what everyone's doing. You know, no one ain't saying, oh, you can't snitch, otherwise the rest of the gang is going to get you. Because not being funny, yeah, if these men do some mad crime or murder some old lady or something, and then, you know, we all get caught, and it wasn't me, I'm going to say it was not me. I might not snitch as such and say, well, it was him and he did that. I'm not going to do that, but I'm definitely letting them know it wasn't me.
About gangs or a lack of...
I'm not part of that shit.
The problem about gangs or just maybe the lack of certain organization and structure in certain gangs. Because if I was going to be real, gangs in its essence, I don't think is necessarily a problem, because all a gang is a collective. It's a collective of people.
That's true.
Now, a gang is an organization. The police are a gang. The government are a gang. You know what I mean? These are gangs. You get me? Right? So
yeah, that's true.
Having a gang is not necessarily a problem. It's about what you do with your gang.
That's
now,
right.
They're going to personalize it now. You know what I mean? Because remember, most businesses, no, let me not even say that. But a lot of what we deem as legitimate businesses started off very crooked, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Right. And then legitimize themselves. So maybe going back to Kendrick and whatever, if they can get a vibration of trying to legitimize these gangs, this, that, and the other, then that's a good look. Because all you got to do is... Sorry?
Because at the same time, then it makes his song an oxymoron, isn't it? Because we're saying they're not like us, but what are we trying to be like them then?
Yeah, but what are you talking about?
That's what I mean. They're not like us, innit? Because they do these type of F3s. They had to make gangs and do all this derogatory behavior in order to get where they got to. So why are we gonna adopt the same derogatory behavior?
No. You're remixing now. You're remixing now.
Why do you say that?
Because now you're bringing in they're not like us into this. Remember, this is just about one part of his thing when Serena was crip walking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. and here we are now. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I'm saying let's not make the whole thing about the fucking.
Well, I'm not saying it's about that. I'm saying that we're actually more like them than we're making out, then, innit? We're trying to be like them. If we consistently keep creating gangs and creating things like them to be more like them.
Okay, so you say
What do you mean? Who's creating gangs? I don't understand.
Well, we created gangs to combat their gangs, is what you're. That's what I'm gathering from what you're saying, unless I got it wrong.
When you're saying we, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about these Bloods and Crips and black people who created gangs, or the black gangs versus the white gang.
That's something really special to America and the situation in America. So I'm not really.
But I don't agree with no gangs. I don't agree with the mafia. I don't agree with none of them. I think they're all bad. I think it's all derogatory. So why am I going to tell my brothers to go down that road? That's all I'm trying to say.
All right. Well, that's fair enough.
Do you know that? I don't rate none of them. Don't rate the police.
I think the more yeah. I mean, not rating them is one thing, innit? But it's about what happens in the here and now, innit?
Yeah. And I think they're all destructive forces, isn't it? Like at the end of the day, we've seen just how destructive the police can be to our community. That's a fact. No one could ever deny it. They can't deny it. Now I'm saying we've also seen just how destructive these gangs can be to our community, which, like you said, the police is nothing more than a gang anyway. They're just the same. So at that point, I don't want none of them.
But is it the gang or the people in the gang?
It's all of it. It's the whole thing.
In the gang.
It's the whole concept.
It's not the gang, it's the people. Because like I said, you could say that Christians are a gang, Shifa. Muslims are a gang.
That's why I don't like them. I'm not into this institutionalized religion. I think religion should be a personal thing. If you read your book, you should be on your own doing it, not in a gang. If you're in a gang, you're bringing down the rest of the world. You're actually a problem. You're part of the biggest problem that ever existed, to be fair. So why am I going to then agree to gangs when I'm saying I disagree with them being a gang? That don't make sense.
Bro, a lot of people on the internet who are like, oh my God, you just didn't understand. One thing I cannot stand is fake deepness. I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think. I don't want to feel like I'm reading a book. So when I'm seeing, oh, but you did not understand the allegoric significance of when the dancers were wearing blue, and the blue means it signifies the sadness of the American state. Like, I just want to dance. I don't want to watch a performance and then have to read a book to understand what the performance was about. Okay? Come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think. I don't want to feel like I'm reading a book.
When people are talking about the rise of anti-intellectualism, this is exactly what they're talking about. How can you come on your platform of more than 1 million people and confidently say that you want something as simple as a Super Bowl halftime show to be further dumbed down for the likes of you, and you're not even embarrassed when you say stuff like that? The fact that it's on the Super Bowl means that it's been checked and cleared by a committee. Probably hundreds, if not thousands of people have looked through that and made sure that the messaging is not too revolutionary, and you're still asking for it to be dumbed down. I think this speaks to a larger issue that I'm starting to realize with influencers who have millions of followers. They do not want a revolution. Why would they?
Like, I just want to dance.
When people are talking about changing the status quo and shaking the table, bro, they're at that table. Why would they want it to be shaken? They just want you to smile and remain distracted, and they want you to eat your peanuts and enjoy the circus. That's about it.
Take deepness. I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think.
And that right there is your problem. You didn't think at all. Once again, a Black British person opens their mouth and shows again how uneducated they are. Why do y'all feel the need to talk on Black American and American history when you don't know shit? And you know what? You don't have to know shit, but stop speaking on it. This is American sport that's based, that has so much rooted in history. Black history is American history. So of course, in times that are like this, where they're getting rid of DEI and all that stuff, he's showing symbolism. It's like, it doesn't make sense. If I don't understand anything, why am I speaking on it? You see how that doesn't make sense? And then when you said this BS,
as Samuel Jackson come on as Uncle Tom.
Uncle Tom?
Uncle
You
Sam.
don't even know what Uncle Tom is? In correction, it was Uncle Sam.
Exactly.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know the words that you're saying at this point. If you can't be entertained and use your critical thinking at the same time, I don't know what to tell you. It's crazy how I just saw a think piece of a white Irish woman breaking down the symbolism. She's not even American. Felt unity in that. Felt empowered in watching that performance. And you're gonna sit your ass in there and say that. For you to sit there and say fake deepness shows how much ignorance and privilege you sit on. If you don't get it, cool. Get this. When Kendrick says they not like us, y'all included in that.
Joys. Sometimes let's learn to keep quiet. Even if we have to talk, let's try to do some research. It's very important that we don't just contribute to everything on the social media space. Very important, especially when we don't know anything about it. You've done a great job creating this whole persona, but when you're beginning not to do research, you're looking really, really bad.
Yeah.
Just in December, you got in trouble for saying some narcissistic stuff in Lagos. This didn't end. We're just in February, you're in trouble again. Because you just didn't want to keep your mouth shut. Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't voice your opinion. Hell, your whole brand is all about voicing opinions. That has been the reason why we love Madam Joyce. I love you. I watch your content. I really genuinely love you. But one thing I don't want you to do is to up the way these two boys did. And you're looking like you're about to. James and Fahad had everything working for them. All they needed to do was do research. And that's what you're not doing. Let me tell you something with American pop culture. You just don't open your mouth wide and just say nonsense.
Facts.
You get it? Not like the British audience you're working with or the Nigerian audience you're working with. With the American audience, you have to be smart to say what makes sense because they will call it out. They're known for that. They will call you out. They're not scared of you. When you come and disrespect the whole culture like that, they will drag the hell out of you. You're being dragged right now. And again, I hate it that this is happening to you. And I know at the end of the day, we're all going to say that, oh, publicity is good publicity. No, it's not. When you're known to be a fool, it's not good publicity. You're going to be a fool for the rest of your time.
I did not know who Mama Joyce was, this Mama Joyce, until today. The only Mama Joyce that I knew was Candy's mama for Real Housewives of Atlanta. But she is caught up in controversy because she had some things to say regarding Kendrick's halftime performance. Now, for context, she is a Black woman from the UK. And a lot of things that I pointed out from the podcast episode was that she doesn't want to think she wants to be entertained. A lot of talking points we've heard from white people. Now, context, I am first gen.
Learn Chinese with great Chinese TV shows.
你就跟我一起去海边。
海边，出招吧，出招吧。
我还没说完呢，那我当然答应了呀。
答应。Start learning Chinese today.
And Congolese American. I've grown up in the States for most of my life. That includes an awareness of Black American culture and history. With that being said, when you are speaking on Black American history, that is essentially American history, you need to be educated on. Doubling down on the commentary regarding Kendrick's performance to just fans being uber protective and saying, oh, he can't be critiqued, is disingenuous and very ignorant. It's okay to say that you don't have that exposure or in proximity to people that have the lived Black American experience or just the lived Black experience in general. To start a whole diaspora war during Black History Month after the month that a lot of Black people in the U.S. have had since that orange man took office, it's like, that's the worst introduction people can have to you. Y'all know I say it all the time. Worst time to get introduced to new people is when you're in a controversy. Have fun cleaning this up.
One thing I cannot stand is fake deepness. I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think.
I'm going to hold your hand with a napkin in between when I say this. We know stink a butt. Trust. We can tell. Raise the price on the mics. They are far too easily accessible. Get a journal. Your thoughts need to be put on paper, not on a podcast. Like admitting with your full chest that you just want to be entertained and don't want to have to use your brain is crazy. Ho, is you feeling pip pip cheerio? If y'all wanted a meaningless and mediocre performance, you could have sold out J-Lo's concert tour, but alas, she had to cancel. But with Kendrick Lamar, never gave shuck and jive. This is Kendrick Lamar. The Kendrick Lamar who uses his music to speak out against racial inequality and systemic oppression. The Kendrick Lamar who came out in a chain gang for his 2016 Grammys performance. The same performance that has been all but scrubbed from the internet. The Pulitzer Prize winning Kendrick Lamar. The activist Kendrick Lamar.
Exactly.
Y'all thought he was going to get on the world's biggest stage and not make a political statement? Please be so real. He literally said this is bigger than the music and y'all are like, just entertain us. Mind you, y'all will be the same people who complain about the problems in the world. Let me add a second napkin in between when I tell you this. Sense is chasing you, but you are much faster. Please slow down and let her catch up.
Okay, girl.
Hope this helps. Peace and love. Talk to you later.
I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think. I don't want to feel like I'm reading a book.
For people like you is the reason why so many Black Americans do not take Black UK people seriously. Now, I'm not even a Black American. I'm from Colombia. I was born and raised in Colombia until I was 15, and then I moved here, and I've been taught U.S. American history, and I've been living in the U.S. as a Black person and as an Afro-Latino. But even I, a foreigner, understood and knows the reality of the U.S. right now and what is going on in the U.S. and why Kendrick Lamar's performance was so significant for Black people. Kendrick Lamar sent a whole message of protest and celebrating Black culture. The fact that you came here, set up a mic, sit down, edit it, and say, I didn't come here to think, I came here to be entertained. You have no idea how privileged that is. There's not a lot of people right now in the US who have the privilege to sit down and be like, I want to be entertained. No, because their whole lives are falling apart. Why? Because they make part of a minority group. This is a very coon behavior. And not to fall into stereotypes, but I see this pattern in Africans that live in the UK or Black people born and raised in the UK. And let's say,
Can I ask a question, please?
You were expecting top-notch, next-level performances like the ground.
The way these people are talking, yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know if it's just me that's hearing it like this. I just want to know your opinions. I don't know if anyone thinks this Super Bowl, you know, is changing people's lives, or, you know, is that significant? Because I don't really think, to be honest with you, yeah, like this is why I said what I said earlier as well, when I said I'm not so sure about this Kendrick guy, because some of the stuff he's promoting, I'm not so sure is necessarily about us. That's what I'm saying. Like when I hear certain songs about, you know, his auntie, uncle, and certain things, you know, I get it. People are saying, you know, he's against prejudice or whatever. But for me, that's not something I'm promoting. So, you know, some of this stuff, I don't know if it's necessarily for me. Maybe I'm not like the rest of us or whoever he's talking about. But don't anyone else have a problem with that? Or is it just me? No?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Kendrick Lamar. I think he's a very talented young man. It's
No,
just
that specific thing where, like I said, he was promoting his auntie, who's his uncle, which to me is some type of rainbow business. And are we okay with that? I'm just asking you, are you okay with that?
And his uncle, what do you mean by that?
You ain't heard the song where he's talking about his auntie, who's really his uncle?
Okay. Right.
You gotta listen to some of this stuff, and this is what I'm saying. Like for me, I'm a listener, innit? I'm into music, innit? So if I think you're good, like you're a Kendrick, I'm gonna listen to you. I'm gonna go and listen to your whole album. I'm gonna listen to every word intently because I want to see why are people so attracted to this. What's so great about it? And for me, he's just the new Kanye. I'm gonna say one thing, and then he's gonna break your hearts, man. He's gonna do something completely different.
Yeah, as I said, man, like when it comes to mixing gang and together and things like that, in the wrong way, it's very destructive, and we have to agree on that, man. It's happened so many times. You know what I mean? It's happened so many times, man.
Yeah.
It's entertainment, but when you start bringing negativity and, you know what I mean, with all certain vulgar dancing, you know what I mean, and all that there, and associate that with us and that, then we have to kind of say, you know what?
Yeah, put a stop to that, man.
Stop the time, man. Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say, and I think even if
Kale, yeah. Throughout that's a 13-14 minutes performance, there was not one swear word, no nudity, nothing like that, which is what we're used to when it comes to certain things. You know what I mean? Why aren't we even putting them little thing there? No N words, no naked women. You understand? Nothing but positivity.
Yeah, man.
Like literally, but yeah, and that's still not enough for some. So what is it that way? Because you know what is wrong, and I'm gonna play another video, yeah. But
When you say enough in what respect though, Nance? Because I think I accept Kendrick as a good artist. Yeah, he's done enough to be accepted as a good artist. He's done enough to be accepted as a good performance. As far as leading the community, I don't know if you're like the only thing I'm respecting is the
no
fact
one
that you
said
got
he's the
them
leader
gangs
of a
together.
community, Shifa.
No,
No one has said that.
No, not saying that he is leading the community, but he is a leader within the community to the fact that he's a spokesperson, you know, at this point for the community. So in being the spokesperson for the community, I don't think the main focal point of his spokesmanship should be gang, gang, gang. I just don't think it should be.
Where are you
It
getting?
literally is. It literally is. You got Crip walking on the stage. Do you understand? You got blue and red, all of this stuff. Like Kendrick is, you know, when he's talking about.
Wait, stop, because I'm starting to think that you're talking without knowledge. What does the blue and red represent?
Kendrick himself is not actually in a gang, but we know in the hoods of America, the blue and red represent Bloods and Crips. You could say it's Squid Game. Some people say Squid Game.
Shipper, he's actually a Pyru.
No, he ain't. Now he got exposed the other day. The Bloods came out. They said no, he ain't never been an active member of no gang. Otherwise, listen to what the brother said. Listen to what the brother said, and it makes sense. Hear me out. The brother said this very specific sentence, and I know people in gangs, so I know he's not chatting shit. Watch this. How are you gonna be a Blood? How are you gonna be a Pyru and bring all of those people together? Because if you're a real active gang member, then people ain't coming out for you like that, cuz.
It's like Nipsey Hussle and Crenshaw.
Nipsey Hussle was an active gang member. That's why he's dead. He got shot. Remember? Didn't he get shot in his head?
Listen carefully. It doesn't matter where you're from. It's like like let's say North Peckham Estate. Yeah. You live in North Peckham Estate. So by right you are part of, or affiliated with it.
Okay, I'm from Lewisham, yeah. I'm from Lewisham. Certain people from Peckham, they might say, well, you know what? You're from ghetto. You're a ghetto boy. But guess what? I got a bag of cousins in Peckham. You can't tell me nothing. Furthermore, you can't tell me I'm something I'm not. So regardless of whether you perceive me as it, I don't have to adhere to it.
All these families affiliated in it.
But he don't have to adhere to it. My family might be affiliated. I don't have to adhere to it.
Yourself out of it. But what I'm saying is you're a part of it, regardless if you like it or not.
Well, if he rates that type of behavior in his family, then that's the problem. Because I don't rate that. Listen, I would tell if my cousin's an active gang member, I'm going to tell him you're a fool. You're a downright idiot. And I don't care about your gang. Not interested. Don't even want to hear about your gang. We don't hear about your unification of your gang.
But it's
like that.
But the whole storyline and the whole thing that he's done is about him and what he's gone through.
Okay.
Whether you like it or not, that's your business. That's your own personal opinion. He's demonstrating what he's gone through in his society.
No, but there's no problem with that. I haven't got a problem with that. What I'm saying is, I have a problem with promoting anything gang, and I thought it was corny to have, you know, a big woman crip walking. That was my issue.
Yes, because that is a part of their culture.
I don't care. That's my opinion. That's part of my culture.
No, what I'm saying is, it's not about you caring. It's people that know will know.
Yeah, but that's why the problem is going to persist.
Yeah, it's not a problem. He's giving you where he's coming from. So, like you, if you're coming from London and you're demonstrating your things, people in Australia don't know where you're coming from, but you're going to put that on your wax.
I hear you. But I don't know if you listen to the whole Kendrick Lamar albums, man. I'm trying to listen to that stuff.
I've listened to it. Remember,
this is a man This is the man who we're trying to paint with this pious picture, but every other word is N-word, N-word, N-word in his actual music. Maybe he cut them out on that halftime show, but come on, you can't paint him as this pious character, and he's bro. Come on, man, check what the guy is really doing.
Chifa, if you're gonna go down that road, then you're gonna have to scrap the whole hip hop because
That's right. Thank you, and I'm with that. We need to scrap hip hop. We need to scrap rap, and we need to start over. We need to give it a new name, and all of these derogatory elements in there need to come out.
Chifa, that's throwing you in the bin.
Yeah, but that's me. When you see the type of music that I create, I want to create a derogatory music without highlighting to you that it's derogatory. I'm not going to promote something that's bad to you as good.
Yeah, but there's a time for change, but you have to start from somewhere. And when you're starting from somewhere, you're doing your thing. And as I said, there's no wrong in what he did. He just did what's best for him. He didn't care what other people had to say, whether you like it or not.
I agree with that as well. That's a fair statement, and he's entitled. He's actually entitled. It's not about my opinion, but I'm still entitled to my opinion. And I don't listen. If I think something's corny, you're not going to convince me it's not in it.
Yeah,
you know, like that. That's all I'm saying, bro. If you was a big man, MA, listen, if you was a big man, I don't care what your situation was. I don't care if you grew up in LA and I saw you crip walking on that show, I'm going to tell you, bro, that's corny. As a big man, you shouldn't be doing stuff like that. But what are you promoting to the youth?
But people in LA would know and they would love it.
Yeah, but they're all corny, isn't it? Like, the LA need to fix up there, isn't it? They need to fix the hell up. Because who's promoting that? Like, don't get me wrong, yeah. Like I said, where I come from, there's gangs, yeah. But what I've noticed is that the Americans are a lot dumber than the English rappers. Because the English rappers don't go, only the really stupid ones. You get a one or two that's going to come out. And you know, you got the drill rapper then, and all they're promoting is gang, 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 this gang. They're talking about their gang and how bad they are, what they done from what they didn't do. That's just snitching on yourself. And that's what I mean, is some idiot thing really, but we're gonna allow them to do it because they say, well, they're Americans. No, I'm not with that. Not with that.
Let me ask you this: who labels them as being gangs?
What's that?
Who labels them as being gangs?
They label themselves as being a gang. They called themselves Bloods and Crips. They weren't forced to have that name.
Yeah, but who labeled it? Because
they did.
That's not its foundation, is it?
What do you mean? What, Bloods and Crips?
Yeah, it was. That's
what's
the
foundation of it then? What is the foundation of it then?
Originally came to protect the community.
Okay, and how? When you say Bloods and Crips was originally invented to protect the community, how did it turn into gang warfare then?
Because someone in another neighborhood killed one of theirs, and
you understand?
And then, as I said, a lot of people don't know where certain conflicts arrive from. So when you see that, and then what happened was because someone died, that's where Bloods came out.
Hey.
So we kind of got to look at certain things and see where the root is. The root is
I do, bro, I do. And I look at situations like, look at Alpo from New York. This story is all over the internet. You killed your best friend, yeah, because of your gang mentality. Now listen, it doesn't matter if you're Bloods or Crips, it just matters that you're in a gang, because the mentality of gang members, unfortunately, is murderous. It's detrimental. There is nothing good coming out of a gang mentality. The only thing that's coming good out of it is maybe they made some money. That's not enough for me, bro. And at that point, if you're going to sacrifice your morals for money, really and truthfully, we should be turning our backs on you.
Hold on. Isn't it that they've been labeled as? Because when you talk about Alpo wasn't really in no gang. It was a few guys that wanted to make money.
That's right. But they had a gang mentality, though. That's what I said. I didn't say he was in a gang. I said, and in fact, technically, they are a gang. They are a gang, and they definitely have a gang mentality. And maybe they're not in the Bloods or the Crips, but they're still a gang. Just like when you look at, for instance, when you look at all of these new charges that they got going now with all of these young thugs and all, why are they getting charged? Because you're in a gang, and you've named this gang, and your gang's out there doing things in the name of this gang. So it's only so long before the police pick someone up and say, okay, you done this crime. And why did you do this? Who are you? I wear YSL, wear this. They're all over the internet saying it. They're just so dumb. It's retarded, bro. You know it too. Come on, bro. Let's be honest. You know that's retarded. So come on now, bro. We got to be honest in saying the gang mentality and even the idea of being in a gang is detrimental to us. If we had a different word for it, and then, we all, ganged up as this association, we always was an association, I'd feel comfortable more with that. And then maybe I won't speak out against it. But the moment you're a gang, like maybe gang in the UK, guiding the new generation, that was a different concept. I can even mess with that. But you can't come to me as no Bloods and Crips who's murdered thousands. No, I'm not hearing that nonsense. I don't care if you unite them. They still murdered thousands. Send all of them to jail. Get rid of them. Do you know like that? Like, why is that not an option? And I think that this is where, we as black people, what's more important to us, our community or defending the reputation of people who's, they murdered people in the community. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Imagine it was your son. Let me ask you this question then, my bro, yeah? If your son, let's say you had multiple family members lost to these gangs, do you think you still hold this opinion that, Kendrick and all of this gang uniting thing, is actually doing anything for us?
I wouldn't see it that way though.
And this is what I'm saying. So when you look at someone like a Nipsey Hussle was a full-blown Crip. He was an active gang member. The guy is dead. Yeah, you got King Von, active gang member, O Block. The guy is dead. The list goes on. It goes on and on and on. You got like kids like Triple Extension then, yeah? Pause on the Triple Extension. Sorry, extension, whatever. But I'm saying the guy is dead and he weren't even in a gang. But the gang still got to him, bro. And I think at that point, it's like, nah, we shouldn't have so much innocent people in our community dying and then allow these gangs to be promoted. I'm sorry, no. That's my opinion, though. I'm not saying that Kendrick can't do what he wants. I'm not saying the show don't mean what it means. I'm not saying that, it wasn't artistic even. I'm just saying that at that point, I just think, maybe they could have done it without that part being involved. Maybe they could have done more to promote, shut the gang down. We're tired of your gang. We don't want to see your gang around here no more. Yeah? Don't you remember that film back in the day when I can't remember the one with what's the guy's name? I'm trying to remember his name. There's a film though, an old school film that's like that, where they're trying to get rid of all of the gangs. They just don't like the gangs because they realize what they're doing to the neighborhood. It's an old film. It's got all of the superstars. It's got the Wayans brother in there. It's got all of them. I'm gonna remember the name of this film at some point, but I probably won't be here no more. But I'm saying like that's the truth of it, innit? These gangs, they come in and maybe they start off with some kind of positive message or whatever. But unfortunately, once it's got to the point of now people's kids are dying, I've had enough of your gang. Shut that down, innit? Don't promote it. In fact, don't big them up. Tear them down.
Is it that film with Sean Penn and Dennis Hopper? Yeah, I remember that. That's
I think so. 90s. And the two white police officers, and one of them gets dumped, didn't it?
I remember that's early 90s, that is, man. Yeah.
I remember the policeman that gets duppied is the one who's trying to allow everyone. He's the one that's like, you know what, allow them a little bit, innit? He caught the man with the drugs. He said, you know what, to throw that on the floor, throw it away, send him on his way. Because we don't want to be at war with them, innit? Like, but he's the one that gets duppied. It's like, bro, at that point, the gang ain't got no they ain't got no love lost for you, innit? They don't care, innit? Anyone can get it. You feel me? What's the brother's name? Frog. Remember, Frog tried to snitch on them, yeah? And Frog was going to, he told basically, because he liked that police officer, he told him that they were setting him up to get duppied, innit? So because he told the police officer that his partner was going to get duppied, they went for Frog, and then Frog flipped it on them. Frog got his gang and went back and duppied them, and then Frog and the man go jail in the end, remember? So either way, the gang didn't work, not even for the ones who thought they was good with it.
If it's not regulated properly, then it becomes destructive.
Yeah. As a business, though, it's different. I think, like I said, if they was a corporation and, you know, they had some type of ties to each other, then there'll be some type of loyalty there, maybe, because there ain't no loyalty amongst thieves and gangs. Where's Terry gone? Is he still there?
It's always going to be a discussion, man. You know, we mix the gang concept in like with our people. You know, we have to really go against it, man. I stand with Schiffer with it, man. It doesn't matter if it's Bloods or Cribs, or even if it's like the other gangs around the world. You know what I mean? And that when you start mixing that together, and that's problematic, because not a lot of us have that wisdom to kind of use it without being destructive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I hear what you're saying, Schiffer, right? But when you have to understand where people are coming from. Right?
Yes, that's right.
And when you're demonstrating your history, are you just going to do half of it, or are you going to tell them the full story?
And that's, you know what, I agree with that part. I definitely agree with it. But like I said, you know, for me, Serena Williams was the only thing I said was corny, innit, because of the Crip walk. And we're talking about gangs now, but that wasn't my original statement, innit. I just thought it was a bit corny. I didn't hate on her for it. I'm not saying that she's a bad person. I just think it's a bit corny because as a Serena Williams, who did not make her millions doing no gangster stuff, stop the Crip walking.
Yeah, but she comes from there, innit?
You might come from there, just like let me give you an example.
It's not everything she's gonna do. It's not like she picked up guns. She picked up on the dancing. When they're dancing that Crip walk is when they're in a peaceful mood. Ain't gonna see some
Brother, not being funny, yeah. There is a lot more dances in LA than the Crip walk, yeah. So she could have picked any dance. She picked a specific dance and a specific color.
When you go to LA, you will see it for yourself. It's the most dominant dance that they have.
Do you know what I was told, MA, yeah? And this is from my homies who live in LA. They live in those areas there, yeah? See, if you go to LA, you can't just walk around wearing blue, you know, or just wearing red. You have to be careful, you know, bro. So at the end of the day, I hear what you're saying, but this is a big woman, yeah? Promoting wearing blue and doing Crip walk, yeah? Now, when some kid says, oh, well, you know what? If Serena, it's only a dance, I'm going to go down the hood and I'm going to do some Crip walking in front of these Bloods, and I'm just going to wear blue like Serena Williams because it's cool now, and then they end up getting shot or something. Like, we have to then kind of, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Let's do it.
Dancing and then getting shot like that.
Yeah, they can get shot.
No,
bro, that could be classed as you banging on the other set.
Right? And I'm telling you this, man's dancing outside the shop.
No, but cuz, you see, if you're wearing blue, just wearing blue can get you shot, cuz. That's what I'm trying to say.
So living in an area where it's blue and go and wear red and see what happens.
Thank you. So that will be called set tripping. They call that set tripping, right?
Yeah,
so if you're set tripping.
Yeah, but they live there. They've lived there. That's their culture. That's what they are. That's what they know.
Yeah, but she has fans and young people looking up to her. Young people who are impressionable, who might not necessarily understand all of this stuff. So one of those youngsters goes out there now and they're just wearing blue because they're just copying their mogul, Serena. It's normal now to do this now because Serena does it. And then they get caught set tripping. Now you're set tripping. Now someone's banging on you, cuz. Pause on the banging on you, but that's for the terminology.
Yeah, but Chichipa is part of their history. Whether you like it or not, if Serena didn't do it, someone else is going to do it from LA. All of them do it. Tell me what LA person haven't you seen that has not do Crip walking?
What do you mean? There's loads of LA people that don't do Crip walk. You got a whole Hollywood out there and all of that in Lost and
Is that mean you create a little dance in our area and everyone follows suit?
I hear you, like as if, you know, like Bogle dance. But remember, Bogle was not in a gang. Bogle was not gang affiliated. Bogle was for everyone. Remember World Dance? World Dance was for the world. It wasn't for the gang, Kazi. You know what I mean? Come on, let's be honest. It wasn't for the gang.
Shifra, what happened to Bogle?
Bogle, yeah. But Bogle Dance was not gang affiliated. Bogle may have been a gang member or, you know, been some type of bad man or in a bad manism. But Bogle was not.
Wasn't it a bad man dance?
I wouldn't say Bogle was a bad man dance. No, Bogle was a dance for the world. Bogle was a dance for all people of all walks, of all ages, and all type of.
When it
Yo,
was hands in the air, wasn't it a gun sign?
not to start with, no. That something came later. That's something that come later. Be honest, that come later. Huh? Remember, the Bogle started off side to side. It never started off just gun finger. Let's be honest, tell. Go back, look on the Bogle. Go back, look on it.
We come from when people come from the ghetto.
That was a good one. That's a good one. But I don't listen. I don't believe. You see, like for instance, here, like how people say Vybz Kartel is the king of dancehall now, and Vybz Kartel is doing all this thing. It's like for me, no, you are not the king of dancehall. Beanie Man got it 100% right. Beanie Man is the king of dancehall, and Beanie Man gave us one bag of clean lyrics, you know. And although maybe Beanie's lifestyle, maybe in his lifestyle, in his personal life, maybe he's had some issues with some bad man-isms and some run-ins with some people. But on the whole, I would say that Beanie Man has tried to give us a positive image. So,
yeah, but Shifra, none of them can talk to Supercat. None of them can talk to Supercat, man.
Yeah, but Supercat a bad man. Supercat a bad man still. So, you know, he's a different vibe.
Wait. But you cannot even class Vybz Kartel as dancehall. You cannot.
What would you call him? Batman? What would you call him? Batman?
Huh? Yeah.
What would you call him? Okay. I see that. I see that because of the generational changes. Like, you know, we had reggae, ragga, then dancehall, then bash. So I get you. I'm with you.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is there's every generation is different. So,
yeah.
But
I call them king of Batman.
Yeah, but what we do is we how can I say it? We use things that can be violent, but use it in a form of a metaphor, right?
Mm.
But all the things that we pull on are negative because we're coming from that dark hole.
Mm. I hear you. Now, when you say we're drawing on the negatives, drawing from a negative, yeah, like for instance, then, yeah, if I listen to an old school blues singer, they might draw on some negatives and talk about, you know, the pain they're in from the relationship they lost and, you know, how this person done treated them, whatever. But they ain't talking about murdering people, though.
You'd be surprised.
But that's not the overarching theme, is it?
What I'm saying is, the struggles that we've gone through, right, is what we've always portrayed. Because we've constantly been coming through struggles. So they're going to come out negative. No matter how we see it or what we use or how we use words, whatever, it's coming from something negative. I can start rapping about slavery and something negative is going to come out of it.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. And when you look at it like that, yeah, fair enough. We're talking, you know, from a historical standpoint, yeah, and we're talking about, you know, the experiences I've had in my life have not really been very good. That's cool. But that doesn't mean I have to.
And this is why I'm saying, for me personally, I don't put celebrities on any form of leadership or pedestal. I see it as it's entertainment.
Yeah, but then how can be people looking at this halftime show like it's so important? Why is the importance?
But why is the society looking at negative things full stop? Because they like it.
And I hear that, and that's why I think there's a point where, although I get it, some people like the show, I like the show, I still think these superstar artists are part of the problem, just like the religious institution is part of the problem. They're never going to be the solution, and ultimately they're only here to brainwash us and to make us, to misdirect us, in my opinion.
No, as I said, I hear where you're coming from, and as I said, it's that once I look at where Kendrick has come from and what Kendrick does, I'm not expecting some big phenomenon. Yes, black power. Yes, oh, black people should have business. I'm not even looking at that Kendrick like that because that's not his cloth.
Do you think that other people are? Do you think other people are though? Be honest.
Everyone's going to take their own story and an opinion to every situation. It's like if you today release a love song and you put it online and you have 100 people listening to that song, people love to criticize or pick on something, right?
Can I ask you one question, please, bro? One quick one. Do you think if I gave you a choice and I said, which one do you think Kendrick Lamar loves more? The community the community he says he comes from, that he keeps talking about, or money? Which one would you say he loves more?
He loves his community, but then life experiences will tell you money.
Now, you see why I asked this question is because from my perspective, it's like this. You know, the other day we was talking about Drake and what Drake ain't doing for his artists on his label. But we know that all the artists that's on Drake's label, they got good record deals, they got paid, they got investment from a bigger record label. So everyone got an actual, you know, they got some type of advance as well. They're not just broke and sitting there with nothing. Now, as far as I know, Kendrick ain't got no label. What is he doing for the community? But I know this man walks around in $5 million outfits. Now, for all of these guys that... Now, 1 second, bro. Let me just finish on this sentence. For all of these guys that walk around in $5 million, even if it's like $1 million outfits, it's like, bro, listen, you can buy an outfit from Primark for, I don't know, 30 quid. Why does he need to do that, cuz? Why do they need to flaunt on the same people they say they love so much like that?
But you see, my issue with Drake in the fact that the things you're doing and how you're doing it, I don't care how much money you're giving to the community, but the things that you're doing, your ideology, it just barks up the wrong way. You know what I mean? When you're sleeping with every man's woman and you're being possessive and you're doing certain things that doesn't look right.
Yeah,
I can't do that.
I agree with that too, because at the end of the day, if it's derogatory behavior, it's derogatory behavior. So I'm not here to be the Drake defender. I'm just saying, if we're gonna look at through a microscope, then we've got to look at all of them through the microscope.
Yeah, no, all of them get looked under the microscope, and that's why I said I'm not expecting something spectacular like a Malcolm X coming out of Kendrick Lamar. I'm not expecting that. But what I'm saying is that people love to put people on a pedestal too much. I get it. But Kendrick Lamar did what he could do. And that's it. Done. Finish. He put something to existence. And it's for us to even take the little things that he's put in existence and make it amplify that even more. But
I hear you. I hear you.
I don't expect him to be a Moses and lead us out of Jericho.
I hear you, and I think it's the same. You see the same conversation we're having now. Yeah, I'll be honest. I had a conversation with one of the homies about Cat Williams. Yeah, and about the likes of a Dave Chappelle. These guys who's in the industry, but they're exposing the industry. How do you feel about that, bro? Let me ask you that question.
Because the funniest thing is, if you know a topic and you can talk about that topic, is that a sign of saying that you was in it yourself?
Well, this is what I'm trying to say, bro. And I'm saying at that point, how can you be in the industry but then talking against the industry at the same time? To me, it's an oxymoron, cuz.
Yeah, but that's why I said for me personally, I just laugh at it because what is entertainment is supposed to amuse people. It's supposed to make people feel a certain way. So once I understand that, I'm not expecting jack shit from any of them. And that's my true notion on that.
Well, that's why I'll be honest, bro. I think we're getting played. I think we're getting played with this whole Kendrick thing because as much as you're not taking that way, I think a lot of black people in America see this as some kind of black power move and they're galvanizing behind this man. And I think that's dangerous.
But that's coming from the layman people. the people that don't know. Do you think someone that is blackity black will take Kendrick on board?
Well, I listened to the video previously, and at that point, I'd have to say yes.
But are these people not layman people? These
What do you mean?
people are they really supporter of the black plight?
I don't know.
And these are my issues. People are going to talk about certain things. Some people are going to go against Kendrick. You know what? How can he even talking about blackness, and how can he get Samuel Jackson to come on there and talk about Uncle Sam? And you know, you're going to get people that are going to go against. Oh yeah, and they're going to compare it to people like them white people that were coming in before. So like the people like Katy Perry and what do they call it? What's it? Something Inc. and all these West Side. Yeah, and for me, as I said, the transition that Jay-Z did, right? Even though certain things he may do, but he's done a transition. He's given these artists a platform which they never had in the first place.
Who gave them the what you say? Jay-Z gave them the platform.
The Rock Nation, what they're doing.
I don't know, bro. I don't know if that's necessarily so true. I think that it maybe they're made to be perceived as giving them the platform. But there's many platforms. It's which one's getting the support from the major label?
Rock Nation got the space. They're doing. Remember, these artists are doing it for free. You know, they're not getting paid. So what I'm saying is that when Rock Nation came in to doing that space. Before Rock Nation came along, no black man got a look in.
So how did yeah, but when you say no black man got a look in, then no, I don't know if that's necessarily true, because you still had the likes of a Tupac and a Biggie before there was a Rock Nation.
Yeah, no, but they wouldn't have got onto the Super Bowl.
Why'd you say that?
Super Bowl, look at the catalog. Go and look at the history of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I think that because we're in now modern times, in it, the more time elapses, the more people become more relaxed about race and these type of things. So I think that it was inevitable, personally.
No, but Chipper, when they put Rock Nation in, a lot of the rappers got the look in.
Yeah, afterwards, yeah. But at that point, rap was the most popular music on the planet. They had to get a look in.
Yeah, and that's why they put Rock Nation there, because rap was popular, and now rap is popular. They needed an organization to put there to help them out, because they were losing numbers of views.
And I agree with that. At the same time, as I say, it's not necessarily Rock Nation that makes that possible. It's hip hop as a whole. The culture makes it possible.
Yeah, no. But what I get that. But without the organization of what they've done so far, they've created something.
Yeah, but look at Rock Nation now. They're a disaster. I'd go more with Shady Aftermath then. Let's go with Shady Aftermath, because they've been at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but and TV.
Yeah, but Eminem's Eminem.
They brought in Dre.
I don't really rate Jay-Z though. I don't really rate Jay-Z for two reasons.
I'm saying it's not about rating the person, but with the change of the times. What I'm saying is, before Rock Nation came about, right?
Yeah.
They were having all these Taylor Swift and things like that.
I hear you, and at the same time, this is the same Rock Nation that didn't want to sign DMX, that didn't want to sign certain artists because Jay-Z just wanted to feel like he was better than everyone. They didn't sign 50 Cent. 50 Cent went to West Coast, ended up signing, being a bigger artist than all of them. So I don't know, bro. I don't rate Rock Nation. I think Rock Nation is another.
Shifa, that is your personal view, and as I said, we're not talking about their internals. We're talking about a platform that has been laid out at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they're gatekeepers. That's why it's like the gatekeeper platform. I can't look at.
But what I'm saying is, it's giving them something to look forward to, what people want to listen to. Look, Kendrick smashed the record of the most views at the Super Bowl. He even beat
And that's
Michael
why
Jackson.
I think he's supposed to be there. He's supposed to be there. I'm not denying that. Same way
Yeah,
Eminem was supposed to be there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, is at the end of the day, they've been offered a platform.
Or Lil Wayne. Come on, man. Lil Wayne was there. We know this, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, in real reality, you know, it's about hip hop in the whole, isn't it? It's about popularity. It's not necessarily about Rock Nation.
Yeah, and that's why when they were selecting, and Lil Wayne thought he was obligated because he's going on the back of the Dr. Dre thing, is that Rock Nation said, no, we just put popular artists on.
That's a fact.
And at this precise moment, you haven't got no new music, so we can't just put you on that stage just like that.
That's a fact.
Yeah. So, but as I said, it's just something that has changed. Something's evolving. And if you notice about what's going on around us at
Well,
this
it's
moment,
Kendrick's career. Look, really, this is about Kendrick's career. This is just about making Kendrick into a billionaire, innit? Because as far as I see it, the Americans, you know, they don't like Drake anymore because he's not really an American. They got a problem with Canadians anyway. You know, they just want to make they want a homegrown talent to be the top of the food chain in that industry. That's how I see it.
Hold on. When Drake was on top of his game, he was taking the piss. How can you?
And everyone was firing shots. Everyone's been hating on Drake for years. Come on, man.
Hold on. How could you be the top number one in gospel music?
You can't.
But Drake was.
Yeah, that's weird. That's strange. But at the same time, I'm just saying, you know, Drake had a lot of haters, innit? He had a lot of haters, bro. And I can understand why. He didn't write all of those songs, innit? Drake done a lot of biting. So did Jay-Z. But listen. No one ain't trying to drag Jay-Z through the mud, but they want to drag Drake through the mud.
But Jay-Z's not doing no music. Drake is.
No, but the thing is, Jay-Z has bit so many people's music and no one talks about it. Yeah, they had one little chat about it and then they put it to one side.
They've all had their time and done what they're doing. But what I'm saying is, it what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah, but then I put them on the same level.
Oh, Drake, when he didn't feel no way when he was demolishing Meek Mills.
That's true. How about Meek Mills? Come on, man. Freak Mills. We really talking about Freak Mills.
No, but what I'm saying is, at the same time, regardless, he had the full force of it. But now it's turning on him. He don't like it.
Pause on the full force of it, but I get what you're saying, and I'm saying that at the same time, you know, they give as good as they get, whatever. I've got that message, but I'm just saying, really and truthfully, for me, I don't see the significance about what Kendrick is doing as far as, you know, I don't know, like when he says they not like us yet, you see that song, They Not Like Us. I think a lot of people have kind of made this like some, you know, some black thing, but I think people forget that technically, according to American history anyway, Drake would be considered black. So I think it's more of an American thing. I think it's more of a thing of we're America. Hear me out quickly. It's we're black Americans. We're different to the rest of you blacks. We're not like you, innit? They're not like us. We're not African. You ain't heard these Americans talking this stuff. Like, come on, bro. That's what it's really about. I'm just being honest.
No, but Drake has done things that, as I said, it's not just, we're not even looking at just at Kendrick. There's a lot of things that Drake has done. And this is what he plays on these haters. And now it's backfiring. He does not like it.
There's a lot of things they've all done, though, so I'm not gonna like just take it as good Drake.
But at the end of the day, what goes around comes around, and he's asked for it. And you know, it was all good when he was on top of his game and he was doing all these things that he was supposed to be doing, and doing the madness. Yeah. It was all fun and games. But when now it's coming back at you, you don't like it. The same label that put you on the pedestal is the same label you want to go against. You can't put You can't put your feet in your master's shoes.
I hear you. I just hope Kendrick uses, the platform that he now stands on for good use, and he helps this community. He talks about so much more than I see the rest of them doing.
You know what? Let's not even take Kendrick out of it, right? Let's look at what Drake is doing and how he's doing things. You know what I mean? All what he's receiving now is what he's done on others.
Yeah, that's a fact. I don't feel sorry for him. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, they don't want Drake to be at the top anymore, innit? They got sick of him, innit? They're tired of Drake. They want an American at the top, cuz. That's the facts.
Yeah, but because remember, whether it's the film industry, whether it's the fashion industry, whether it's the music industry, they've always got the golden boy. They're always looking for a golden boy.
Yeah.
And then when they've had enough of the golden boy, what do? They throw him in the bin.
Mm-hmm. I hear you, but I'm wary of these golden boys.
Yeah, but if you see that history, why am I going to go down that shithole? Because most of these guys are hungry for money.
Yeah, I'd suggest that.
They want to build a legacy. They want to live their life.
That's all it's about, bro.
So they sign the paper.
There you go. So that's all it's about. All it's about is the money, because we want to talk about this man over here in the industry, and he's a certified lover boy, certified this, that, the other. But when we check the people you're rolling with, the people you're signed to, Kendrick, they ain't no different. So it's like, as much as you're calling out the other man, you're calling out yourself to me. That's how I took it.
What we expect? You know what I mean? I don't expect nothing from Kendrick, to be honest. He does a couple good tunes. I like some of his tunes. He puts a couple little historical lyrics in there. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm not expecting him to be a savior.
I still think KRS is the best, I'll be honest. But at the same time, that's just my personal bias. As my personal bias, and I think he will shut down all of these idiots. I think all of them chat rubbish. I don't think none of them are relevant.
See, Shiva, that's where your age is coming in now.
I'm ageist. I am ageist. I am definitely ageist. And I think when we listen to a rapper like KRS, we get so much substance. It's like, you see, when I was listening to that clip and the girl was saying, I don't want to be listening to the Super Bowl and I'm having to learn stuff. I don't want to learn stuff. I just want to be entertained.
Do you think that's what the youngsters want to KRS-One?
Brother, that's why they won't listen to KRS. They just want to be entertained. They're that dumb. She's actually telling the truth. She's telling the truth, and they can't handle the truth. That's how most of them are. Even the people that's cussing there, they probably got the same mentality, really, but they're acting like they don't for now. But play some KRS and let's see how long they listen.
Yeah, because they want to be entertained, as you said. It's
exactly.
all about entertainment. Whether it's sports, whether it's music, or it's fashion, it's just pure entertainment.
Exactly.
Why am I going to take entertainment serious?
But that's why I can't take them serious. When I hear this talk about Vybz Kartel as the king of dancehall, because I can't take it serious, because Vybz Kartel is so one-dimensional to me. If I start playing certain of these reggae artists of old, they're going to wipe him out so fast. Like, it's like he's just going to sound like he's ignorant and stupid.
But at the end of the day, right, to our opposite counterparts, what are we to them? We're entertainers.
That's right, we're clowns.
So when we're going crazy on the street, we're amusing them on the news. We're entertaining them.
Brother, listen, my little cousin said this to me, yeah. I wrote some lyrics. He said to me, do you know what? I like this lyrics, but I want it to be more like that lyrics there, that one there where you sound more angry, you sound more they want aggressive. That's what they want to hear. They don't want to hear you talking no sense. Exactly. I want to hear that.
But the white man's laughing.
Exactly. And now we're doing it to ourselves. And this is what I'm saying at that point. It's like, come on, bro.
This is what we call the divide and conquer.
And that's what I'm saying. We got to stop with the gang stuff and start getting business with it.
Yeah, but who's going to buy it?
We're going to buy it. Who do you think are the biggest consumers? You think it's the white people? They're going to tell you that. They're going to tell you all this nonsense. But we're the biggest consumers. And once we consume it, everyone wants it. See, if we start eating If black people started eating rabbit tomorrow, cause yeah, listen, hear me out on this. If black people started eating octopus or what some weird thing tomorrow, yeah, everyone else is gonna want to try it.
But yeah,
It's probably the price is gonna be more expensive than anything else you can buy now in the future.
But you see, this is the issue. When we start doing business and we start selling certain things, are we selling to our own or are we selling to the global mass?
We sell to our own, and then the global mass comes in and says, okay, this is what they said, and let's make it in mass production at a price that they can't beat us. That's a fact, bro. Come on, think about it. All of these things, when you look at all of these canned drinks, D&G, the ginger beer, all of these companies, how do you think they sprouted up? Because they watched us and said, that's what you Negroes are drinking over there. Okay, we're going to do some of that. But listen, the factory we're going to build, it's going to cost us 2 pence to make this. It costs you about 30 pence to make one. We know you can't win.
Who are the most consumers in hip hop music?
The most consumers?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say people consume like that. I'd say they stream, and I'd say we're probably the biggest streamers.
Even though you're streaming, who are the consumers? Who's the highest consumers in that?
I'd still say, well, it's white people really, because they're the majority of people with it. So yeah.
Exactly my point.
In the countries where it's getting the most money.
If you're working to survive, fair enough. But then if you want to make money, you've got to go where the biggest consumers are.
Can I ask you a question though? How many white people are there in the world in comparison to black people?
I couldn't say off a figure off my head, because I'll be lying if I did.
So if we live in a world now that's got, billions of black people, then let's just argue there's billions of black people and there's billions of white people.
Okay.
Right now, people don't make music and sell CDs no more, do they? They don't make stuff and sell any physical product no more. Everything's streamed. So now it's about control, restriction, and to some extent, the system is going to be controlled. And even if you are good at what you do, there's going to be so far you can get without being part of the actual system. That's a fact.
Yeah, one thing you would learn, right, is that black people are big. They're one of the biggest consumers of European things.
There you go.
But when it comes to black stuff, the world is consuming that.
That's right. But black people, this is what we do. We create these platforms. Like, remember World Star Hip Hop? You remember the BET Awards? You remember the BET whole channel? Furthermore, the mobile? And then what we do is we sell them off. So ultimately, we're not retaining control.
So now,
but we could have control if we wanted control. We could have control, but you got to decide: do you want the control or do you want the money?
Yeah, but Shifa, if I create a t-shirt and I'm one of the top rap artists out there, right? And I put out some t-shirts, right? Who are going to consume it more? Black people or European people?
I would assume it's for anyone who wants to buy a t-shirt.
Yeah, who's going to consume it more?
It depends. It really, I've got no idea. Look at Rockaware. When it first came out, some of the man them were saying it's corny, but it's still sold. Who was buying them? I don't know. Maybe some Indians bought them. I don't know. I'm just being honest though, cuz I don't really know. We don't really know the demographic that really picked up the products, but we know who the target audience was. Now I'm gonna say this in all honesty, bro. I think that when you talk about us as a people, as black people, then I get confused. Because I think there's so many different people who is identifying as black that we wouldn't all agree on what black is, as a whole. And I think that's the first problem we got to get past as a so-called black people. Second issue we got to get past is, if we're going to be in control of something, like for instance, you got Western music then, or the whole Western idea. This is why it's important for us to recognize Africa then, isn't it? Because, that's not West, that's ours. Do you understand? Now, what makes it a problem now? What makes it that problematic is because, like, for instance, we've got our sisters and brothers in America. They don't want to be recognized with Africa. They just want to be known as America. So they want to be Western. Do you understand? They're even making Western songs. They got cowboy hat. Do you get it? So at that point, you know, we're at war with ourselves. And we have to kind of, you know, this war has to come to an end. Someone's got to win. Someone's either got to concede or someone got to win. And unfortunately, this is probably why we have this notion, you know, that we're very aggressive in our community. We're even aggressive towards each other because, you know, we haven't come to terms with, you know, agreeing on one thing. We haven't come to terms with that. Now, although don't get me wrong, I think the Europeans are very similar in that, but what they've come to agree on is their European Western ideals. Let's not even call it European. Let's just call it Western, because the white people in America, they're not in Europe. You understand? The white people in Canada, they ain't in Europe, but they've still got their Western ideals. And I think that's why it's very important for us as so-called black people to, you know, to gravitate to one set of ideals. You know, we can't be saying we're African and we're this and we're that. And, you know, we got all these different ideals now conflicting, because you go into Africa itself, there's enough ideals there already, where there's enough arguments, there's enough confusion to say, well, you know, not everyone's always going to get on. Not everyone's going to want the same rules. Not everyone's got the same kings and lordships. Do you understand? So at that point, you know, I think we've got enough barriers to get through already without adding more. That's what I wanted to say. I don't know how I silenced everyone, but if that's a mic drop moment, let me drop let me drop the mic. And yeah, I hope everyone heard that, man. I think that's really the thing, innit? Like, if I go to Africa, I'm not trying to go to Africa and promote gangs. I'm not trying to promote that. I'm not trying to promote sea walking or none of that. But that's what they're seeing of us when they're looking at, you know, America. When they're looking at the UK, they're seeing knife crime. They're seeing all sorts of derogatory behaviors. And it's like, we need to get rid of them. Any ones that we got, just get rid of them. We don't need to promote none of that. That's how I see it. We need to take back control of our own image. We need to take back control of how we're perceived. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And we need to start regulating how other people are allowed to portray us as well. I think that's another thing. See where I'm coming from? It's like, I was talking to some of the homies, you know, there's a few man them that's into films now. There's a few black film producers as well. And in some cases, that's what I've heard from them as well. Do you know what? That's what got me into film. Because I'm saying, I'm looking at some of these films and some of the black actors, like, it's like the roles that they get, to me, they're ridiculous. Even the way they talk, the way their mannerisms are, the food they're eating, it's not right. Do you know what I'm saying? I had to take off my hat and say, do you know what? Give credence to that. Yeah, pause and take off my hat, but give credence to that and say, yeah, we do need to be portrayed correctly in our real essence. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Without this street element, without this gang element always having to be, you know, at the forefront of everything. Although it's there, yeah, it's in every neighborhood.
I totally agree, man. I'm just busy in it, just doing some things in the garden. But yeah, man, I totally agree with that. We have to take back our image. 100%. 100.
Especially as African people, because you know how they like to portray Africa already. Like, we're savages, like we don't know what we're doing, like we don't know morality. When morality existed in Africa long before it ever existed in Europe. Let's be honest. Let's just be honest. I don't know, man.
Because anything we do is just negative. That's why, you know, when I was listening to it, I said to myself, you know what? I get where you're coming from, man. Anything to do with gang or anything, man, it's just, that's more push on us more than anything. Because we've been so unsynchronized for so long, man. It's we kind of go with the flow, man. You know what I mean? So we have to definitely, but
And when you say it like that now, yeah, because my understanding of the whole gang mentality, like, I've sat down with my uncles, granduncles, granddad, you know, brothers of older ages or whatever. And in a lot of cases, what they've told me is, you know, that wasn't how they came out here. That wasn't what their parents or they weren't into none of that. Do you know where I'm coming from? That was brought to them. It was imposed on them, and because it was imposed on them, is why they started making their own gangs to fight back. And I get that, but I'm saying we're still being just like them. Then we're learning the behaviors of our oppressors, and then we're quantifying the behavior as like it's cool, like it's something we should just accept. When it was never our behavior to begin with. That's not where we're coming from. We weren't coming from cowboys and shooting people. Like we weren't the cowboys, innit? Maybe we could say we were the Indians. We were running from them, really. They came to oppress us. And we have to start recognizing that and realizing we're not these cowboys. We're not these outlaws. We're not these what do you want to call them? Mafia. We wasn't that. That's not what we came from. That was imposed on us too. When you think like in the UK, as young people in like the 70s or 60s, whatever, you couldn't really be walking around the high street at certain times and that. They would have run you down, some of them skinheads or whatever. And they were the gangs. Do you understand? You wasn't the gang. It was the craze. It was the Peaky Blinders or whatever you see on the TV now and them little programs. That was the gangs. And then because those gangs was oppressing us, that's why some of us started ganging up and saying, well, if they're ganging up on us, we're going to gang up back. But then there's a point where we just went too far with it. And it's like we started oppressing our own people with it. That's crazy.
Exactly.
It's crazy. You got these gangs now. They will sell drugs in their own community to their own people, watch them die and feel no way. Is that not a fact? Do you know like that? And that's in all communities because there ain't no different in the mafia. Them man there will sell to their own people them. And if they think you're a crackhead, they'll probably laugh at you, take all of your money and leave you to die,
Yeah, but theirs is regulated though. Some brothers don't know. It's very organized.
They might feed you and make you go and find the rest of the crackheads to make sure you keep it going for them, innit? And I think even in some of the gangs, they might be so sadistic. They might even act like they're your friend. They love you, man. We got love for you, man. But we're selling you this poison every day. It's crazy, bro. It's absolutely delirious. But at the same time, it's some people's reality. So I can only tell my truth in the hope that someone else can hear my truth and reflect on that and say, well, is that true to me? Am I in any of those circumstances?
And these hip-hop stars and singers, man, they're definitely looking at them as the spokesmen and women for the black community. And that's very dangerous, that is. Because, their money, what they've got is funded by the oppressors. So at any time or moment, if the oppressors say, we want you to carry out this agenda, what can they do? Whereas the one that has his own money, his own business, you know what I mean? He can't be swayed, man.
That's right. That's why some of them die. Like, in my opinion, I'm not going to say this is fact neither, but in my opinion, this is why some of these artists die. Because you notice, don't get me wrong, maybe they were some of them gang affiliated or whatever. I'm not going to deny that neither. But I think in some cases, we may be missing the mark there a little bit because some of these guys own their own label. They're independent, like a Nipsey Hussle, like who was it, Young Dolph. There's a few of them like that where they're just set to make too much money on their own. They're not making no money for the middleman. So the middleman, I feel that gives him a definite motive, and I don't even think that motive is ever explored by the police or none of those type of people neither. So it's what it is. They're doing it to Diddy though. Look at what they're doing to Diddy now. It's funny how Diddy's the only one, isn't it? Because think how many radio, all these executives that have got big stakes in these companies, and then when you're getting cut out now, and they're finding ways around you now. I thought that's motive.
Yeah, exactly. I heard that he's coming out as well, isn't it? Did it?
Is he coming out?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I don't know. I know one of the cases got dropped. I heard that much. Yeah, I heard one of the cases got dropped and it can't be reopened. Apparently, because it's dropped. The one with Jay-Z. Yeah, I don't know if that's got anything to do with Jay-Z, getting to people or whatever. All I know is that the case got dropped, and as far as I've been told, it can't be reopened.
It just takes one of them to open their mouth, you know, and a lot of people's going down with them. You can
Yeah,
just see it, man.
it's mad.
Very, very vindictive industry that is, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
God knows what they've been doing behind doors, man.
I'm hearing you, bro. But I just think at the end of the day, we're said like we're civilians, innit? Really, to these people, you know, like we know freedom costs, innit? And if anyone's got that real freedom, it's probably one of them. And yeah, there's a lot going on behind them doors of freedom that they don't want us to know about, like you said.
Yeah, man. And their kids are watching it. This is the thing, man. You know what I mean? Garvey said that you know, the white man is mastered the media, man, and he can make you subdue towards whatever he wants you to think, man, on this media platform.
Yeah.
You know, it's just kind of, you know, little kids are watching whatever it is on the media, copying it.
Yeah.
It's mad. It's not our generation no more, man. You know.
Well, the thing is, you got all
But are we
these
still
accusations.
having?
Sorry, that's fine.
But as we got the internet and social media and things like that, where as individuals, where it could be argued we're able to control the narrative, are we doing a good enough job in that regard?
Yeah, we are trying. Like since I've been on the definitely your platform and there's many others, they're trying to kind of change the narrative, and you have to give respect to that. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely.
When you say change the narrative, because I'm not really that great at keeping up with that. So what's the changes? That's like, talk to me. What's the
So like
what's
for
the
example, what Sister Naifa did today, and it like the topics, it's putting light onto it in detail, because remember, it gets thrown on the internet, and whatever you see, you go with it. But then to have a breakdown of it, like what she's doing, and over the black platforms and that, yeah, man, that's change, man. There's definitely that's a blessing still. Time, man.
Because I heard you say before that you don't think that this is going to change much, this, that, and the other, which I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying hopefully, especially in America, it will change maybe like a mindset in it, because it just takes a spark. And at the moment, if they can sort of unite, even if it's against the hate or whatever for Drake, if others can follow suit in terms of the unification of the Bloods and the Crips,
yeah,
then you know what I mean. Those are the sort of sparks that we're you know what I mean, that we're gonna need. You know what I mean? Because if something similar happened in England, would we not commemorate that? Would we not celebrate that? If there was something in England that would bring North, East, and South, you know what I mean, together, would we not celebrate that?
Yeah, we would. But then remember, what keeps a nation loyal is when you're feeding them, when you're providing for them, when you're creating institutions for them. We're not creating enough institutions, Sister Naifa, so because of that, then now there's going to be a lot of strays. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, regarding that situation, of which I agree, but I mean, what do you do in the meantime? You know what I mean? Because it's not even like it's being done now, isn't it? So you still have to survive in what is available now, isn't it? Because seemingly, especially when it comes to some of, you know what I mean, they're not about building together and this and that, and so we got to find solutions within the problem, as it were.
I agree.
Can
I answer that?
Mm-hmm.
I think what we got to do, yeah, is do what it says on the tin. Do exactly what Kendrick said. Yeah, and that's one. If he did that move, I would rate it. I'll tell you the move. He said, turn the TV off. That's the last thing he said, right? And you see it end like it's a game. Now, what I'm going to say to you is, if he created his own channel, yeah, and only promoted our music on there, I'd rate that. And all of us can have our own platform. And if they want to come on there, like, they don't get the same deal as us, is it? It's us. This is our thing. You have to fit into our regimes now. Promote us the way we're supposed to be promoted. talk about the things that we're facing and how we're going to change them and bringing us together. Like you said, like I would rate that. I would definitely rate that.
Well, that's a good point he's brought there as well to Sniper, you know what I mean? The ability to kind of fund each other when we're doing, when we're speaking positive about image, you know what I mean? This, because Kendrick and them, they have to kind of balance it, don't they? They're going to have to be synchronized and unsynchronized, and that's confusing for us. And then you got a whole generation saying, oh, you know what, let's just be 50-50, you know what I mean? Let's kind of tear the community down directly, and then let's build it back up, you know what I mean? We've been doing that for so long.
I don't believe in tearing to build back up, because I don't think that Mandem have got the ability to build back up. So I'm so sorry, but I don't agree with that one. I think we got to be able to work within what is already available. I don't think tearing down to build up again, and I'm not confident in that personally.
What do you mean? Like, so you don't believe the black entertainers, they don't cause a detriment by what they say, and at the same time trying to uplift? You don't believe that they're doing that?
Yeah, I thought you was talking about bringing down a system. Sorry, I must have misunderstood what you were saying.
No, I know that, beloved. But then again, what you're saying, you know, speaking about that, that's going to have to happen one way or another anyway, to change and get justice. You know, Neely Fuller Jr. beautifully said it many times, man. You have to destroy this unsynchronized system in order for it to get change. There's no way around it.
How?
You know,
How?
We know how to do it. You know what I mean? It's not the how to do it. We know how to do it, but it's, are we willing to have the courage to go forward to do it? You know,
Well, I don't. Well, yeah, like I said, I haven't got the confidence that whatever you replace it with will be any better for us personally. But that's just my team. Because when I've heard people speak about this before, what the replacement is just, yeah, it's just the same thing, but with Mandem at the top. So yeah.
Mandem at the top. What do you mean by Mandem at the top?
Well, when you bring down, what would you replace the system with? What would be the new system? What does it look like?
Well, to be honest with you, African people having the power and the decision to dictate how they control their resources based upon principles and protection, etc. You know, that's, as an African descendant, that is what I want, and those who understand that want the same thing. You know what I mean? We want to control the way how things are for the next generation. We don't want these kind of dealings where, like, we're getting a little bit and then that gets taken away and then percentages are getting deducted and then we're in this situation. We don't want that no more. So, you know, when we're talking about destroying the system, justice and equality, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not even about a system, though, is it? What you just described there is not even about a system. That's just about corrupt leaders and corrupt people in power. It's not about a system, because if they wanted to distribute equally or more efficiently, they could do that. But we know that a lot of them just gobble it up for themselves and give away very little. So that's not about.
Remember, a system comprises of laws, principles, in order for it to go around, to keep it organized, right? They're organized and doing corruption. So you have to remove that particular principle and organization, which they believe, and create a new type of organization, which is based on principles. Do you understand?
I don't think it's down to the system. I think it's down to the people. I just think some people are inherently corrupt, evil, whatever. And unfortunately, they're still in charge of putting these people in charge. You know what I mean? I think even if you had a different system, if the people them are not different themselves, then they're just going to try to do the same thing in the new system.
Yeah, but that's if you're thinking, that's if you're being, you know, like a set of people. But if you have a blueprint of how you want your nation to be,
and law and order and justice and equality, you won't waver into how other people ran their nation. You won't do it at all.
What's the closest? Is there a country that with a closest example to what you're describing? Is there any countries or states that are about now that are similar to what you're thinking?
Unfortunately, no. Because when you're having ties with unruly, unjustice people, it's very difficult to kind of have something of your own. You have to kind of you have to really just separate in order for that to happen. I believe we can do it, but it requires sacrifice in all things. The Chinese, they sacrifice. The Japanese, they actually did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they're still working within. They sacrifice. But they're still working within the same system as everyone else. It's not like they've gone off and done their own thing. If anything, they've just maybe gone away for a bit and just come back into this system stronger and harder than ever.
Yeah, but they're not looking to. People think that they want to take over no, they want to connect with the Europeans to kind of take over the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's more about the terms that they're coming in on.
That's what, yeah, because remember, they all idolize the concept of whiteness. You know what I mean? Remember in America, which is strange, 2013, the Chinese went to court and says that we want to be classed as white Caucasians, and the European says you can be classed as a Caucasian, but you can't be classed as white. So they all have that concept of whiteness. So as long as you have that
regardless of the concept of being white or whatever, I'm just making the point. Sorry to cut you. That they are trying to work within this system. So for me, I think it's a sort of waste of time thinking about trying to bring down the system to then replace it with something else. I think we're supposed to just try to be more efficient within this system.
How, Sister Naifa, when someone or some group has to be exploited? That's like capitalism. When you know better, with all due respect. It's not for African people to be exploited,
we are not going to pull down capitalism, are we? In all honesty, we're not going to pull down capitalism. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So then, what do we do next? Yeah.
Well, Sister Naifa, I'll be honest with you, right? It's not for us black people to be used and abused. The thing is, it's like centuries and groups, Pan-African groups, they've been speaking this for a long time. Like, we're not on this planet to be serving people, Sister Naifa. We're not to be exploited. It's not for, because they're black, they can handle things, they can handle pain. They don't need to have that much more. That's not our life. You know what I mean? The Most High, whatever name you want to call the Most High, he ain't put black people on this planet for us to be exploited. I refuse to believe that. So that's where you've got Pan-Africanists of all types are coming together and coming with solutions, because there's no way
that's fine, but
others are living long and prospering. There's no way we can live. You know what I mean? Yes, beloved.
No, absolutely, man. I just think when I just look at powers or people that are coming up and not even finding like dominance per se, but at least becoming competitive. I just don't think that they've tried to reinvent the wheel, as it were. I just think that, like I said, they've tried to just be more efficient in the system that they're working with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they've made like coalitions though. In the 1800s, the Asians made coalition with the Europeans, whether it be the East Indians or the Asian of Far East. That's all documented. The same with the Arabs have done the same thing as well. They've all made the coalition of, we'll allow you to be on top, and we understand the agenda of keeping the Africans at the bottom. You understand? So that is why, that's why they're able to maneuver that way. You know what I mean? But like I says, I'm from the African community. You are. We all are, regardless of what tribe you are in that. And as I said, we shouldn't be comfortable with being exploited, man. You know what I mean? Let other people volunteer to be at the bottom. You know what I mean? But it's not for us to kind of, you know, this is where you belong and this is where we're gonna treat you. You know what I mean? Nah, man. You know, that's not right. Man. And the
But
thing
you
is,
see,
not understanding that. Yeah.
see, there's different ways I could answer that, but I'll leave it there still. But remember though, like it's there's strength in unity, isn't there? Yeah, and one hand can't clap. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? Dance a yard before we dance abroad. So I'm saying all of that to say, yeah, man. I just think that there's some simpler maths we've got to be doing before we start talking about bringing down a system. You know what I mean? I think there's some simpler equations that we need to be getting onto before we have.
We've got the blueprint though. The blueprint is about 100 years old. We got the blueprint. The blueprint is not the issue. It's are we willing to follow that blueprint? You know what I mean? That's all it is, man. We've got the blueprint. We got it, man. And it can definitely was successful as long as we follow that particular blueprint. It's when you differ, and you seen what happened when we differed. You know, we got exploited. Everything, the communities are no longer, you know, certain areas don't belong to us no more because we differed from that blueprint which God became with. You know what I mean? We differed from it, man. He brought nationalism. He told us many of his talks, man. He says the other nations, man, they practice the nationalism. That's where they got forward, whether it's an Italian, whether it's the French, the Dutch, whether it's they all practice the nationalism. Don't waver from it. Don't differ from it. You know what I mean? When we've done that, look what the situation we're in now. So.
Well, I mean, if it's coming back to things like nationalism, then it's problematic, man, because people are going all around the world, son, as you know. So it's going to be problematic. That's all I'm saying.
Nothing wrong with that in different countries.
Dance abroad, but now people done gone abroad, and then you're gonna want them people there that's already gone abroad to bring back the people who come back. It's just gonna be a mess, man. But let me press play. Hold on a second. So let me come back to this. All right.
I mean, so whatnot, and he could have easily gone and entertain you to distract you of what's going on in the world. But instead of that, he chose to make a call of action. So I'm sorry the culinary in your mind did not let you understand what was going on and you got bored because you choose not to use your brain. But maybe try to have some more empathy in the future and put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Just saying.
You didn't understand the performance because the performance wasn't for you. Full stop. I wish the Brits would stop giving their opinions on American culture / Black American culture. Kendrick Lamar's performance is an example of Black American culture, which some of you Black Brits keep saying Black Americans don't have. Yes, I'm a Nigerian American, but I have been living in America for 24 years at this point. I started school here from 6th grade on, so I was engulfed into American history and I was engulfed into Black American history. So I kind of know a little bit what I'm talking about. But for the most part, I let the Black Americans have their conversations because they're the only ones that could truly speak on this topic. That being said, Madam Joyce, it is okay to not have an opinion on everything. It is okay to say, you know what, I actually don't listen to like a lot of his music. And, I want to enjoy a performance and just, not have to think. So I'm just not going to make an opinion about this performance. You yourself just said you're a fan of Kendrick because he's a hater. You're only a fan of Kendrick right now because of the drama he's in with Dragg. And that's fine. You can like Kendrick for whatever reason. You say you don't know a lot of his songs. Of course, Not Like Us is probably the
He did.
biggest song
Mhm.
right now. But I need you to understand, even with the Not Like Us lyrics, he's also talking about you. He's talking about basically all of the people that are not Black Americans or, you know, not West Coasters, East Coasters, that are not engulfed in that culture. They are talking about y'all. The fact that you said that Samuel L. Jackson is dressed as Uncle Tom, I said we can wrap this shit because she doesn't know what she's talking about. He is dressed as Uncle Sam. Samuel, Sam, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. If you don't know who Uncle Sam is, then again, you are not qualified to speak on this topic. And that's okay. That's the thing that we weren't going to have a diaspora award. But of course, it's Black History Month. At some point, diaspora award is going to happen. We just got off of y'all's neck about beans on toast when y'all was trying to be funny after we lost access to TikTok for 18 hours. The words Samuel L. Jackson was saying throughout the set had some context to.
Hey guys, my name is Harris Heller, and I've been a full-time YouTuber for over 10 years now. And if you are a YouTuber or you're trying to be a YouTuber, one of the smartest things you can do is to make your videos more clickable. I mean, guys, you spent all that time making
to it, some historical Black American context too. Serena Williams wasn't just there to dance on the grave of her ex. There was a historical context to her crip walking on that stage. That's why I'm saying, if you don't understand the Black American culture, it's okay to say I don't know and just don't say nothing.
Ciao, Madam Joy, Madam Joy. Let me know what you think about this Madam Joy controversy down in the comment section. Go ahead and share your thoughts. I really want to know what you guys think. And I know a lot of you guys here on this channel are from America, and some of you guys are actually Black Americans. So I really want to know you guys' take on this. And this is not to start a diaspora war or anything, guys. So please, okay, so go down in the comment section and share your thoughts. But please keep it respectful. Yeah, on this channel, we're allowed to disagree, but we do it in a very respectful way. So go ahead, feel free and share your thought. So, like the old Kendrick Lamar conversation and even Madam Joy speaking on it, Madam Joy has actually been very, very controversial for the past couple of months. There was one she did about Nigeria, calling Nigeria girls. I can't even, I wanted to do it, but it was not worth it. Like, I was like, come on. But for her to actually speak on things that she doesn't know or she hasn't gone to educate herself really speaks enough. And the fact that Super Bowl usually announce who is going to perform at the Super Bowl months before the Super Bowl, and they already announced it's Kendrick Lamar. So what was she expecting to get when it's the Kendrick Lamar on the platform doing his thing? Kendrick Lamar has openly been an advocate. He has always spoken about the oppression of Black people, the Black culture, the Black experience, and he usually make political statements. So for the NFL to say, okay, you know what, the Super Bowl to say that is who they want this year on the Super Bowl, they know exactly what they're doing. And Kendrick Lamar knows exactly what he's doing when he decided to take up that gig and make a large statement on it. And not even knowing the consequences of things going on in America, it's really sickening. I personally am not from America. I've never been in America, but I usually create a lot of political content on America or even cultural content about America and even around Black people and Black Americans. But one thing I've come to realize, and you guys here on this channel is so amazing, educating me on things that I don't know, but I don't speak on things or don't come on things to comment on things that you don't know. Rather, you ask for people to people that know, people that are living the experience to educate you. And this is why, like, because you can air an opinion, because you can do commentary, that does not mean you should speak on everything. If you don't know, be very open and say, you know what, I really don't understand it. It wasn't my cup of tea, and keep it moving. But to call it mediocre and try to grade it, like, it's really, if it's not your cup of tea, just keep it moving. I don't understand why people feel like they have to say something negative or they have to bring something down because the thing does not fit them or it doesn't fit their aesthetics or whatever. I personally, like I said in my first video,
yes, big up yourself, Mel, big up yourself, EIE. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna play another video just to get some other people's takes, because for myself, I thought it was very coonish of my girl to even say that. You know what I mean? Like someone else has said, if you really don't understand what you're talking about, just shut your mouth, innit? Do you know what I mean? Especially after we got this Burden-Knock woman talking her thing about, you know, 10 years of this and 5 years of that and all the rest of it, man. I'm talking in terms of the immigration, I'm talking about Kemi Burden-Knock in that regard. But yes, EAE. But yeah, man, saying I just want to be entertained and you just sound coonish, man. Straight out, man. Do you know what I mean? And the reason why I said it is because you can see that there was a particular theme to this show, innit? Yeah. So most years you get exactly what you're asking for in terms of just being entertained, dancing, this, that, rare. Again, which is the same thing that Samuel Jackson alluded to, which is why I find some of the sort of conversations that are being had so funny, because it's the same thing that Samuel was talking about when they're saying they like it when we're dancing and singing and rare, innit? They like it when we're entertaining, but when we're standing on business, they don't like that. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So if anything, you know, by her saying what she said, she's just proving the people them that speak like that right at that point. Oh, shame. I'm looking for something. It's like on my phone. Yeah. Big up yourself, Dominic. Well, at the moment, we're just sort of touching on what Madam Joyce said about Kendrick Lamar's halftime Super Bowl entertainment, and she's basically saying she just wanted to be entertained. She said she hates fake deepness and things like this, which I find very, very like I said, coonish, man. All right. Let's see. Hold on a second. Yeah.
Of the fact that being a hater can end up being a success. But this performance, I just thought it was really mediocre for me. Maybe because I'm not a hardcore Kendrick fan. There was a lot of the songs that I didn't know. I knew some of the mainstream ones. Like when SZA came, I was like, yes, twin. The rest of them, I don't know. I thought the visuals was amazing. We had Samuel Jackson come on as Uncle Tom, and then obviously the dancers came and the American flag, and then obviously he performed They're Not Like Us. I just thought it was an okay performance. There are a lot of people on the internet who are like, oh my God, you just didn't understand. One thing I cannot stand is fake deepness. I come to watch the Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think. I don't want to feel like I'm reading a book. So when I'm seeing, oh, but you did not understand the allegoric significance of when the dancers were wearing blue, and the blue means it signifies the sadness of the Americans. Like, I just want to dance. I don't want to watch a performance and then have to read a book to understand what the performance was about. Okay,
even that bitch,
I don't think they have ever had a bright thought or idea in their life. If I'm
even that's a little bit like fakeish, isn't it? Bitch, I just want to I don't know when we started, like, and we're gonna have a conversation about this next time because I don't want to mix them up. But yeah, the way some of the girls them are moving, it's not necessary, man. Like, I don't know what's happening to some of our African women. Do you know what I mean? Especially our Nigerian sisters. But something I want, man. Like, you're doing a lot right there still, but we're gonna have to come and have a conversation about that still. But let me press play. Big up yourself, Tony.
very honest, I don't think they've had a thought before. Or if they have, it has always been more evidence that they are actually not really thinking. Every time they try to speak, it never sounds like their brain and mouth have ever found harmony. And it's funny because some of these people have very big platforms with a lot of listeners, subscribers, watchers, audiences, where they go on to spew the most thoughtless things about topics that they are very uneducated about. But because everyone is talking about it, they want to jump on the trend too, forgetting that they do not have the skill or mental range to handle it, which is even worse because some of them know they do not have the skill range to handle such discussions, but they still engage in it, but they want to be different. So they're going to say very stupid, off-putting things. Like, for example, you're witnessing a history-altering event that is not just entertaining, but is beyond entertaining. It is necessary, considering the amount of discourses that event has brought up. But because, one, you feel like the discussions that are stemming from this event are not your business, which, mind you, in some way, shape, or form, they still are, and because you do not have the brain power to dissect issues beyond, jai, you open your mouth to say, oh, the Super Bowl is not supposed to be something that will make me think. I didn't go to the Super Bowl to think. I went to the Super Bowl to dance. The Super Bowl halftime show is supposed to be about dancing. Why do I feel like I'm being made to write a school paper? Baby, have you ever been in the four walls of a school? And if you have, I have a lot of questions for both your parents and your teachers. Because what happened to trying to give you some critical thinking skills? Abi, is it that you just refuse to think? You guys are surprised when this same person came on this same internet to talk about Chloe Bailey, how she was acting a sex scene and it was wrong. Talking about she doesn't know where she's going with her brand. But then in the same breath, praised the man that she was in that sex scene with for a movie with 2 adults. A lot of you found out that she didn't have sense in December after that entire discourse. But some of us have known this is not new. Don't pay attention to her. She is part of the distraction. Pay attention to what the event is trying to tell you. I know she's making a lot of Africans look bad, but we don't know her, okay?
Super Bowl to watch a performance. I didn't come to think. I don't want.
And that is our fucking problem. This is why the world is the way it is. Give them bread and they will never revolt. Nobody wants to think. Everybody wants to be entertained. Everyone wants to remain intentionally obtuse, intentionally dumb, intellectually lazy. And this is why when the world becomes worse and worse, people want to come and ask questions. How did we get here? Oh my God, what is this? This is why. This is how it starts. Because when people can't automatically understand a piece of art or something that's going on, and they have to actually read between the lines and use some critical thinking skills, all of a sudden it's too much and they don't want to do it. And they complain and they pout and they moan and they whine about why this is so deep and this is just doing too much. But then we wonder why the state of the world is the way it is, because nobody wants to exercise some media literacy skills. Nobody wants to think bigger picture. Nobody wants to think, what does this mean in the grand scheme of things? Nobody wants to understand that it's not art imitates life. It's not life imitates art. It's really art imitates life. That the things that we're seeing right now happening in the world is really a state of the hearts of people, the minds of people, and the tricks that the government is doing, because they know that we will allow it, because they know that we are constantly okay with having wool being pulled over our eyes, and as long as we're entertained and as long as we're kept busy and distracted by a bunch of frivolous things that don't actually matter, we won't look deeper, we won't probe, we won't study, we won't investigate, we won't seek out truth.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, man, because this just speaks to something wider. That's why, again, I think my man Kendrick, I don't want to say genius or whatever, but if anything, he's just exposing the very things that we're talking about. Because again, and even just those little cameos that Uncle Sam, Samuel Jackson in this thing done, it just speaks volumes, yeah, to what is happening and what this young lady's saying, right? So one of the things, yeah, even by my girl saying, I just want to be entertained, I just want to shake my booty and all the rest of it, I think even that's a problem that we have now, whereby we want that sort of instant gratification with very little thought process. Do you know what I mean? Just that boom, bam, and that's what even here online, do you know what I mean? I think that we've become a little bit, I don't want to use the word addicted, but I think, Kel, actually, you always talk about the endorphins. Do you know what I mean? Getting them endorphins going. And I think that's what it was. That performance didn't get her low chakra endorphins going, which is what we are used to in these times, right? We're used to our lower chakras being stimulated. Do you know what I mean? So that when Oh, shame. Are you telling me there? I just went on some big old long bomber cleat rant and no one could hear me. Oh my God. Thank you, people. Oh my life. So what I was saying is, oh my life. Fucking hell, it sounded so good in my head as well. So what I was saying is, yeah, bomber cleat, man. I was just saying there that I think
dolphins.
Yeah, okay. I must have slipped my finger. Thank you. Oh, big up yourself, Tezza. So yeah, man, I was just saying that we're getting used to low food, innit? Like bad food, as it were. You know what I mean? So then when we start getting a good food now, like he's giving us at half time, some people they have a problem digesting it, you know what I mean? Because it's got too much nutrients in it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm just saying, if you take that to like the wider context of where we are today, yeah, especially when it comes to social media and that instant gratification, in it. You know what I mean? Even when we go back to things like the like button and the what's it called, the heart button, yeah, and going back to that that program that was on Netflix called Social Dilemma, where it shows you what was going on in the paths, like the mind paths of the people then when it came to certain things regarding like social media. I mean, like I said, the likes, the comments, this, that, and the other. So I'm just trying to bring it around full circle again, just to talk about witnessing the Super Bowl, right? Because like the people are saying, it was a piece of art. It was like 13-14 minutes of let's just call it art, yeah. So maybe again, our diet has become so constricted just to bullshit that when we are getting a decent food, some of us might have a problem digesting it, vis-a-vis this Madam, what's her name there? This Madam Joyce, isn't it? Because she's saying, amongst many things, she's saying she just wants to dance. Yeah. I just want to shake my booty. And she doesn't wanna think. And really and truly, those are really sad indictments, really, again, for someone with 1 million plus subscribers, you know what I mean? Because that means that that's potentially how she's programming her listeners not to think, just to digest bullshit.
But you know what the crazy part is? You know what the crazy part is? She said she wants to shake her booty. So that means you wait throughout the whole game, right, to get to the half time to shake your booty for 30 minutes.
And the thing is, actually, as you say that, right, and it's so interesting again, and going back to even what I was saying to Shifa, because you can see there she's dressed, she's quite provocative, you know what I mean? Her titties are fucking nearly jumping out and all the rest of it, yeah? Compared to Kendrick's thing, where all the women were fully dressed. You get me? There was no bad language. They weren't ratchet or nothing, which is what she's looking for, innit? Pretty much. So once again, big up Kendrick, man. Because again, if that piece of art can try to change some of the minds of the people, then he's done a good job, innit? Even going back to Schiffer's talk about the gangs and the this and that, you know what I mean? If what he's done, Schiffer, can get a man in a gang to say, you know what, I'm done with this, you know. Let me try and go and be like this person or that person. And that's a good thing, man.
Yeah, I agree with that part, definitely. That part, yeah, 100.
She's used to Drake records, so hearing Kendrick is so foreign to her. And again, I think that's a good point, man. And I think another blogger said that Kendrick is changing the frequency. Because the thing is, yeah, Shifa, back in the day, the sort of thing that Kendrick was just doing, that was normal music back in the day. You see what I'm saying to you? Well, especially definitely in my time, because that's like what he's just done there is no different to a Public Enemy. Do you know what I mean? No different to a KRS-One or whatever, you know what I mean? Just obviously different words, maybe a slightly different time, but the same similar sort of message.
Yeah, I didn't really have a problem with Kendrick. Like I said, I just thought that there was certain aspects that I just found corny. That's and I explained why.
No, that's fine. But again, I'm just bringing it, just widening it out again in terms of because his is a particular style of music, isn't it? And it's obviously a more of a conscious one where you're gonna listen to the lyrics. because his lyrics could mean 1, 2, 3 things, innit? His thing deals with the double entendre and the ver and all of them thing there, innit? Where you have
Well,
to
the highlight of the show is like the tune is that's trending, isn't it? What is really is battle rap, isn't it? It's bringing it back to battle rap, then, isn't it? And saying, well, you know, it's going back to rap now. It's not hip hop no more, because hip hop's its own genre, really, and rap's still its own genre, kind of.
Right. But again, I mean, hopefully, if they can bring back the music that's got the more positive messaging, yeah, because again, that's going to help the gang thing as well, Shifa. You know what I mean? Because if they're listening to music that's saying, come up with build a business and have a family, as opposed to come up with go and take out a couple man, you know what I mean? Because you know that music feeds the soul, Shifa. You know that. Well, I definitely believe that anyway. I believe music.
I agree. At the end of the day, anything that's going to lead people to more positive action is going to be a good thing.
You know what the greatest thing about it is created a conversation.
All of that too. And it's also just underpinning that not all skin folk are kin folk as well, unfortunately. Yeah.
And it's showing people's colours.
That's my point. That's exactly my point, man. All right, let's see what else. All right. And big up the people in the building. Make sure you slap the like
more
button.
than what we're just given at face value. We won't actually do any of that. And so we won't actually demand change, and change will not happen. And the elites and the government, that they will continue to do exactly what they do and what they want to do. And so when this world turns into a total dystopia, we will have those same people have the audacity to come and ask where we all went wrong, when this is how it starts.
Look, you're not actually going to get anything done by watching another YouTube video. In fact, you're literally only procrastinating more. What you need is something I like to call a GYST week.
Now, I love Kendrick. I love the fact that being a hater can end up being a...
Pardon me, another useless TikTok up in the air. Sorry, using the like the English accent. I'm not gonna say the British accent. The English accent is just so fun to use. I'm not even gonna lie, it is. But when I see people like this that just want pure entertainment when there are crises going on in the world, I just think that they're the people that cackle at the school shootings and cackle at these tragedies just because it's not them. Just because it's not them or their people or their land getting fucked up or their politics getting screwed over by this specific message that needs to be, you know, by this specific party, and this specific message being pushed out to further help the American people wake up. It's like this is where it's needed. I'm sorry. There needs to be a stage for the voice of the black man to be pushed out. Well, not the black man, the black people, excuse me, pushed out by a black man to the black people. And I'm gonna go look at the Super Bowl show, but I don't think I'm sorry, I'm not a football guy. I will always go for the Packers, but I have my own reasons as to why I don't watch football anymore. But I will always vote for the Green Bay Packers. Hey, let's fucking go. Put your fucking cheese head rule. But yeah, like when I hear people say things like this, it's like I know you're not an American black person, but my head goes, like, with that being the beginning statement there, my head goes, I know you're not an American black person, but just because it's not there now doesn't mean it's not going to be there in the future. You know what I'm saying? But no, this policy is in place and this policy in place and so on and so on and so on. So if he does this, it'll start this, and then we can take this away from them and so on and so forth. You know, whatever document people are going to pull up and say so on and so forth. What I have to say is, does he even give a fuck? Does he really need to give a fuck to forcefully take something as proof to, like, I don't know, human history? My lips are fucked. God damn, is it the light? Is it me? Fuck! Hold on. Like deadass. Like deadass. What's to stop this nigga from just starting an all-out war and being like, say you, Kay, I heard you like tea. Too bad. You should have aligned yourself with me. Like, you get what I'm saying here? You get what I'm saying here? Like, this is a message that has to not only be pushed out to American black people, but black people as a whole, because they are really pushing this one world united shit. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but under the wrong face, that can mean the erasure of culture in of itself and become a hive mind of sorts. Like that one movie with Wesley Snipes and Arnold Schwarzenegger. A more of a monotone utopia, but under a very bigotive kind of, like robotic kind of thing. Like you already know how it's gonna look. Not literally like cartoon fucking like that, literally, but you already know how it's gonna look. It's gonna be just bullshit. Like people have said shit all over the internet. I'm not gonna regurgitate what's already been said. Most of that shit is theories anyways. I can't really provide any proof because it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's a theory. Even though they damn near put it in your face, they're like, it's in your face. Motherfuckers still ain't gonna be like, So like, what the fuck else? You know what I'm saying? And like, this is not a personal attack. It's just that I should have said that in the first place. Sorry. But it's just that, it just helps me feel like, damn, my fucking ears. Like, do I really have to do this to hear some like concerned blackness? Like, that was a beautiful message, and I get it, America's going through something. But then it's like, I know you don't want to hear it all the time. I can get that. It just drives me up a wall because it's like, if it was you, I wouldn't like. If it was your people into that shit, it's like I don't know. I think it's an individual perspective. I really think it's an.
So I think it's really dangerous, you know what I mean? Because what we definitely don't want is for Americans to think that we as Black Brits, that's the sort of general consensus and that. You know what I mean? And that's the problem, because like I'm saying, they're going to look at her, they're going to think, right, she's got like 1 million odd subscribers or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And think that might be the general consensus of us in England, which I think would be a bit of a travesty still. So, Teza.
I agree with that as well, and I think that she highlights a point that, you know, a lot of the youth now that's listening to music, they're not really listening to a word that's being said.
But she's now, again, this is where it becomes a little bit techie again, because she herself ain't even a youth, Shifa. She's a big woman. Like, she must be in her 30s at least. Do you know what I mean? And again, when we talk about influence and then way there, do you know what I mean? So even by what she said, should she have been more careful in what she said in that regard?
I don't know. I think if she's more careful, then we never get to the truth. So at the same time, but she could have been more careful, and you know, she could definitely be a bit more even educated, some might say. But at the same time, I'm glad she said what she said, because it just highlights this problem in our youth that they just think they know it all, but they don't even listen.
Again, she ain't a youth though, man. So she's a big woman, man. She's not a youth.
When you say she's a big woman, how old is she?
She must be in her 30s, man.
Yeah, she's still a youth to me though, so that's how I look at it.
Man. Allow that, man. Stop that, man. Stop that. About she's still a
She's
youth.
someone's child.
You're some old man. Allow that. But anyway,
She's someone's child, isn't it? She's someone's child. At the end of the day, you know, this is still everyone's first time growing up, and some of us, you know, grow faster than others. And I think that maybe she could have been a lot more tactful, but I think a lot of young people, especially, they have these type of opinions. I'm just being honest, because I don't even think they listen to what they're listening. They're not listening to the words; they're just listening to the beat, and they're listening to what sounds cool.
And this is the point I was making before, Shifa, whereby maybe if something like this can get the youth them to actually start listening to lyrics again.
Yeah, that would be positive.
You know what I mean? As opposed to just the beat. Because remember, previously, there was a lot of messaging in music. Yeah? I'm sure you would agree with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 1,000.
Huh?
Yeah, 1,000%. 1000%. When my grandma was listening to music, that music had meaning, man. Come on, man.
No, exactly. So I'm just saying, because even when he says this is more than about about the music, this is about and I think we had this conversation before about the 40 acres and a mule. You know what I mean? If we still think that in America that they're actually still waiting for that in itself, even that I think is a mad thing. You know, because even that they were promised they didn't get it. I think some got, but for the most part they didn't get, right? But anyway,
I hear that. Obviously, you got that the so-called natives or whatever, the Seminole tribes and whatever. They definitely got something, but I don't think everyone got it.
no. Remember, that was promised to the slaves themselves, right? That was supposed to be
Yeah,
part of the.
yeah. The plantation slaves never got it,
No, sorry, no,
unless
definitely
they
not.
was like them indentured servants or something. Maybe some of the Irish people got it, but not the black ones, from what I know.
Jay says it sounded like she was dissing the message. Yeah, and I think that's why sometimes if you ain't, just shut your mouth, innit? She could have just shut up and just looked pretty. Like, no, I was about to say like nose blondes, but no, I'll leave that, man. Right, who's this demolition man talking to? And he might need to get checked out. Who's he talking to? Who's he talking to? All right, get rid of him, man. Who's he talking to? Get rid of him, man. I'm tired of these little fucking thingamabobs. All right. I'm probably gonna just ease this up now anyway. Let's see.
Was dressed up as Uncle Sam, not Uncle Tom. Uncle Sam. You're not a Black American, so you don't get it. You're never going to get it. You're not like us. Simply put, that's why. That's why.
Do you want to know how
Yeah,
CFOs run their board meetings?
put
You have to
herself
check out this free guide by Data Real.
situation where
You'll
they
learn
can
the
tell her that, boy.
Hey folks, welcome back to my channel. Thank you so much.
But they can't tell me that. But yeah, man. So Madam Joyce, she's probably happy with the publicity anyway, because you know some people think all publicity is good one way or another. But it sounded like she was dissing them. Yeah, the thing is though, as well, we have to appreciate this. Yeah, I mean, not all kinfolk are skinfolk, innit? We just have to accept that one like that still. It went over many Black Americans' head also, so she's just being petty. Okay. You alright?
What are you doing there?
Huh?
What are you doing there?
Talking about someone called Madam Joyce.
Yeah, I think she just lost the plot for a minute, isn't it? Like, she lost the plot for a moment. You know, she blacked out and she spoke her mind. But at the same time, like you said, it highlights a bigger problem then, innit? The rest of us to now kind of think, well, why has she got that kind of opinion? Like, why don't she want to listen to anything and learn anything? Why does she just want everything to be entertainment all the time?
But again, though, Shifa, does that sort of also highlight where we are when it comes to certain things? You know what I mean? Again, if it's not hitting them endorphins, then you know what I mean. You know, like if you ain't telling someone you're gonna kick them over the balcony, you know what I mean, Shif? And if you just want to talk about Israelite thing, you get me?
They're not hearing that, man. They don't want to hear that type of stuff. They want to hear nonsense and lose
Right.
themselves in the music, innit? Ain't that what Eminem said? Lose yourself in the music or some nonsense like that. But people love it.
Well, this is the problem, man. So I don't know if it's too late, but it's just trying to make the social media a little bit more edifying, I guess, in that regard. But yeah, man. But Let me see. I'm gonna probably leave it there still. So, man, them, have you got anything else you want to put on the table?
Not at this point in time. No, I'll be honest. I'm kind of putting together a bed whilst I'm talking to you, so I think I'm gonna concede at this point. I don't know if I can do both. But big up yourself, bro.
No problem, man. Because you can just wrap it up there, brother Kel. Cesar.
Yes, you're just in and out, just doing something. No, I believe we clarified a lot of things, man. As usual, the show was definitely in depth with the core issues, and yeah, we know they're not like us.
All right. Excellent. All right. Well, I don't mind. I think that's a nice positive way in which to end still. And yeah, go catch you on the other side, man. But like I said, I'm just
big up
definitely
Kendrick. And big up Kendrick as well, because at the end of the day, he's done a lot. He's done a lot. Like he's achieved a lot, in the last decade.
No, for sure, man. And like I said, and the thing is, if he can spark green shoots in other people as well, then even that's a bonus as well, isn't it? Because for me, if we can take some of the focus away from some of this mumble rap and all that type of nonsense, then that's a win for me. Do you know what I mean? Like I said,
did you call it mumbo rap?
Well, all of that. That just Chicago nonsense thing, man. Do you know what I mean? And if it can, what's the word? If it can, sort of help to change the sort of musical pathway, then I think even that's a win as well, to be honest, man. Because I think a lot of the music now is absolute shit, man. And to be honest, when I was growing up, the music, it was just much, 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 much better. So if we can get some better music out there, then all the better, man. And like I said, that was 14 minutes, no curse words, no naked women. Do you know what I mean? Just good, wholesome stuff, man. So I'm down with that, man. I'm down with that. Big up yourself, goddess.
Big up yourself, sis.
But with that being said, family, leave it there still. I'm going to try and
please everyone.
Yep. So big up everyone in the chat. I hope you have a good Saturday. I hope your belly's full. And yeah, man, hit the notification bell because you never know when I'm gonna pop up. You don't know it's the self 90 for 99. And yeah, man, I'll catch you lot on the other side, man. Have yourselves a good day.